Chapter 1389. The array separated the 7 people. What awaited them next was to be defeated one by one. The onlookers in the distance all shook their heads and sighed. However, their expressions were very calm and even apathetic. In their hearts, they did not wish for the people of Huping City to survive. The faces of the cultivators from the 3 factions were filled with excitement and agitation. The people of Huping City were indeed very strong. Unfortunately, they were no match for intelligence. They were trapped and waiting to be killed. Yinfen looked at the separated people and sneered, "It's useless to be strong. Without brains, you won't amount to anything." Miao Zhendong nodded slowly and smiled. "No matter how strong you are, you can't win against scheming." Seeing that the 7 of them had been separated, and that there was a trace of panic on their faces, Wan Xiong nodded his head, completely at ease. Humans were indeed very good at scheming. The 3 of them were also very good at scheming. However, they seemed to have forgotten one thing. Sometimes, humans could not win against God's plans. Just as Yin Fan was about to give the order to kill, a ray of light suddenly shot over from the distance. It was a ray of light that was as fast as lightning. In fact, it was indeed a ray of lightning. There was a figure within the lightning. His body emitted a powerful and terrifying aura. He came from the horizon. His goal was very clear. He was coming to the location of the array. What's that? A ray of light in the horizon. Some people noticed the abnormality and turned their heads. Their faces were filled with astonishment. At that moment, everyone could only see a ray of light. Other than that, they could not see anything else. Some cultivators tried to use some kind of eye technique to see what was within the lightning. However, in the next moment, a piercing pain came. Everyone closed their eyes and cried, "Stop him!" When the 3 leaders saw this scene, their expressions turned serious. Although they could not see what was within the lightning, they could clearly feel that something was wrong. Yinfen reacted quickly. He shouted coldly. Following his shout, the cultivators from the 3 factions rushed towards the lightning. "Stop! Scram!" The cultivators from the 3 powers shouted loudly as they charged forward. At the same time, they held their domain armaments and stood before the lightning bolts. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of light shot out from the lightning. It was a ripple of light, and its speed was even faster than the lightning. In an instant, it swept past the cultivators in front of it. The figures of these people paused, and their faces were immediately filled with astonishment. Under the light of the rippling light, their defensive methods were completely useless. This ray of light completely ignored their defense. As the ripples of light rushed past, the expressions on everyone's faces completely froze. Immediately afterward, they felt the power in their bodies rapidly draining away. In the end, their vision turned black, and they lost consciousness. In front of him, the lightning did not stop. It followed behind the light ripples and rushed past. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground could be heard. In the distance, all the spectating cultivators were shocked when they saw this scene. The lightning was still the same. Several people from the 3 forces died, but they did not see anything in the lightning. The group of domain realm cultivators on the ground had already died. Then, balls of light emerged from their bodies and rushed toward the lightning. "It's luck. That lightning can absorb luck. He's a human cultivator." Many people exclaimed when they saw this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. Could it be that another unforeseen event had occurred? "Stop him!" Even more cultivators rushed toward the lightning. Wielding their domain weapons, they unleashed one attack after another from afar. Swish, swish. The lightning that was charging forward in a straight line suddenly began to flash left and right in the air. It was dodging some of the attacks, and then it charged forward again. Go to hell. A domain realm cultivator slashed with his saber from afar. The sharp saber light made people tremble in fear. In the face of this attack, the lightning did not dodge. Perhaps it could not dodge at all, and it just collided with the saber light. Before that cultivator could reveal a hint of joy, a look of shock appeared on his face. The lightning directly collided with the blade light, and with a loud bang, the lightning dissipated, revealing a figure. This figure was dressed in a black robe, and his handsome face was cold. More importantly, The domain realm cultivator's saber light did not leave any marks on his body. That is, the moment the figure appeared, everyone's expressions changed. This was because they were all very familiar with that slender figure and handsome face. Even those who were not familiar with him immediately guessed his identity when they clearly sensed the number on his body. Their mouths were wide open in shock. The reason for that was because that was a figure that shouldn't have appeared here. This figure should have died 2 years ago. How is this possible? Zichun. It's actually Zichun. He's actually still alive. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and some of the cultivators were clearly in disbelief. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Everyone was shaking their heads and sighing. Some of the people who didn't recognize the figure were dumbfounded when they heard the name of the figure in the air from other people's mouths. The faces of some of the leaders of the forces turned extremely ugly. At that moment, someone whispered in his ear, "Sir, should we make a move?" The leader glared fiercely at his subordinate and said angrily in a low voice, "Make a move? Do you want to die?" 2 years ago, the people from the 3 forces could not kill Zichun, let alone now. Indeed, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zichun was now stronger than he had been 2 years ago. Even if it was Zichun from 2 years ago, they were still very afraid, let alone the current Zichun. Zichun, who was in the air, emitted an aura that made people feel great pressure. In addition to the 3 forces, many of the leaders of the other forces looked very ugly. Some of them were shaking their heads and sighing. Obviously, they had suffered a great loss in this deal. He really appeared. Big Brother is wise. In Xuan City's direction, a group of cultivators had a mocking look on their faces. Obviously, they were waiting to see the 3 forces make a fool of themselves. During the siege, the 3 forces had tried to borrow people from Xuan City, but Xueming had rejected them. Looking at Zichun, Xueming chuckled and said, "This is the Manor Realm. Anything can happen." Moreover, Zichun does not look like a short-lived person. Now, there will be a good show to watch. Indeed, there was a good show to watch because the show had already begun. Zichun's figure appeared, and under the shocked and complicated expressions of the crowd, he directly rushed towards the cultivator who was blocking him. "Stop them! You guys hurry up and kill the others." Yinfen shouted and rushed towards Zichun. Wan Xiong and Miao Zhendong followed closely behind. At this moment, they had no choice but to stop Zichun first. Unfortunately, they had still underestimated Zichun. Just as they were rushing forward, Zichun rushed toward the cultivators with a long saber in its scabbard. He did not draw his saber, but a dual-colored saber light flashed. As the light flashed, the saber light swept past the cultivators closest to Zichun. Then, heads flew high into the air. 2 years ago, Zichun had slaughtered the cultivators at the early stage of the first domain realm. 2 years later, he was still slaughtering them. There were many people blocking Zichun's path, but no one could stop Zichun's advance. Zichun's handsome face was filled with endless coldness. Wherever he passed, cultivators would fall. "Stop!" A cultivator who was about to reach the middle stage of the first domain realm stopped in front of Zichun. His eyes were filled with cold light, and he held a long spear in his hand. The spear's body was flowing with brilliance. It was obviously not an ordinary spear. However, Zichun only smiled coldly in the face of this spear. Then, he clenched his fist. Thunder rumbled in his body. His heart, which was wrapped in lightning, was beating vigorously. Then, streams of golden blood flowed from his heart to every part of his body. This blood was accompanied by a powerful force. When the cultivator saw Zichun withdraw his saber and clench his fist, he could not help but feel happy. However, in the next moment, he heard an ear-piercing whistle in the air. Then, a fist emitting silver light tore through the air, causing space to distort, and arrived directly in front of him. Bang! He hurriedly used his long spear to block, but in the next moment, a powerful force came from the tip of the spear. His extraordinary domain weapon shattered in an instant. The moment the domain weapon shattered, the fist light moved forward again and landed on the domain realm cultivator's head. With a dull explosion, the domain realm cultivator's head exploded. Such a ferocious attack shocked everyone present. For a moment, the cultivators surrounding Zichun did not dare to step forward. "Trash! all of you are trash." A cold snort suddenly sounded. Then, a stream of light shot directly in the direction Zichun was heading. This was a cultivator at the intermediate first stage domain realm. He was considered an expert among the three forces. However, even such an existence was not enough to deal with Zichun. Boom! Zichun clenched his fist and punched out. A powerful force was released. The silver fist light flashed with two colors in the next moment. When the fist was thrown out, the middle stage first stage domain realm cultivator was overwhelmed by the endless thunder and lightning. Bang! When the lightning dissipated, a corpse fell from the sky. It was the cultivator at the domain realm just now. The crowd was in an uproar. Zichun had shattered a domain weapon with one blow and killed a cultivator at the intermediate first stage domain realm with one punch. His combat strength was much stronger than 2 years ago. Not to mention the others, even the three leaders who were rushing forward could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Chapter 1390. Zichun's powerful combat strength caused an uproar. What was a domain weapon? It was a weapon that could only be used by those in the domain realm. It contained a kind of domain energy, which was extremely effective against those below the domain realm. Even for those in the domain realm, the difference in combat strength between those with and without a domain weapon was huge. Once a spirit weapon evolved into a domain weapon, it was equivalent to a king-level battle beast. It did not need to follow the laws of the world and would disappear with its master when he died. Similarly, the domain weapon itself was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. As for its toughness, it was beyond imagination. However, it was precisely such a domain armament that was shattered by a single punch from Zichun. His powerful physical strength also shocked the entire crowd. Swoosh! Zichun went straight for the domain realm array masters. These people naturally saw what Zichun had done, and their faces turned pale. However, they did not flee. Just as Zichun rushed forward, an array appeared in the sky and blocked Zichun's path. Break! Zichun roared and stomped his right foot into the sky. It was as if he was stepping on solid ground. The sky began to shake violently, and thunder rumbled from Zichun's body. His entire body began to emit a dazzling light. A glaring fist light was punched out by Zichun in the next moment. Under this punch, the space began to shake violently, and a powerful aura that made one's scalp tingle spread out. Boom! Under this powerful punch, the array that blocked Zichun's path began to shake. Then, the thousands of closely connected light patterns began to show traces of flaws. Then, with a loud bang, the array shattered. After breaking the array with one punch, Zichun took a step forward, allowing the energy around him to shake. He walked in the violent energy. His black hair danced wildly, and his black robe flapped by the energy. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he stared at the array master closest to him. These array masters clearly did not expect Zichun to be able to break the array with one punch. There was a look of astonishment on their faces. Just as they were in a daze, Zichun, who seemed to be walking very slowly, arrived in front of the first array master. The array master's expression changed dramatically. He wanted to set up another defensive array, but it was already too late. Swoosh! A shining blade light flashed in front of his eyes, and a head flew up. It was the same beheading move, but it was much more powerful than before. This move broke some of the small defensive arrays around the array master. Following the death of the first array master, a slight flaw appeared in the originally perfect formation that everyone had set up. Within the great formation, the people trapped within did not know what was happening outside. However, they were somewhat puzzled as to why the array masters did not immediately launch a destructive attack after separating them. Inside the array, Guwen noticed this abnormality. At this moment, he obviously did not have the time to guess whether this was a trap or a mistake. He immediately formed a seal with his hands, wanting to take advantage of this flaw to break the array. Stop him! Hurry up and stop him! Seeing the first array master die, the three leaders' expressions changed drastically. If Zichun really succeeded in killing all the array masters and rescuing the others, the only thing that awaited them would be complete annihilation. The people from the three forces were also very clear about this. Therefore, Regardless of whether it was the cultivators inside or outside the array, they all rushed towards Zichun. In an instant, nearly 100 domain realm cultivators rushed towards Zichun. As for the others, they surrounded Zichun from afar. Being surrounded by so many domain realm experts was a sight that shocked the onlookers in the distance. Who would have thought that more than 100 domain realm cultivators would join forces to besiege one person? Who would have thought that in the face of such a siege, that person's expression did not change at all? Kill him, go to hell. Amidst the explosive roars, a group of cultivators rushed towards Zichun. In an instant, rays of light began to flash in the sky as various domain soldiers displayed their most powerful attacks. Zichun had grown up to this day, and there was obviously no standard answer to what he was most afraid of. However, if one were to ask what Zichun was most afraid of, then Zichun could say with certainty that he was least afraid of being besieged by people of the same level. He often put on a show of fighting against a group of people, and every time, he won a complete victory. It was like this back in Huping City, and it was also like this when he was besieged 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, Zichun looked at the group of domain realm cultivators rushing toward him with a faint smile on his face. As for the outcome, he had obviously foreseen it. Swoosh! He did not even need to unsheath the scabbard in his hand. A light flashed under his feet, and Zichun's figure rushed into the group of people besieging him after taking 3 attacks head-on. At this point, the next scene to play out was a massacre. Puff! Puff! A blade light flashed, and a head flew high into the air. The blade light flashed again, and a cultivator fell. As the blade light continued to flash, one cultivator after another lost their lives. In front of Zichun, an early-stage domain realm cultivator only needed 1 slash. However, Zichun's massacre did not frighten everyone. On the contrary, some people were stimulated by the blood splattered on their bodies, and they rushed towards Zichun as if they did not care about their lives. Puff! The blade light pierced the cultivator's heart, but at the moment of his death, the cultivator also sent a sharp weapon towards Zichun's heart. Clang! Although this attack did not break through his defense, the force still shook Zichun and forced him to take 2 steps back. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Zichun retreated, several attacks came from behind him, and Zichun was instantly hit. Clang! Clang! These 2 attacks still did not break through his defense, but the powerful force contained in them directly knocked Zichun from the sky to the ground. A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground in an instant. Swoosh! 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 In the sky, the attacks were like raindrops, breaking through the air as they fell toward the human-shaped pit. Buzz! Suddenly, the human-shaped pit trembled, and then rays of dazzling light came out of the pit. Clanging sounds rang out continuously, and it was obvious that too many attacks did not break through his defense. Swoosh! When the attacks disappeared, Zichun turned into a stream of light and rushed out. He held a sheathed long saber in his hand and slashed at an approaching cultivator. At the same time, Zichun clenched his other hand into a fist and punched in front of him. Clang! The sharp saber was blocked by a domain realm cultivator, but the fist that followed turned into a fistlight and pierced through the cultivator's heart. Another cultivator fell and died. Even so, even more cultivators charged forward. Wielding their domain armaments, they charged towards Zichun without regard for anything else. Puff! In the face of so many attacks, Zichun was finally defeated. The first wound appeared on his body, and dark red blood flowed out of the wound. A light flashed under Zichun's feet, and he retreated backward. Don't let him escape. Stop him. Surround him and seal this place. When the leaders of the 3 forces saw this, they sneered and stood in the distance to give orders. So what if he was strong? Faced with the siege of so many people, death was the only way out. Among the 3 leaders, Wanxiong frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. In the chaotic battlefield ahead, Zichun, who was still very fierce earlier, was gradually losing ground under the siege of many cultivators. The number of wounds on his body had clearly increased, and regardless of whether it was his speed or attack power, they had all weakened by a lot. Swoosh! As soon as Zichun dodged an attack, A cultivator rushed behind him and stabbed the spear with his domain weapon at Zichen's back. Zichen sensed danger and turned around at lightning speed. The moment the spear was about to reach him, he grabbed it with his hand. Then, a flash of saber light flashed in front of the cultivator's face. The moment the cultivator was beheaded, he saw with his own eyes several domain weapons rushing towards Zichen's back. Puff, puff, puff. All of the domain armaments managed to break through his defenses. A few of them only managed to leave light injuries on Zichen. However, one of the domain armaments managed to pierce through Zichen's back. It went in from the back and out from the front. Zichen didn't wait for his opponent to pull out the domain weapon. Instead, he used the weapon in his hand and slashed behind him. Another slash beheaded Zichen, but this time, another fatal wound appeared on his body. Kill him. He's dying. Everyone, attack with all your might. Seeing this scene, the other cultivators all looked delighted. Then, they attacked with even more vigor. At the same time, because there was hope for them to kill Zichen, they became very careful. They would rather leave a wound on Zichen's body than let Zichen turn around and injure them. Seeing that Zichen was suppressed and in danger of dying, the crowd in the distance was in an uproar. They all felt very strange. At this moment, seeing Zichen drenched in blood, many people had a strange feeling in their hearts. Formation masters, surround him with all your might. Quickly kill Zichen. Yinfen shouted loudly. His expression was somewhat unnatural, as if he had also sensed something strange. Wan Xiong's gaze was fixed in front of him, staring at Zichen, who was on the verge of dying. From the very beginning, he felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He finally discovered the source of the problem. He cried out in alarm, "Blood! There's something wrong with the blood." There was indeed something wrong with the blood. That was because the blood flowing out of Zichen's body was golden. However, the blood flowing out of Zichen's body was red. Moreover, this Zichen always gave people the feeling that he was very weak. Chapter 1391. Die. A loud roar suddenly rang out. A cultivator from one of the three forces held a long sword in his hand and shot over from afar with the momentum of being one with the sword. This was the attack he had been preparing for a long time. This was the only move he knew, but it was powerful enough. He, who had been waiting patiently, finally seized the opportunity to unleash such a fatal attack. An extremely fast sword light came from behind, sweeping past the shocked cultivators before stabbing into Zichen's heart. The sword light dissipated and a figure appeared in front of Zichen. He held a sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword pierced through Zichen's heart from the back. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Many people were stunned by this scene. The cultivator's face was filled with pride, and his head was slightly raised. He did not need to deliberately pay attention to know that there was envy in the shocked expressions around him. At this moment, he also thought that he had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Bang! He looked at the expressionless Zichen in front of him with a disdainful smile. A mere Zichen was nothing in front of him. He could kill him with a single strike. As the long sword in his hand trembled, a wave of power spread out, and Zichen directly exploded. Such a scene should have caused cheers or an uproar, but in reality, the surroundings were too quiet. To be more precise, everyone's eyes were looking in the direction of the array masters and not the battlefield. As everyone looked over, a figure appeared. He wore a black robe and held a silver spear in his hand as he swept past a formation master. An arrow of blood shot out from the formation master's heart as the black figure flew past him. His body fell backwards, and his originally sharp eyes had long lost the luster they should have had. Zichen, that's Zichen. Zichen is there. But what is this? Looking at the figure wantonly slaughtering formation masters, the crowd finally reacted and looked back at the battlefield. On the battlefield, the expression of the cultivator who had killed Zichen's clone completely froze. Of course, that also included the smugness on his face. Everyone's gazes were fixed on him, and he suddenly felt his face burning. He was so proud that he had only killed Zichen's clone. It was as if he was looking at mocking faces. His expression became very unnatural. and the expression on his face instantly became awkward. Then, his embarrassment turned into anger, and a murderous intent surged around him. Ignoring the sheathed long sword that fell to the ground, he roared and charged towards Zichun in the distance under the strange and surprised expressions of the crowd. Zichun, die. Another roar rang out in the quiet world, and a sword light pointed towards Zichun in the distance. After Zichun killed another formation master, he felt a sharp sword chi attack from behind him. He gripped his spear, turned, and stabbed forward. Groan. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar as the spear light met the sword light. Bang! The scene of the two sides in a stalemate did not appear. With a loud bang, the sword light shattered, and the spear light went straight forward, breaking through the formation master's defense and pointing at his throat. The moment the spear touched his throat, the cultivator's attack came to an end. Swoosh! Zichun retracted his spear and turned around to face another array master. From beginning to end, he did not look at the owner of the sword light. He was simply ignoring him. Before his consciousness dissipated, he looked at Zichun's back, and only then did he realize how big the gap between them was. Originally, he had attacked Zichun out of anger, but now it seemed that his actions were too stupid. Didn't he see that the others did not move? If they fought freely, there would be a time when these cultivators would be slaughtered by Zichun. However, time was of the essence, and his companions were in a life-and-death crisis, so Zichun naturally would not leave them alone. After using his doppelganger to execute a small scheme, he took advantage of the chaotic battle and rushed towards the formation masters. The formation masters had already launched their attacks, but Zichun had also arrived at this time. What followed was a feast of slaughter for the formation masters. One formation master after another fell, and the people in the distance looked on in a daze. Except for the idiot who had sent himself to his death, no one else stepped forward. In fact, at this moment, while everyone was in a daze, they were also thinking about the same question. Should they attack or not? At this moment, Zichun had killed many formation masters, and the entire formation was almost in name only. It was almost a matter of time before Zichun's companions appeared. Under such circumstances, should they attack or not? Should they charge forward and fight a meaningless battle to the death? Or should they turn around and run? Everyone was hesitating, and even the three leaders were hesitating. This directly led to Zichun killing all the formation masters without hindrance. Bang! A loud sound came from the formation below. It was a problem with a certain part of the formation. Then, the formation shattered, and a figure rushed out. "I've finally broken the formation." Along with the appearance of the figure, there was a look of surprise on his face. However, he, who had just broken the formation, felt that something was amiss. It seemed that the world was a little too quiet. Then, he looked around. When he saw the group of domain realm experts from the three forces, his pupils suddenly shrank. He even had the urge to immediately return to the formation. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This was because these people were not looking at him. Instead, they were all looking in the same direction, and their eyes seemed to be in a daze. Guwen also subconsciously looked in the direction that everyone was looking at. With just a glance, he seemed to have been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, and at the same time, he looked at the figure who was killing in the sky with a look of disbelief. Bang! Another sound came from the formation below. Another part of the formation shattered, and Guwen rushed out. Just as Guwen rushed out, Guwen saw his brother. His face was filled with joy, and he immediately rushed towards Guwen. At the same time, he asked curiously, "What's going on? Why is there a huge hole in the formation?" When Guwen heard this, he did not answer. Instead, he pointed at the sky with his finger. Guwen was puzzled. Is there a problem there? He turned around and looked up. When he saw the figure, his face was immediately filled with disbelief. Zichun, Big Brother, it's Big Brother Zichun. How is this possible? At this moment, the last array master fell in front of Zichun. So far, nearly 20 array masters had been killed. The entire formation was in a state of complete paralysis. After killing all the array masters, Zichun withdrew his spear and turned around. After he indifferently glanced at the cultivators from the three forces, his gaze fell on the two brothers in the sky above the formation. His indifferent eyes gradually softened. Big Brother Zichun, it's really you? Big Brother Zichun, you're still alive. The two brothers spoke in unison, and their expressions were filled with excitement. Zichun nodded at the two of them. His expression gradually softened, and a smile appeared on his face. Both of you have worked hard. Boom. At this moment, the formation below exploded, and a violent and powerful aura appeared from below. Then, a figure soared into the sky. In the sky, there was a loud roar. You want to kill your master, man? Die. At this moment, Manshur had transformed into a giant. The giant's body was covered in a black iron color, and it looked oppressive and heavy. Manshur's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked around. His frenzied killing intent was also surging. However, as a calm voice sounded, the murderous intent around Manshur disappeared completely in the next moment. I didn't expect you to be alive. When he heard the familiar voice, Manshur was stunned. As the murderous intent around him disappeared, he turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, he saw a figure that was not tall, but he was extremely trustworthy. Zichun. Of course, it's me. Zichun smiled. Manshur asked in disbelief, You're the one who saved me? I only killed the array masters. Without waiting for the two to catch up, several figures rushed out from the formation below. With the death of all the array masters, the formation began to become paralyzed. It became very easy for the crowd to break the formation. After Wuxia appeared, he looked in the direction of the three factions with a cold gaze. Shi Gongwei's expression was also incomparably ashen. Murderous intent surrounded his body. Compared to the two of them, when Shangwan Hong and Dong Qing appeared, their women's intuition led them to look in the direction of Zichun. When they saw the figure that they had been dreaming of, their beautiful faces were instantly filled with surprise and excitement. In the next moment, the two of them rushed towards Zichun. Zichun. The two of them called out softly as they rushed towards Zichun, completely ignoring the feelings of the people around them. In the next moment, the two of them entered his embrace. Zichun also hugged the two of them, his face filled with the excitement of reuniting with them. Zichun originally thought that the two of them were dead. He did not expect them to still be alive. This was something to be happy about, so Zichun did not shy away from embracing the two of them. Zichun, it's you. Zichun, you're still alive. However, the commotion attracted the attention of Wuxia and Shi Gongwei. When the two of them turned around and saw Zichun, surprise appeared on their faces. As the faint fragrance of a young girl entered his nose, Zichun raised his head and looked at the two of them. He nodded and said, Are you all right? Shi Gongwei shook his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Wuxia did not speak, but jealousy appeared in the depths of his eyes. Just like that, everyone reunited once again after 2 years. The joy of reuniting only lasted for a short while. After that, the group looked in the direction of the three factions. Chapter 1392. Everyone from both sides had arrived, and the real confrontation began. Powerful auras appeared in the sky. Zichun stood in the air, while Dong Qing and Shangwan Hong stood on either side of him. Manshur and Wuxia stood next to him, and finally, the two brothers and Jiawei stood behind them. At that moment, everyone's gazes were coldly fixed ahead. Seeing this, Jiawei could not help but sigh in admiration. As expected of Zichun, as soon as he appeared, he managed to unite the entire group. Zichun only had 8 people on his side, while the other 3 groups still had over 100 people. However, in this confrontation, Zichun's group of 8 clearly had the upper hand. In the distance, the cultivators from the other groups all quietly watched this scene, as if they were holding their breaths. Soon, a true battle of life and death would take place here. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Just as it reached a limit, a voice suddenly appeared, easing the oppressive atmosphere a little. I think we can talk. The one who spoke was Yin Fan from Yamba Castle. How? Zichun looked at him indifferently. Yin Fan took a deep breath and said, We have more people. Zichun sneered and said, I promise I won't leave a single person alive. I believe that, but we have more people. We can't just stand there and let you kill us. Moreover, it's been 2 years. We're no longer the 3 groups from 2 years ago, Miao Zhendong continued. Zichun turned around and glanced at the people on his side, then looked at Miao Zhendong and said, "We've also gained quite a bit in the past 2 years. You people from Huping City are indeed very strong, but if you want to kill us, you'll have to pay a price. I think we need to minimize our losses. For this, we can have a good talk." Wan Xiong continued, "How can we talk? I'll let you go." Zichen's gaze became cold. "If I let you go, how am I going to answer to my dead brothers? How am I going to answer to the people of Huping City?" As the leaders of both sides spoke, the others did not speak. This was because they all believed that their leaders could handle this matter well. In the distance, hearing the voice that was not suppressed at all, the expressions of all the forces changed in the next moment. These 3 forces are actually going to compromise. A grand team of several hundred people actually compromised in front of 8 people. A voice that was clearly filled with astonishment rang out from the direction of Xuan City. Hearing the discussions behind him, Xue Ming softly laughed and said, "Although it is very embarrassing to choose to compromise in such a situation, I have to admit that this is the best choice." Behind Xue Ming, a burly man said, "That's true, but even if they don't compromise, would Zichen really dare to fight them to the death? Could it be that he really doesn't care about his companions who are still alive and only wants to avenge his dead companions?" In the current situation, it was a battle between 8 people and hundreds of people. Even if Zichun could guarantee that he would not die, the 7 people beside him dared to do the same. If it was just Zichun alone, everyone naturally believed that Zichun would fight to the end. However, there were 7 people behind Zichun, so he naturally had to consider the lives of these 7 people. At this moment, although the 3 forces were going to compromise, and although this was a bit embarrassing, they definitely had full confidence because of Zichen. They believed that this battle would definitely not start. As expected, as the discussion continued, Wan Xiong said, "As cultivators, life and death is an extremely normal phenomenon. We came here to become stronger, and in the process of becoming stronger, it is inevitable that we will meet with mishaps and fall. There are some grudges between us, but frankly speaking, all of these grudges are because of benefits. If you feel that you can't account for it when you go back, we can definitely give you some compensation." After saying this, Wan Xiong and the other 2 looked at Zichun. Zichun was expressionless. Behind him, the others were also expressionless. Compensation. A faint smile appeared on Zichun's face, and then he said, "This is something that we can discuss." The oppressive atmosphere in the room was clearly eased by Zichun's words. Among Zichen's group of 8, besides Jiao Wei, who was a bit surprised, and Wu Xia, who was furious, the others' expressions did not change much. It was as if they were not surprised by Zichen's answer. As expected, Wan Xiong and the other 2 looked at each other, and a cold smile flashed across their eyes. They had already guessed that Zichun would agree, and since he had agreed, they naturally would not give too much compensation. Both sides only needed a process. As for why they wanted to compromise, the reason was very simple. The 3 forces did not want any more deaths, and Zichen's side only had 8 people in total from the 2 cities. They did not want any more deaths. Therefore, a truce and compromise was the most correct choice. There was an uproar in the distance. No one thought that they would really compromise. Just a moment ago, both sides were fighting to the death and couldn't wait to kill everyone. But in the next moment, they actually stopped fighting and might even become friends. Amidst the uproar, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. As expected, the biggest rule in this world was that benefits were paramount. As long as there was profit to be made, what did hatred matter? Wan Xiong was full of confidence. He coughed lightly and said, "As for compensation, we are prepared to give." Before Wan Xiong could finish, Zichen waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say anything. I only want one thing. I don't want anything else." A trace of vigilance flashed across Wan Xiong's eyes, and the other 2's expressions were somewhat unnatural. Wan Xiong asked, "What do you want?" Zichen looked back at them and then asked, "Is there any news of the others?" When they heard this, they all lowered their heads, then shook their heads and sighed. Of the people who came, except for the 8 present, the rest were all dead. Lu Wei was dead, and so was Wang Jun. Zichun nodded to show that he understood. Then, he turned to the three people from the three factions and said, "You know best how many people you killed. The compensation I want is very simple. Give each of you a void tree, and I will bring it to their families to ask for forgiveness." When Zichun said this, the world fell silent, and a trace of astonishment appeared on the faces of all the cultivators. What? What do you want? The leaders of the three factions were also astonished. Wan Xiong also asked again. "A void tree for each of the dead," Zichun repeated, his voice indifferent. In the next moment, the silent world burst into an uproar. Originally, everyone had guessed that Zichun would ask for the void tree personally, but they all guessed that the murderers would commit suicide. They never expected that Zichun would ask for a void tree. What was a void tree? It was a true supreme treasure, something completely priceless. Not to mention the few people who had died. Even if everyone present died, they might not be able to exchange for a void tree. This Zichun seemed to be very loyal at first, but I didn't expect him to be so greedy. He wants a void tree, and he wants one for each person. He doesn't even think about whether those people are worth it. Definitely not. This Zichun is really greedy. I didn't expect Zichun to be such a greedy person. In the distance, voices of discussion sounded, and their expressions became very disdainful. However, there were also some people who were even more disdainful. However, their disdain was not for Zichun, but for those who were discussing. Are they stupid? Can't they understand Zichun's true meaning? Obviously, Zichun did not want to negotiate at all. Don't you think you are too greedy? A void tree for each person. You really dare to ask, Yinfen said coldly. Obviously, he had also guessed Zichun's intention. Greedy? In my eyes, their lives are much more precious than a void tree, Zichun said coldly. Behind Zichun, several people's expressions instantly turned cold, and a wave of dense killing intent seeped out of their bodies. The surprise on Jiao Wei's face had long disappeared. This was the real Zichun, and there was no way he would compromise. Let's fight. A sinister smile appeared on Wu Xie's face, and his expression seemed a little crazy. During the conversation just now, they had recovered a lot from their original injuries. Zichun, you have to think clearly. We can still give you some compensation now, and both sides don't have to fight to the death. If you insist on fighting, we will definitely not let you have an easy time even if we have to suffer heavy casualties, Yinfen said coldly. Yinfen coldly said. Dense killing intent surged from the bodies of the cultivators behind him. Zichun looked at Yinfen in front of him and said indifferently, "When Yamba Castle schemed against Huping City, I swore that I would kill all the cultivators from Yamba Castle this time. So, even if we have to fight to the death, we will annihilate all the people from Yamba Castle. As for your two cities, since you've already killed so many of our people, I naturally won't let you go." Wan Xiong and Miao Zhendong's faces turned incomparably ashen. Wan Xiong said coldly, "Zichun, don't forget that you only have 8 people, while we have a group. You can't kill us. On the contrary, if you let us escape, you will have to face the full force of the cultivators from the 3 cities." Zichun sneered. "Thank you for your reminder. So I plan to not leave a single one of you alive this time? Is that even possible?" Wan Xiong said in disdain. Zichun glanced at Wan Xiong indifferently, and then he turned to look at the cultivators in the distance. After that, his cold voice resounded, "Formation masters come from many cities. I'm not interested in knowing why you're scheming against the people of Huping City. I intend to let bygones be bygones, but that's on the premise that your people can stop the 3 forces. I don't need you to kill anyone, just don't let them escape." As Zichun's words fell, the expressions of the leaders of those factions immediately changed. As for the 3 factions, there was also some commotion. Zichun retracted his gaze and looked at the 3 forces again. Then, a cold, murderous voice sounded in the sky. "Kill." The voice echoed through the surroundings. With Zichun in the lead and 7 others supporting him, the group charged towards the group of several hundred people. Chapter 1393. Murderous cries resounded in the sky as the battle broke out in an instant. Everyone stared ahead with their mouths agape. They did not expect Zichun to fight without waiting for the other forces to respond. The leaders of the other forces looked ahead with gloomy faces. Zichen's words were a pure threat to them. At this moment, there was a small commotion in their team because of Zichen's previous threat. "Sir, what should we do?" A subordinate of one of the forces asked in a low voice. "Humph, wait." The leader's voice was filled with anger. As for the other forces, they did not move at all as they stared at the sky. At this moment, the battle had broken out and no one among the three forces had chosen to escape. In the direction of Xuan City, Xueming smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. Big brother, what should we do?" The brawny man asked. Xueming said indifferently, "Pass down the order to guard this place. Once the people of the three forces choose to escape, drive them back." "But, big brother, the other forces are not moving. If we do this, won't we?" A domain realm cultivator questioned. "Will they think that we are afraid of Zichen?" Xueming asked with a smile. The domain realm cultivator did not say anything. "We have no grudges with Zichen, so why should we be afraid? The three forces have more people, and their threat is not much smaller than Zichen's. Now that the two forces are going to fight, it's like two tigers fighting. Isn't it better for us to watch the tigers fight from the shore? Moreover, this is a life-and-death battle. Pass down the order. I'm also curious how Zichen will devour this team." Yes, the cultivators of Xuan City moved, but the other forces did not. They looked at the sky, or more accurately, at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was walking in a straight line toward the leaders of the three forces. Along the way, all the cultivators who tried to stop Zichen were killed in one blow. Roar! A loud dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth as a silver dragon appeared beside Zichen. The silver dragon's body released resplendent lightning as a dragon's might emanated from its body. At this moment, the silver dragon was circling around Zichen, completely protecting him. Any cultivator who tried to stop Zichen would be blocked by the silver dragon and killed in one blow. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The silver dragon was constantly changing. Sometimes it would transform into a dragon shadow, and sometimes it would transform into a spear that pierced through the bodies of the domain realm experts. That's a king-level spirit weapon. In the distance, when the group of cultivators saw this scene, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. Domain armaments could also be called king armaments, and domain spirit armaments were king-level spirit armaments. At this moment, the weapon surrounding Zichen was not only a king-level spirit weapon, but the spirit of the weapon itself was an extremely rare dragon spirit. Although it had just entered the ranks of king-level spirit weapons, the Dragon Soul Spear already possessed extraordinary abilities. Zichen had long been aware of the power of the Dragon Soul Spear. Not to mention the perfect compatibility between the weapon and himself, just the origin of the weapon's spirit was a true dragon spirit. One should know that the soldier soul was a real dragon soul. Once it was successfully born, it would be equivalent to a high-level life form. Its quality was similar to that of Zichen's third disciple, the Thunder Spirit, in the Tianwu continent. This kind of existence was naturally extremely powerful. At this moment, everyone only knew that Zichen's king-level spirit weapon was very powerful, but they did not know that the spirit of the king-level spirit weapon was an existence that was completely comparable to a high-level life form. Zichen advanced in a straight line without making a single move. All those who blocked his path were killed by the Dragon Soul Spear. Under the gazes of the other forces in the distance, Zichen walked to the front of the three leaders. The Dragon Soul Spear transformed into a dragon shadow, and the pair of dragon eyes stared at the three, emitting a chilling light. The three people's expressions were very complicated. When they saw the Dragon Soul Spear, they could not help but feel jealous. Zichen's battle strength was already very strong, and they did not expect him to have such a king-level spirit weapon. He really had obtained all the good things. The complicated feelings in their hearts disappeared in a flash. Then, the three people stared at Zichen, and one after another, their domain weapons appeared in their hands. The three of them were all at the mid-stage of the first-stage domain realm. If they joined forces to deal with Zichen, they had a high chance of killing him. Zichen stretched out his left hand and slowly clenched his hand like an eagle's claw. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, "Saber, come!" Swoosh! The sheathed saber that fell on the ground began to tremble slightly. Then, It turned into a ray of black light and flew towards Zichun. Seeing this, a cultivator's face turned cold. Then, he rushed toward the ray of black light. Obviously, he wanted to stop or snatch it. After seeing the Dragon Soul Spear, everyone guessed that Zichun's saber was also a good thing. Just like the scabbard that Zichun dropped 2 years ago before he was swallowed by the black hole, Wan Xiong had already kept it. Unfortunately, he did not understand anything after studying it for 2 years. As the scabbard turned into a ray of black light and moved forward, a cultivator rushed forward and grabbed the scabbard. Then, he injected a stream of energy into the scabbard to hold it in place. Buzz. The scabbard that was grabbed by the cultivator suddenly began to tremble. Then, a blurry light shadow appeared from the blade. The moment the light shadow appeared, it became extremely sharp, like tiny saber lights. Puff. The cultivator's arm that was holding the scabbard was instantly cut off by the tiny saber lights. Then, the tiny saber lights merged and turned into a huge saber light. The saber light was pitch black. It wrapped around the scabbard and flew towards Zichun. Puff. Puff. During this time, 2 cultivators could not dodge in time and were directly pierced by the saber light. Then, tiny saber lights entered the cultivators' bodies and destroyed their vitality. Just as the 2 cultivators fell to the ground, a commotion broke out in the distance again. That's also a king-level spiritual weapon? Oh my god, Zichun has 2 king-level spiritual weapons. To be precise, they should be 2 extremely extraordinary king-level spiritual weapons. It was obvious that this long saber with a scabbard was not an ordinary item, since it was able to kill 2 domain realm experts without being controlled by its owner. When Zichun's physical body broke through to the domain realm, his spiritual thoughts also broke through. The blade golden-eyed beast, which was already at the king level, also broke through. Therefore, Zichun now had 2 king-level spiritual weapons, but for some reason, the scale shield flamefold did not break through with him. The black saber was very strong. The saber light formed on the surface of its body made people's hearts palpitate. It was also very fast. After killing the 2 cultivators, the others tried to attack, but to no avail. The black saber arrived in front of Zichun. As the saber light dissipated, Zichun grasped the black saber in his hand. He held the saber hilt with his left hand, and his right hand slowly rested on the hilt. It was this move again. 2 years ago, Zichun had used this move to kill many domain realm cultivators. 2 years later, Zichun had become even stronger. How powerful would this move be? Many cultivators in the distance were also full of anticipation. In front of Zichun, the faces of the 3 leaders of the forces turned ugly again. Humph, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Yin Fan could not stand Zichun's cold eyes. He took a step forward and snorted coldly. The surface of the long sword in his hand burned with flames. Hiss. The moment the long sword burned with flames, a sharp hiss came from the sword. In the next moment, a large bird covered in flames appeared on the long sword. Obviously, this was also a king-level spiritual weapon. The large bird's body was releasing a blazing heat. Within this heat, there was also a terrifying aura. What is that? A high-level immortal firebird? Someone exclaimed after seeing the large flaming bird. It's not a real high-level spiritual weapon, but from the looks of it, it should have some of the immortal firebird's bloodline. Someone whispered. With the appearance of the large flaming bird, Yin Fan's confidence skyrocketed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he proudly said, "This is a weapon spirit I found by chance. Although it's not a real immortal firebird, its bloodline is very pure. After it evolves again and again, it will definitely become a real immortal firebird. You will be very lucky to become the first soul to fall under the sword of the immortal firebird after it evolves into a king-level spiritual weapon." Zichun did not speak. Instead, he tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword. When Yin Fan saw this, his pupils shrank. Then, he grabbed the sword with his right hand and raised it high, shouting, "Flame slash." The large flaming bird let out a high-pitched cry. In the next moment, it rushed into the long sword. The long sword, which was already burning with flames, also burned with intense flames. It was like the flames in magma, and the space around it began to distort as it burned. A dazzling flame radiance was released from the longsword. For a moment, it was as if there was only this flaming longsword in the world. An unimaginably wild and violent aura was also completely released from the sword in the next moment. Sensing this tyrannical aura, the cultivators fighting in the distance also paused for a moment. Numerous pairs of eyes looked over in unison. This is Yin Fan's innate ability. Miao Zhendong and Wan Xiong originally wanted to attack, but after feeling Yin Fan's attack, the two of them also paused. They wanted to use this attack to test Zichen's strength. If Zichen could not even block this attack, then the battle would end prematurely. Swoosh! The long sword, which was emitting flames, slashed down. The space around it began to tremble violently, as if it was unable to withstand this power and was about to shatter. As the sword light fell, a spatial cage seemed to appear where Zichen was standing. It firmly trapped Zichen there, unable to move at all. Thunder rumbled within Zichen's body. Lightning flashed around his body. A powerful force directly tore apart the spatial cage formed by the suppression of space. The cage shattered. Zichen's movements were no longer restricted. His right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, began to exert strength. As he tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, Zichen exerted strength and pulled out the sword. Whoosh! Chapter 1394. Zichen unsheathed his saber, and the sound of it being unsheathed rang out. A beam of light appeared between the heavens and earth. A blinding beam of light. This beam of light seemed to be the only thing in the entire world. It was like the first light of the heavens and earth, imprinted deeply into everyone's eyes. If one were to say that Yin Fan's beam of light had attracted everyone's attention, causing the surrounding battles to come to a halt, then this beam of light from Zichen was something that was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. No matter how many years passed, 10 years, 100 years, this beam of light would still be imprinted in their hearts. Far in the distance, the moment the crowd of cultivators caught sight of this beam of light, they could only feel a deep sense of shock in their hearts. Even the faces of the leaders changed at the sight of this beam of light. Shuiming had been calm all this while. But the moment he caught sight of this beam of light, that calmness disappeared from his face. What replaced it was astonishment, shock, disbelief, and even a sense of fear that came from the depths of his heart. His initially relaxed body was now tensed up involuntarily. Every single muscle on his body was trembling slightly. This was fear. Shuiming had already forgotten how long it had been since he felt fear. But this single beam of light from Zichen had caused fear to surface in his heart. Uncontrollably, this fear was triggered by his body. This beam of light was dazzling. In the face of this beam of light, the powerful flaming sword beam was extremely dim. Under the reflection of the beam of light, Yin Fan's face was white. Not too far away, Miao Zhendong and Wan Xiong's expressions were frozen. On Zichen's side, everyone's faces were filled with excitement and surprise. The flaming sword beam descended, slashing towards the bright beam of light. This scene was like the final struggle of a bug in the face of death. It was like an ant waving its tiny claws at a giant. It was a hilarious and comical sight. The beam of light lit up once more. This was because there was yet another beam of light between the heavens and earth. This beam of light extended forward and crossed paths with the previous beam of light. Looking over, the previous beam of light looked like a phantom left behind by extreme speed. The heavens and earth lit up once more as a third beam of light appeared. The three beams of light extended forward one after another. All of this seemed to be happening slowly, but it was actually happening very quickly. When the third saber light appeared, everyone's expression was still the same as before. Immediately after that, the fourth, fifth, and sixth saber lights appeared. As the six saber lights appeared and extended, it looked like a folding fan had been opened. The connecting point of the folding fan was Zichen's hand and the saber in his hand. As the saber light extended, it collided with the flaming sword light. The saber light swept past like ice water, instantly extinguishing the flames. Swoosh! The saber light swept past the flaming sword light, and the flaming sword light disappeared. Not even the slightest energy fluctuation was emitted. Crack. The blade light flashed past the longsword, and an extremely clear sound rang out in the area. This sound was clearly the sound of a weapon breaking. When the weapon broke, the Firebird soldier spirit let out a mournful cry and directly disappeared. The saber light moved forward again and swept past Yin Fan's body. The latter's eyes were still filled with shock. His heart was also filled with fear. Then, he saw the saber light easily tear apart the king-level battle armor on his body and swept past his body. Yin Fan's expression was completely frozen. The attack was over. The dazzling light between the heavens and earth disappeared. Zichun held the scabbard in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt as if he was preparing to attack. Everything that had happened just now was like an illusion. But no one thought that it was an illusion. In front of Zichun, Yin Fan's body paused in the air for a moment before slanting diagonally. The two halves of his body fell to the ground. Bang! Yin Fan's body fell to the ground. Beside him was the Broken King-level spirit weapon and the Broken King-level battle armor. The heavens and earth were silent. It could even be said that it was a dead silence. Dead. The leader of Yamba Castle, Yin Fan, was actually killed with a single slash. Although Zichun's slash was indeed stunning, everyone was still shocked to the point that they were a little dazed. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. It was very quiet, but everyone's expression was incomparably shocked and horrified. In the distance, the faces of the leaders of the other forces were also filled with shock. Of course, there was also a lot of fear. They were very clear about Yin Fan's strength. They believed that even if they could win against Yin Fan, they would have to pay a price. But Zichun had only used a single slash to kill Yin Fan. The gap between the two sides was immediately obvious. Looking at the indifferent Zichun and the excited faces of the people of Huping City, compared to them who were filled with fighting spirit, the morale of the three forces was low because of Zichun's slash. The leaders of the various factions also stealthily glanced at each other. At this moment, they knew that the three factions were finished. After exchanging glances with their eyes, they unanimously executed Zichun's previously threatening order. In the crowd, some people moved. In the beginning, there were only a few people, but soon, many figures moved. It seemed that because of Zichun's attack, everyone moved very quietly, afraid that they would disturb Zichun, who was on the battlefield in front of them. However, the swaying figures would eventually be noticed by others. When the three forces noticed this scene, they discovered that in all directions in the distance, there were cultivators standing in the air. All the cultivators here had moved and surrounded the three forces. Of course, this included Zichun's group of 8. Now, the two sides that were surrounded only had one choice, and that was to kill everyone on the other side. You guys. When Miao Zhendong and Wan Xiong saw this scene, their faces immediately turned ugly. As for the other cultivators, some panic also appeared on their faces. Kill. Glancing at the two, Zichun's indifferent voice echoed in the battlefield. Boom. The void shook, and a huge magic array appeared in the sky. As the magic array appeared, rays of light enveloped the cultivators of the three forces below. Gowen stood beside the array formation. He had secretly set up this array formation when Zichun had been stalling for time with the other party. He looked down at Manshur, who looked like a giant, and shouted, "Brother Manshur, get out of here quickly." Manshur's combat strength was very strong, and he could easily kill someone of the same level. However, he did not think that his means of killing enemies were better than an array master of the same level who had set up a magic array. Die. Just as Manshur retreated with lightning speed, a cold voice resounded in the sky. Then, the magic array began to operate, and waves of destructive energy descended from the sky, directly enveloping the group of cultivators below. As the energy rumbled, miserable screams came from below. Then, a few figures broke through the destructive energy below and charged toward Guwen. Boom! In the face of these powerful cultivators, Guwen sneered. Then, he formed a seal with his hands again. As he pointed his finger, waves of powerful and terrifying energy descended. The energy here was like a tidal wave, instantly drowning these heaven-defying figures. Just as Guwen was using the magic array to kill, in another direction, next to his younger brother, Gu Chong, there was a dazzling magic array. Rays of sharp sword light fell from the sky like dense raindrops, and then charged toward the cultivators of the three forces that were enveloped by the magic array. Killing did not only happen in these two places. Death was also happening in the places where Manshur and Wuxie were. The two of them displayed an extraordinary body constitution, and their physical strength was also very strong. Although they had not seen the two of them shatter a domain weapon yet, they could kill a cultivator of the same level with a punch, which also proved that their body constitution was very strong. Shang Guanhong's body flashed with green light. The green light was lighter and more agile, as if it had some kind of intelligence. As the green light shot out, the figures that were hit by the green light would directly transform into an ancient tree. The ancient tree took root in the void, just like the void tree, and exuded a majestic vitality. Dong Qing wore an extremely exquisite soft armor, which set off her perfect figure. Compared to the others, she seemed to be very comfortable because she did not attack. She just sat on the back of the Aurora Pegasus and relied on its speed to shuttle back and forth. However, the number of cultivators from the three forces that died around her was very high. Many king-level battle beasts followed behind her. Among them, the red-eyed boar demon was incomparably powerful. Wherever it went, it could instantly kill a human of the same level. The most powerful thing was its extremely corrosive saliva, which was like a highly toxic poison. If it was not handled properly, one would die upon contact. As the leader of Lu Guangqing this time, Shiguo's battle strength was also very strong. In addition, he had some kind of opportunity this time, which also allowed him to comprehend an extremely powerful battle strength. He mainly stayed around Shiguo and Shiguo in case others suddenly launched a sneak attack. In the eyes of the people in the distance, this was a tragic battle. However, the tragedy was not directed at the two teams on the battlefield, but at the three forces, because their people died very miserably. This battle was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering. Because of the chaos in everyone's hearts, they completely lost their sense of propriety, and their means of counterattack were extremely limited. Therefore, in this battle, the three forces were bound to lose. With the death of Yin Fawn, the cultivators on the side of Yamba Castle also fell into a panic. Not long after the battle started, they were afraid and began to flee. Unfortunately, they were facing the encirclement of the other forces, so some of them were quickly chased back. The massacre was still ongoing. The Dragon Soul Spear turned into a silver dragon and attacked one cultivator after another. Wherever the spear light passed, the cultivators' bodies were penetrated. As for Zichen himself, he held his saber and walked toward the two leaders with pale faces. Swoosh. Chapter 1395. Although they had seen the gleam of the blade before, when Zichen pulled out his blade again, the gleam of the blade still gave them a breathtaking feeling. The gleam of the blade flashed past, and all of Miao Zhendong's attacks were neutralized. Then, the gleaming blade flashed past Miao Zhendong's body. This blade was unstoppable. Or rather, it was impossible to dodge this blade with the strength of the people present. Swoosh. The gleam of the blade disappeared, and the long blade returned to its sheath. Miao Zhendong's corpse fell from the sky. Another leader had died. In the distance, the crowd was still shocked and overwhelmed. Wan Xiong's anger had long been replaced by fear. When he saw Zichen's indifferent gaze, he actually turned around and ran, not caring about his subordinates. He was very sad that his subordinates had died, but compared to his own life was more important. Wan Xiong's escape caused an uproar. No one had expected that their leader would be scared away. However, Wan Xiong, who was running away, had overlooked Zichen's speed. As the heavenly thunder wings unfolded, Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared. It was as if he was stepping on a node in the void, shrinking the distance between him and Wan Xiong. You! Looking at Zichen walking out of the void, Wan Xiong's face was filled with fear. Zichen held his blade and walked towards Wan Xiong step by step. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Zichen, listen to me. They are all Yin Fawn, all of them from Yamba Castle. If you are willing, I can help you kill everyone from Yamba Castle. Also, this time, there are other people from Yamba Castle. I am willing to help you kill them as well, but you have to let me go." As Zichen approached, Wan Xiong appeared to be very flustered. As he retreated step by step, he kept speaking with a pleading look on his face. "You don't have to worry about Yamba Castle. As for you, since you are greedy, you must pay the price for your greed." After saying this, Zichen took a step forward and pulled out the blade with his right hand. The gleam of the blade flashed. As the gleam of the blade disappeared, Wan Xiong's vitality also disappeared. Zichen's strike was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. With Wan Xiong's death, the final outcome of this battle was decided. Tongyu Tower, 8th floor. A young man dressed in animal skin was standing on the highest peak of a mountain in a forest. Below the mountain peak, there was a forest of ancient trees. From time to time, the angry roars of war beasts could be heard. Vaguely, the silhouettes of some war beasts could be seen in the forest below. These battle beasts naturally also discovered this intruder, but they did not go forward to kill him. On the contrary, there was a hint of awe in their eyes as they looked over. The young man stood on the mountain peak for an entire month. During this 1 month, not a single beast dared to take the initiative to find trouble with the youth on the mountain peak. At this moment, if there was a cultivator here, or if there was a cultivator who discovered this young man, then they would definitely be shocked after sensing the number on the young man's body. If Zichen and the others were here, they would definitely feel disbelief upon seeing this number. This was because the number on the young man's body was actually 108, Huping City. Everyone knew that only 13 people came to Huping City, and only 7 were still alive. But now, on the 8th floor of Tongyu Tower, a 14th person had appeared. The young man's eyes were very calm, but if one looked closely, they would discover that under this calm gaze, there was also a hint of bloodthirsty madness. He looked ahead and did not move for an entire month. His eyelids twitched, and he muttered, "Time's up. Is there no one alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. The black hole's appearance was very sudden, but the young man was not surprised at all. From the look of anticipation on his face, it was as if he was waiting for the black hole to appear. Following the appearance of the black hole, a figure appeared from within. This figure flew out directly from the black hole, but judging from his posture, he seemed to have been thrown out. As the first figure crashed onto the ground, 2 more people appeared. These 2 were not much better than the first person. "Damn it, who schemed against us? Hundreds of people are all dead. They were King killed just like that. If I find out who schemed against us, I will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces." As the 3 of them appeared, a furious roar rang out. The 3 of them fell on the mountain peak, and their originally miserable bodies were covered with dust. The appearance of the 3 people did not attract the young man's attention. His calm eyes continued to stare at the black hole until it completely disappeared. Only 3 people escaped? The young man muttered softly, clearly somewhat disappointed. The 3 people who had been cursing also heard this muttering, and only then did they realize that there was another person here. It was a young man who looked a little too young. The young man wore animal skins and had a very delicate appearance. But for some reason, the 3 people's hearts tightened the moment they saw the young man, as if some great calamity had descended upon them. "Who are you?" The 3 people looked at each other. One of the cultivators who was wearing battle armor and was at the peak of the mid-first level asked. The young man smiled faintly, but in the eyes of the 3 people, that smile was somewhat cruel. "Huping City. You are from Huping City. How did you get here?" The 3 people looked at the young man with disbelief on their faces. The young man's strength was only at the late corporeal stage, but he had made it here. The disbelief on the 3 people's faces quickly disappeared and was replaced by killing intent. No matter how the young man had made it here, he was only at the corporeal stage, so there was nothing to fear. Therefore, the young man had to die. He had to die, because they were from Yamba Castle. The young man's expression did not change because of the killing intent from the 3 people. His indifferent smile faded slightly as he opened his mouth and said, "I am the one who schemed against you." The young man opened his mouth. His teeth were very white, and his words were very clear. The 3 people were taken aback, but soon, killing intent emerged from the bottom of their hearts. "So it was you "You damn thing. You schemed against hundreds of us because I want to tear you into 1,000 pieces. How dare you scheme against us? I will make Huping City pay a huge price." The three people were furious and roared again. However, the young man shook his head and said, "How noisy. If you want to fight, just do it." As his voice faded, the space behind the young man suddenly began to distort, and the shadow of a giant beast appeared behind him. It was a giant wolf with a single horn on its forehead. Its eyes were as red as blood and filled with killing intent. The moment it appeared, it was like a king looking down on the three humans below, as if they were three ants. A hint of killing intent gradually emerged from the depths of the young man's calm eyes. He extended his hand and gently pressed forward. Following this action, the enormous beast behind him also extended its claws and pressed down in the air. The former moved the latter, while the latter moved the space. Rumble. The space trembled as a giant beast claw descended from the sky, pressing down on the three shocked people below. In the face of this attack, the three people did not have the slightest intention of resisting. They could only passively defend. However, as the beast claw descended, it destroyed the three king-level spirit weapons as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then, it pressed down on the three people's bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The three people's bodies exploded under the claw, turning into a large cloud of blood mist. Three giant balls of light appeared from the blood mist and merged into the young man's body. The shadow of the wolf behind him disappeared. The young man turned around and left without looking at the blood mist. Shuntian Prefecture, Yamba Castle. During this time, the atmosphere in Yamba Castle was very oppressive. This was because the cultivators from the Manor Realm had created a miracle. This miracle was the largest loss of cultivators in the city in all of history. It was a bad miracle, but the number was still increasing, proving that this miracle was being broken and refreshed again and again. In Hunter's Castle, the major families, the City Lord's mansion, and the entire upper echelon of Yamba Castle were all paying close attention to this matter. They did not know what had happened in the Manor Realm, but as the life tablets exploded one after another, they knew that these people were dying one by one. In the main hall of Hunter's Castle, the upper echelon gathered. In front of everyone was a flat mirror, and in the mirror were pieces of life tablets. Bang! As the life tablets exploded one after another, the atmosphere in the main hall became extremely oppressive. After another explosion, the oppressive atmosphere reached a limit, making everyone feel suffocated. Bang! Along with this explosion, Yin Fan's life tablet exploded. Yin Fan was dead. Everyone's face was filled with shock. What on earth did they encounter? Even Yin Fan is dead. Everyone frowned, their expressions extremely gloomy. Bang! Bang! The explosions were still going on, which meant that the deaths were still going on. An aura that made even the domain realm experts feel oppressed gradually filled the hall. Dead. They're all dead. Looking at the mirror with the last three life tablets, the city lord of Yamba Castle muttered. Yamba Castle has entered the Manor Realm dozens of times, and each time, we can guarantee a 40% survival rate. I didn't expect that this time, the survival rate would be less than 10%. A steward of Hunter's Castle shook his head and said, "Of the three, only 3 are left. Fortunately, these 3 are also the strongest. As long as they're alive, we'll be able to reap some rewards," a skinny old man said. He was the most senior person in Yamba Castle and was the steward of Hunter's Castle, just like Lord Wu of Huping City. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the people in the main hall saw the last 3 life tablets explode. At this point, all the life tablets of the cultivators from Yamba Castle who had entered the Manor Realm had shattered. This also meant that the entire Yamba Castle expedition to the Manor Realm had been wiped out, and that was the end of it. Of course, this was not the biggest blow. The biggest blow was that if they were unlucky enough to be wiped out, the entire city's ranking would be affected. Chapter 1396. As the black hole spread, a surge of heavenly might spread out, causing everyone in Yamba Castle to feel panic. The area that the black hole spread out was the same as that of Yamba Castle. Then, It pressed down from the sky. With a flash of light, the cultivators that had just gathered appeared one after another. Their originally ashen faces were filled with shock and anger when they saw the black hole. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. Hundreds of people, but not a single one is alive. Trash, this. Similar roars could be heard from the mouths of several people. It was obvious that they were all very angry. However, no matter how angry they were, it was of no use. As the suction force from the black hole spread out, the vitality of the entire Yamba castle began to disappear. Just like the 106th North City, 10% of Yamba castle's vitality was forcibly taken away. This 10% chance of survival was much higher than the 10% he had in Northern Sea City. Looking at the disappearing black hole, the chief manager of Hunter's Castle, the old man from before, smiled bitterly and said, "With 10% taken away, I wonder how much our ranking will drop." Beside him, the other people's expressions were very ugly. The city lord of Yamba Castle said, "Shuntian Prefecture's ranking is based on vitality. Now that we've lost 10% of our vitality, our ranking will drop by at least 1 place, and at most 10 places. 10 places. 83rd place would become 93rd place. This loss was truly too great. If they had known that this would happen, they would have announced their withdrawal from Yamba Castle earlier. It was very difficult to earn vitality in a city's ranking. If they dropped by 10 places, they would most likely not be able to advance by 10 places again in the next 10 million years. Just as Yamba Castle's vitality was being sucked away, 2 black holes appeared in the sky above Luguangqing and Huping Castle. In Huping Castle, the few leaders, including the city lord of Luguangqing, had been staying in Hunter's Castle ever since the last incident. They had stayed there for 2 whole years. During these 2 years, they had been paying attention to those life plates almost day and night. In the end, Wang Jun's life plate also shattered. This made everyone feel that it was a pity, but they were also very nervous, because there were only 8 people left alive. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, the life cards of these 8 people were still lit up, which meant that they were still alive. However, as long as the domain manor realm didn't end, they would be anxious and worried. Among them, the one who was the most worried was naturally City Lord Lu Guang. This was because at least 7 people from Huping City were still alive, while their City Lord Lu Guang only had Gu Wei left. On this day, they once again sat in the hall and looked at the 8 life tablets placed on the table. Because there weren't enough people, Lord Wu ordered for the life tokens to be brought over. When City Lord Lu Guang saw this, he also took out Jiao Wei's life token and put it together. "I hope nothing happens to them again," Ling Xing said. This was something he had to say every day. After a while, it was like he was praying. Although the others didn't say anything, they didn't want anything to happen to the 8 of them. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. It was very loud and seemed to be accompanied by some roaring. Lord Wu frowned slightly. Ming Zhu immediately stood up and shouted outside, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to make a ruckus?" Soon, a cultivator rushed in with an excited look on his face. He then knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "My lords, a black hole has appeared in the sky. It's a huge black hole." Lord Wu and the others looked at each other in shock. Then, they had a guess in their hearts and their expressions changed immediately. However, they still found it hard to believe. "Are you talking about a black hole? What kind of black hole?" Lord Wu suppressed his excitement and asked. However, he didn't realize that his voice had changed. As for the others, including City Lord Mu Feng and a few other domain realm cultivators, they couldn't help but stand up. "My lord, it's the same black hole as the one that appeared last time. There's an extremely rich vitality gushing out of the black hole and into Huping City. Let's go and take a look." As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, Lord Wu rushed outside impatiently. There was an unconcealable excitement on his face. Swoosh, swoosh. In a flash of light, they appeared outside Hunter's Castle. After arriving in the outside world, they coincidentally saw the dense life force that continuously surged in the sky. The life force was as vast as the sea. After being poured into Huping City, it was like a dry desert that had encountered endless rain as it absorbed the life force to its heart's content. As the vitality gushed in, the entire Huping City changed. Although the change had nothing to do with individuals, it was the fortune of the entire city. Similarly, if Huping City had a fortune, so did the cultivators in Huping City. There's so much vitality. It's even more than the vitality in Huping City itself. What did Zichun and the others do in the domain realm? Ling Xing asked excitedly. No one knows, but they must have done something earth-shattering. Lord Wu shook his head. There was an unconcealable excitement in his voice. A mere 8 people had slaughtered hundreds of people from 3 factions. It was indeed earth-shattering. City Lord Lu Guang was a little nervous. He kept transmitting some kind of message. As waves of life force poured in, that clear and bright feeling once again surfaced in his mind. This time, not only were many reality practitioners enlightened, even the domain practitioners who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a very long time were enlightened in an instant and found a way to advance. Ling Xing was stunned. He then said excitedly, I think I can see the path ahead. As Ling Xing turned his head, he saw that the others were also deep in thought. Then, their eyes became extremely bright. It was obvious that they had also gained a lot. Lord Wu looked at the black hole in the sky and smiled. It seems that Zichun has helped all of us this time. City Lord Mu Feng nodded and smiled. That's right. All of us owe Zichun and the others a lot. I just received news that Luguang City has also received a lot of vitality. I'm very curious now. What did Zichun do in the domain realm? City Lord Lu Guang, who had been nervous a moment ago, relaxed completely after reading the message. The people from Hunter's Castle looked at each other. They seemed to have some kind of unbelievable guess. They didn't say anything because they were afraid that this guess would be too bold. Ling Xing smiled and said, he must have massacred some city. This time, there's so much vitality. I'm guessing that it's Yamba Castle. We can find out more about it in a couple of days. Yamba Castle really was massacred. City Lord Lu Guang was a little dazed. He recalled the scene when Zichun had made his promise. At that time, he thought that Zichun was a little too arrogant. He didn't expect that Zichun would actually do it. In fact, Zichun didn't expect this either. He still thought that there were still cultivators alive in Yamba Castle. The injection of life force continued for quite some time. Just when the crowd thought that everything was over, rays of light suddenly shot down from the sky. These streams of light were like golden meteors falling from the sky. Some of them fell towards Hunter's Castle, some fell towards the City Lord's mansion, some fell towards the military encampment in the city, and some fell towards other places in the city. The golden light had an extremely mysterious halo, but it didn't give off a dangerous aura. After the golden light fell, it didn't cause any damage. The golden light turned into balls of light and fell everywhere. This scene was very surprising. Lord Wu and the others immediately rushed towards Hunter's Castle. In Hunter's Castle, they saw the balls of light. Some of them fell on the ground, some on the table, and some in the corridor. Because there was no order, no one touched those balls of light. Lord Wu walked towards one of the balls of light. Although everyone had a strange expression, they didn't stop him. This was because they didn't sense any danger from the balls of light with their extremely sensitive spiritual senses. After picking up the balls of light, nothing unusual happened. Then, Lord Wu tried to extend his spiritual senses into the balls of light. Swoosh! As soon as his spiritual senses entered, he saw a person holding a sword and slashing towards him. The slash caused the space to tremble and pressure to appear. The sword light disappeared in front of Lord Wu. He retracted his spiritual senses and looked a little dazed. His expression became a little complicated. What's in that ball of light? Ming Zhu asked worriedly when he saw that Lord Wu's expression wasn't right. It's sword kill. Sword kill? What's sword kill? Ming Zhu looked a little confused. Sword kill. It's sword kill. A peculiar glint flashed across Mu Feng's eyes before he shot towards the other glowing sphere with lightning speed. After extending his spiritual sense, he retracted it once again, while an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. However, amidst this complicated expression, it was clear that he was more emotional than emotional. That's right. This should be another big surprise after the vitality was injected. It is said that in the top 100 cities, there are immortal inherited king-level battle skills. These balls of light should be those immortal inherited king-level battle skills. While Mu Feng was excited, he also sighed emotionally. All of us have worked hard for countless years to achieve this goal. Who would have thought that Zichun would be able to achieve all of our wishes with just a single trip to the Manor Realm? The younger generation will surpass us in time. This time, besides Hunter's Castle, the City Lord's office, and the city's army, Lu Wei's Lu family, and the other families had also benefited. Although they were already dead, they had gone to the Manor Realm. This time, the glory belonged to everyone who had gone to the Manor Realm, so their families also benefited. Hu Pingqing's harvest this time was huge. Chapter 1397. Rivers of blood had already formed on the battlefield. Although all the cultivators present were used to life and death, they still felt fear from the bottom of their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them. Everyone had killed before. However, massacres were not something that everyone had done before. Facing a group of hundreds of cultivators, Zichen's group of 8 began to slaughter. During this time, all kinds of begging sounds could be heard, but it was useless. Not to mention how ruthless Zichen was. Even the 2 beautiful women had never shown mercy. The slaughter continued until everyone was dead. The cultivators of the other factions also carried out Zichen's previous threatening order very well. They did not let anyone escape. The battle ended. The ground was covered in rivers of blood and a layer of broken limbs. From time to time, balls of light would float from the corpses and fly towards Tianxiong and the others. Those were all luck points. After slaughtering all the cultivators of the 3 factions, Zichen's luck points had all passed the 100,000 mark. The luck points had not been used yet, so no one was jealous. No one dared to be jealous. Zichen was taking a nap. He seemed to have used up a lot of energy just now. He had also put away the silver dragon that was revolving around him. However, he still held the scabbard in his hand. Manshur, Wu Xie, and the others were cleaning up and cleaning the battlefield. Dongqing and Shangguan Hong came to Zichen's side one after the other. Due to the constant slaughter, the 2 of them were also covered in blood. However, as they advanced, light was released from their bodies. By the time they arrived in front of Zichen, the blood on their bodies had completely disappeared. Not a speck of dust could be seen on them, and they looked just like immortals. At this moment, it was the true joy of reuniting. Zichen opened his eyes. After glancing at the 2 of them, he said softly, "Let's heal first." The 2 of them shook their heads. They could not hide the excitement on their faces. Shangguan Hong asked softly, "How did you survive these 2 years? I heard that you were in danger back then." Thinking back to the scene that day, it was indeed dangerous. Fortunately, his luck was not bad and he fainted near the stone tablet. Otherwise, he would have been killed by that creature. Zichen smiled and said, "There wasn't much danger. I happened to have a chance encounter and gained a lot. What about you? When I saw your message, I was very sad." Back then, Zichen had always thought that Shangguan Hong was dead. Shangguan Hong couldn't help but blush when she recalled the contents of the message. She softly said, "I was also scared but not in danger. I even had a great opportunity." Then, Zichen chatted with Dongqing for a while. It seemed that because of the breakthrough, Dongqing and Shangguan Hong also had a unique aura, which was very attractive. The ground below suddenly turned into sparks, and the corpses were all engulfed by the flames. "Haha, Zichen, I knew you wouldn't die so easily." After clearing the battlefield, Manshur flew over. Manshur laughed heartily and gave Zichen a bear hug. "Haha, this is great. Now that you're back, no one will be thinking about your position." Manshur snorted and glanced at Wu Xie. Wu Xie, who came later, glared at Manshur and then went forward to give Zichen a bear hug. At the same time, he patted Zichen's shoulder and said, "Congratulations on your return." "Same to you," Zichen said with a smile. After that, it was Jiawei who came up. "You surprised me." Jiawei smiled. "You surprised me too." Zichen smiled. "After these few days of interaction, I also understood a principle. Without you in the team, there would be something missing. Now, everything is perfect. The team belongs to everyone. Without anyone, it would be uncomfortable." After the 2 sides met, Zichen looked at Go Wan and Go Chong who were standing behind him. The 2 brothers could be relaxed in front of others, but in front of Zichun, they were very reserved. At this moment, when Zichun appeared, the two did not even have the courage to go forward and hug him. Zichun went forward and gave the two brothers each a hug. Then, he smiled and said, "Relax, we've gone through life and death together. We're all brothers." The two brothers nodded heavily. After that, the joy of reunion came. Everyone began to talk and laugh. In the distance, when the group of cultivators saw this scene, they looked at each other. Their originally shocked expressions were replaced by that of looking at each other. The sea of fire below was still burning. Just a moment ago, they had killed many cultivators, but now they were chatting. How big of a heart did they have to be to ignore what had just happened? One had to know that they had just performed an impossible miracle. Moreover, many people had left their crystal images because of this miracle. However, the 8 people who were the protagonists were talking and laughing casually. "Big brother, should we go over?" On Xuan City's side, a strong man asked. Xueming shook his head and said indifferently, "No, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Let them chat for a while." In front of them, laughter could be heard from time to time. The flames below gradually dissipated. The ground was roasted into a reddish-brown color, but there were no more corpses. After that, Wu Xie and the others began to heal their injuries. This battle was a great victory, but their injuries were not light. If they had not swallowed a lot of king-level vitality origin fluid, their lives would have been in danger. As the 7 of them sat down cross-legged to heal their injuries, Zichun looked into the distance. Many forces had gathered there, and almost all of them were ranked between 80 and 60. Following Zichun's gaze, everyone could not help but avoid Zichun's gaze. In this battle, the most eye-catching person was Zichun. He killed 3 powerful leaders with 3 slashes, causing the 3 forces to be in chaos. In Xuan City's direction, Xueming walked out and walked forward. Behind him, some people wanted to follow, because Zichun's strength was too strong. Even Xueming was no match for him. Xueming waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. As Xueming walked out, some other people also walked out. They were undoubtedly the leaders of their forces, and because of Xueming, they also walked forward alone. "I am Xueming from Xuan City. Congratulations to Leader Zichun on your return." Xueming cupped his fists and said from a distance. Zichun smiled kindly at Xueming. "I am Luan Si from Luan Duo City. Congratulations to Leader Zichun on your great victory." A cold-looking man stepped forward and stated his identity. I am. Following that, the leaders of the other forces also expressed their goodwill. Zichun still had to protect the others, so he did not go forward to welcome them. The other leaders could understand and came forward one after another. A total of 7 people came, representing the 7 forces. Among them, Xueming was the calmest in front of Zichun, because Xuan City was the only one who did not have an array master. After chatting for a while, Zichun asked, "Brother Xue, I don't think you came here just to chat, right?" Xueming glanced at Zichun and said, "Brother Zichun's eyes are really sharp. To be honest, I came here to discuss something. As for the others, I think they have the same intention as me." "Oh, what is it?" Zichun raised his eyebrows and asked. "It's the passage to another level. We have found it, but we can't open it." The others nodded. Zichun glanced at the crowd and guessed that this situation should be discussed with the 3 forces, but he did not expect that the perfect plan would fail completely because of Zichun's appearance. "What is at the exit? Why can't you open it with so many people?" Zichun asked. "We don't know the specifics, and we can't see the passage, but we can be sure that the passage is there." Xueming looked at Zichun and said, "When we first came in, Brother Zichun, do you still remember that special team? You're talking about those battle spirits." Zichun's eyes flashed with surprise. "That's right. We've almost searched this area, but we couldn't find the exit. The only place we haven't stepped into is the place where the battle spirits gather. We secretly sent people to investigate, but they all died. So, you suspect that the exit is there." Zichun said, "If that's the case, we can choose to wait. We can leave after they open it." Xueming smiled bitterly and said, "That's true, but I keep feeling that there is something else there. Moreover, battle spirits are special existences. Since they came here, they must have something they want." The others nodded in agreement. The battle spirits were fine outside, but they came here as a team. No one would believe that they did not have a goal. Zichen thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, that place is indeed suspicious. We need to go and take a look." Seeing Zichen agree, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Xueming said, "Those battle spirits are gathered in one place. It's impossible to lure them out with tricks. We can only attack by force. Attacking by force is good. We'll be stronger if we move together." Zichen obviously agreed, but he did not agree with the 8 of them attacking by force. The other leaders looked at each other, but did not make any more requests. After a simple discussion of some details, the discussion was preliminary. Next, Zichen and the others would rest for a few days. Then, they would set off together and go to the place where the battle spirits gathered. 2 days later, everyone's injuries had all healed, and their spirits had reached their peak. Everyone set off. The place where the battle spirits gathered was only a day's journey from here. It seemed that the other forces had reached an agreement with the 3 forces. Indeed, they had agreed that after the 3 forces won, they would take the lead to suppress the battle spirits. However, they did not expect Zichen to appear and destroy the 3 forces. Facing Zichen, no one dared to make any harsh demands. As such, they could only work together. A day later, they arrived at the region where the battle spirits were. Zichen walked at the front of the group, with Xueming, Luan Si, and the other leaders beside him. Zichen's people were at the back. Looking at the deep forest ahead, Xueming said, "The battle spirits are here. After passing through here, we'll reach their gathering place. However, we have to be careful. There are battle spirits gathered here." Zichen nodded and looked back at Dongqing. Chapter 1398. The Aurora Heavenly Horse rushed into the deep forest, while Zichen and the others waited patiently at the periphery. After a while, the sound of an energy explosion came out from the forest. In the depths of the forest, there was a large amount of energy light flashing. As the light flashed, the roars of beasts could be heard. There were the high-pitched neighs of the Aurora Heavenly Horse, as well as the voices of other beasts. The war beasts in the forest haven't been cleaned up. Hearing the roars, Zichen frowned. When Xueming heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm not sure. Our people haven't come out since they went in." The energy fluctuations became more and more intense, and a hint of anxiety appeared on Dongqing's face. As the black hole opened beside him, another war beast appeared. It was the red-eyed boar demon. After the red-eyed boar demon appeared, it turned into a ray of light and flew towards the forest in front of it. The originally intense energy fluctuations became even more intense because of the addition of the red-eyed boar demon. A moment later, the energy fluctuations gradually disappeared. Following a mournful scream, the 2 beasts rushed out of the forest. There were several bloody wounds on the Aurora Heavenly Horse's body. The wounds were very deep, and bones could be seen in several places. Dongqing stepped forward with a pained heart and took out some king-level essence liquid to treat the Aurora Heavenly Horse's wounds. Seeing the wounds on the Aurora Heavenly Horse's body, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The scene of Zichen and the others slaughtering the 3 forces was still vivid in their minds. At that time, the Aurora Heavenly Horse also left a deep impression on them. As an existence with a high-level life bloodline, its battle prowess also far exceeded that of the same level, and it could even kill humans in an instant. However, the other party went into the forest to fight and was actually injured. Everyone couldn't help but guess what was hidden in the forest. After dealing with the Aurora Heavenly Horse's injuries, Dongqing told him that the Aurora Heavenly Horse didn't find anything. It only met a few war beasts, and the moment they met, they started fighting, and then they started fighting to the death. Little Horse said that there are still many war beasts in the forest. They started fighting the moment they came up, and it was a group battle. They didn't have the slightest awareness of being a king-level war beast. It feels a little strange. Hearing the other party's words, the surrounding people also chuckled. To humans, ganging up on others was too normal. What was wrong with that? No one cared. Even Zichen shook his head and chuckled. Why did it come out? Zichen asked. It said that there was something strange, and it hated those beasts, so it didn't want to go in again. Dongqing was also a little helpless. Haha, relying on numbers? We don't have many things, but we have a lot of people. I think we should send a few more people over. When the leaders of some forces heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. After that, they began to select people to enter the dense forest. More than 20 people were chosen, and all of them were in the domain realm. Just as they were about to enter, Zichun raised his eyebrows, turned around and said, "Manshur, you going as well?" "Okay." Manshur walked out while rubbing his fists. There was an excited smile on his face. Ever since his mountain spirit tyrant body improved, Manshur's favorite battle was hand-to-hand combat. When the others saw that Manshur had followed them in, they all relaxed. It should be known that Manshur's combat strength was practically on par with them, the leaders. The group ventured deeper, and as expected, they encountered a battle beast. Immediately after, a fierce battle broke out. "Get lost. Go to hell." Loud shouts rang out in the forest, and a surge of energy began to surge. Then, shrill screams rang out. Obviously, no matter if it was a human or a battle beast, they all died. This battle didn't last as long as everyone expected. Soon, the surge of energy dissipated, and the forest regained its peace. The people outside looked at each other. There was no movement. What kind of situation was this? "Who is it? Come out." Manshur's shouts lasted for a while, and then they came out from the forest. However, along with Manshur's shouts, there was also a painful wail from Manshur. "Manshur." The expressions of Zichun and the others changed. In the next moment, they also rushed into the forest. As Zichun rushed forward, the people who followed Zichun also chased after him. Soon, the people from Huping City disappeared into the dense forest. "What should we do?" At the side, watching Zichun disappear, a leader asked. Xueming pondered for a while, and then said, "Let's go. We'll take a few people in and have a look." Just like that, the majority of the group stayed outside, while a few people entered the forest. In the forest, Zichun was flying. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. It was Wu Xie and the others who were rushing over. He was very worried about Manshur's safety and shouted into the depths of the forest, "Manshur, hang in there." Zichun, who was flying at full speed, didn't notice that there were suddenly many beast shadows around the forest. These beast shadows all had blood-red eyes, and the red light in their pupils gave off a sense of brutality and madness. A pitch-black battle leopard noticed Zichun. It had already sensed some kind of danger from the human, but the bloodthirsty killing intent in its heart made it lose its mind. It suddenly exerted force in its claws, and the moment the human passed by, it rushed out from its hiding place. Those cold and sharp claws ruthlessly struck towards the back of the human's head. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Zichun. Following that, the surrounding space started to distort, and waves of oppressive force appeared. The moment he sensed some kind of danger, Zichun's Thunder King physique was instantly activated. Thunder rumbled continuously in his body, and waves of powerful energy surged in his blood. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he turned around with lightning speed and directly dodged the opponent's claw. Then, he clenched his fist and punched forward. The power of this punch was much stronger than the claw. A violent whistling sound resounded in the air, and a powerful oppressive force was applied on the battle leopard's body. The fist that followed also hit the leopard's head. Bang! The charging body of the war leopard came to a halt in the sky, following which, its body slightly trembled as an unimaginably powerful force sent the war leopard flying backwards. Just as the battle leopard was sent flying, a bright fist passed through its head and hit an ancient tree and exploded. The ancient tree collapsed, and wood chips flew everywhere. When the battle leopard's body was sent flying, it also smashed through several ancient trees. When its body landed on the ground, the battle leopard had already lost its vitality. With one punch, Zichun penetrated the strongest part of the opponent's body, the skull, and destroyed its vitality. Without looking at the battle leopard, Zichun did not even look at the result of his punch and went deeper into the forest. Following that, as Zichun continued to move forward, there were also countless battle beasts charging towards Zichun. Zichen's murderous aura was monstrous. If it were in the outside world, the battle beast would have immediately fled. But here, these battle beasts seemed to have lost their minds, and each one of them charged towards Zichen without any regard for their lives, even if it meant death. And if they charged towards Zichun, only death awaited them. Behind him, Xueming and the others followed closely. Along the way, they also encountered some battle beasts, but they were far less eye-catching than Zichen's. Looking at the corpses of battle beasts left behind along the way, the leaders of the various forces could not help but marvel. As everyone knew, battle beasts were stronger than humans, and their physical strength was also very strong. But at this moment, almost all of the corpses under their feet had been penetrated by a punch, which showed how strong Zichen was. Terrifying. This Zichen is really terrifying. With this kind of power, I'm afraid that even those descendants with high-level life bloodlines can't suppress him. A leader of a force side. I really didn't expect that a powerful existence like Zichen could appear in Huping City at the end of thousands of years. The leaders of the various forces sighed repeatedly. When Zichen drew his sword and killed Yinfan, Xueming admitted that Zichen was stronger than him. So at this moment, when he heard everyone's sighs, he also said, Zichen's current strength should not be weaker than a high-level life form of the same level. What? When everyone heard this, their expressions could not help but change. It should be known that descendants with high-level life bloodlines were completely different from high-level life forms. Almost all of the leaders present were comparable to a descendant, but there would also be differences in strength among the descendants. But no matter how strong or weak they were, they could not be compared with a real high-level life form. This was because every high-level life form was an extremely powerful existence. When they awakened, they were already in the earthly realm, and this was only the first awakening, just like a child who had just been born. As for the second awakening, it was just like an adult. At that time, the combat power of a high-level life form would be completely stimulated, and at that time, the high-level life form would be at its strongest. But now Zichen was really comparable to a high-level life form of the same level. It should be known that this kind of existence currently represented the strongest combat power of the same level. In this regard, the crowd could not give an accurate evaluation, so they could only move forward. As they moved forward, Zichen finally saw Manshur. The latter was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, with blood stains in front of him and at the corner of his mouth. Beside him were corpses of both humans and battle beasts. Of the more than 20 people who had just entered, only Manshur was alive at this moment. Zichen appeared in a flash and looked around, but he did not see anyone around. Wu Xie and the others followed closely behind, and then they also looked around vigilantly. Go Wan and Ma Yingqiang went over to help Manshur up. What's going on? Who attacked you? The others were alert, and Zichen walked over to Manshur and asked. Manshur shook his head and said, I'm not too sure. The battle beasts here seem to have lost their minds and are very crazy. Also, there was an extremely strong spiritual sense that swept past just now. This spiritual sense contained an extremely powerful attack, and I could only block it twice before I couldn't block it anymore. An extremely strong spiritual sense. Zichen frowned when he heard this. Manshur was transformed from a mountain spirit. Although his spiritual sense was a little weak, it was definitely stronger than most humans. The strength of his spiritual sense was comparable to the leaders. But now, Manshur had actually blocked 2 attacks and was unable to do so. This made Zichen extremely troubled. Chapter 1399. Beast Tamer. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Dong Qing in confusion. This was the first time they had heard of this name. Dong Qing brushed the hair in front of his forehead and said softly, He can make all the beasts lose their minds and has an extremely strong spiritual sense. Judging from these 2 points, it's very likely that he's a beast tamer. If he's really a beast tamer, then we're in big trouble. A voice came from behind them. It was Xueming and the others. Looking at the leaders, Zichen nodded at them. What's the deal with that beast tamer? Wu Xie asked in confusion. Xueming glanced at Dong Qing and saw that he had no intention of explaining. He explained, he's a type of beast tamer. But compared to beast tamers are stronger and more terrifying. The former only tames beasts, while the latter controls them by force. Their methods are very direct and very dangerous. The leaders of the other cities had obviously heard of the name Beast Tamer. Their expressions were very serious. One of the leaders smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect to meet a beast tamer as soon as we arrived." Xueming said, "Beast tamers are actually beast tamers with mutated spiritual senses. They're very rare in the world. As far as I know, there are no beast tamers in the cities ranked below 60. Now I'm almost certain that this is the place where the battle spirit is. Only the experts who died in the manor realm would have this kind of existence." "What kind of methods do beast tamers have?" Zichen asked. Xueming glanced at Dongqing. As a beast tamer, the latter naturally had some understanding of beast tamers. The main method is to control the beasts by force, making them lose their minds and fall into madness. Under such circumstances, the beasts won't fear death at all until all of them die in battle. If they're in a dense forest with many beasts, the beast tamer is the symbol of invincibility. After a pause, Dongqing said, "Also, the beast tamer's spiritual senses have mutated and become very powerful. If combined with some offensive methods, they can kill people without leaving a trace." As if to verify Dongqing's words, a cultivator behind them let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. Everyone turned their heads to look at the fallen cultivator. His eyes were wide open and his face was expressionless. "He's dead." Dongqing glanced at the other party and said indifferently, "It seems that his spiritual sense is stronger than I thought. He is monitoring our conversation. However, his spiritual sense is not invincible at this moment." Boom! Just as Dongqing finished speaking, an explosion sounded behind him. Then, some red and white objects appeared and shot in all directions. A substantial light shield appeared around everyone, and the red and white objects shot onto it, making popping sounds. The red and white objects disappeared, and the light barrier gradually dissipated. When everyone saw those objects clearly, their expressions changed. Those red and white things were produced when the human head was crushed. Not far away, a headless domain realm cultivator fell. Seeing this scene, Dongqing's pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. She said, "I didn't expect that. I still underestimated him. His spiritual sense is unimaginably powerful. He only needs a thought to kill." With 2 people dying without any warning, the leaders of these forces couldn't help but turn pale. As for the others, their eyes were filled with panic, because no one could guarantee that the next one to die without any warning would not be them. Rustling sounds suddenly sounded from all directions. The branches and leaves of the ancient trees began to tremble as if a hurricane was sweeping through. The ancient trees kept swaying, and the branches and leaves kept flapping. Waves of pressure swept over from all directions. "It's war beasts. There are many war beasts. War beasts are coming from all directions. Should we call for help?" Everyone turned their heads and saw pairs of mindless blood-red eyes. Those blood-red eyes were the size of lanterns and emitted a bloodthirsty red light. War beasts. They were all war beasts. They came from all directions, and their numbers were immeasurable. It was as if all the war beasts in the forest had gathered here at this moment. There was some disturbance in the group. The domain weapons began to flicker, and the panicked crowd gathered in a circle to confront the war beasts outside. Compared to the others, the leaders' expressions were much calmer. They were calm because of Zichen's calmness. They did not know why, but when they saw Zichen's calm appearance, they felt relieved. Zichen walked out of the crowd and looked at the bloodthirsty war beasts in front of him. He said indifferently, "Come out." There were no human voices in front of him, only a few war beasts' angry roars. "Do you think you can trap us like this? It's just a few war beasts. Even I can't trap them." Zichen's cold voice echoed in the forest. Perhaps because the murderous aura around him was too strong. The war beast closest to Zichen showed signs of struggle and uneasiness in its eyes. But soon, the struggle and uneasiness disappeared. It must have been controlled again. Under Zichen's indifferent expression, there was a trace of murderous intent. With a thought, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the sky. Then, a long spear appeared in front of Zichen. The long spear emitted a dazzling silver light. In the next moment, The long spear shook and turned into a dragon shadow. The moment the dragon shadow appeared, there was a pressure in the sky. This was the real dragon's power. The moment the dragon's power appeared, the group of war beasts in front of him became restless. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded, and the dragon's power spread out. This was the pressure of a superior, and it was deeply reflected in the sea of consciousness of the war beasts. At this moment, the fear that came from the depths of their souls was also transmitted from the hearts of the war beasts. There was a struggle in the eyes of all the war beasts. Obviously, this kind of forceful control was about to go out of control in the face of the fear in their hearts. Roar! The silver dragon soared into the sky, and the dragon's roar resounded again. The mighty dragon's power swept across the sky. In the face of this strong and suffocating pressure, the war beasts could no longer hold on. Each and every one of them prostrated themselves on the ground. Their red eyes, which were originally filled with madness, were completely replaced by fear in the next moment. They all regained their clarity. The dragon shadow's silver eyes swept indifferently, and a thought was transmitted into the sea of consciousness of the war beasts. In the next moment, the war beasts let out an earth-shattering roar, then turned around and left. Behind Zichen, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the soul shadow in Zichen's long spear was actually a dragon soul. Only a real dragon soul could possess such dragon's power and remove the beast tamer's forceful control. Zichen knew that these war beasts didn't just leave, but went to find the person who controlled them. However, Zichen didn't have any confidence in this. Since the other party had the ability to control all the war beasts, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of them. If things went wrong, they might be controlled again. Show yourself. Zichen's indifferent voice sounded again. In the sky, the silver dragon was still there. This was to prevent the beast tamer from commanding the army of war beasts to attack again. You actually have a supreme dragon shadow that's even more powerful than a high-level life form. You, human, are quite capable. A voice sounded in front of them. In the sky, a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure was extremely tall, like a giant looking down on everyone. Looking at this giant, Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He said, "Are you not a human? You don't dare to show your true body, but only a phantom. It seems that you are very afraid of me." Human? How can I be a lowly human? As for being afraid, what do you have that makes me afraid of you? As this voice fell, the giant phantom in the sky disappeared. Immediately after, a human figure walked out of the dense forest in front of them. This was a normal human wearing a dazzling armor. His eyes were very long, and there was a red between his eyebrows. He looked even weirder than Wuxia, and the moment they saw him, everyone was sure that he was a war spirit. The others were very nervous because this was a beast tamer. His spiritual sense was very powerful, and he could kill people without leaving a trace. Dragon Soul is not bad. Leave it behind and you can go. The man wearing dazzling armor looked at the silver dragon in the sky. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Where do you think you're going? Zichen sneered. Go back to where you came from, of course. The war spirit glanced at Zichen indifferently. I want to know if there's an entrance to another place in the depths of this forest, Zichen asked. Yes, the entrance is here, but I don't think there's any possibility of you reaching the entrance alive. The war spirit smiled savagely, but his expression soon became serious, because there was an additional blade in Zichen's hand. To be precise, there was an additional blade with a scabbard. The war spirit's gaze was fixed on the scabbard. He didn't recognize the scabbard in Zichen's hand, but he was very afraid of the scabbard. At the same time, he was very disgusted with the owner of the scabbard. I hate this thing, so I've decided to kill all of you. All of you, the war spirit said coldly. Zichen looked at him and sneered. Perhaps this thing killed your original body. Even if you've become a war spirit, you still remember it. While speaking, Zichen walked forward step by step. He walked very slowly, but his steps were very steady. With every step, his whole body seemed to merge with the earth, or a big tree deeply rooted in the ground. Zichen was about to make his move. Everyone looked forward. At this moment, their expressions were complicated, and they were nervous. Because although Zichen was strong, his spiritual sense was relatively weak. His opponent was a terrifying beast tamer with a powerful spiritual sense. The beast tamer was best at spiritual sense attacks. Everyone was nervous for Zichen, but at this moment, besides Zichen, there was no one else who dared to stand out and face the beast tamer. This included the undying Wu Xie. Because spiritual sense represented the soul, Wu Xie couldn't guarantee that his undying body would still be effective after his spiritual sense was severely damaged. Chapter 1400. Zichen took 10 steps forward and was attacked for the first time. His body swayed and the hand that held the scabbard trembled. His face paled slightly. At this moment, he was nearly 100 meters away from the man in front of him. He could clearly see the disdain and ridicule beneath the man's indifferent expression. Before this, Manshur had been able to block 2 of Zhanling's attacks. As the leader, Zichen was the one that everyone had high hopes for. He was someone that Manshur greatly respected, so he naturally wouldn't fall after a single attack. No one was surprised that Zichen was still standing, because this was within their expectations. Zichen steadied himself and let out a light breath. Then, he stepped forward. This time, he was even more careful. Every time he took a step, he would carefully step down. It was as if there were many lives beneath his feet, and he didn't want to casually step on them. However, every step he took was very stable, so stable that when his foot left the ground, there would be a faint footprint on the ground. The footprint wasn't deep, but it proved that Zichen had used a lot of strength. Zhanling watched as Zichen approached step by step. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face, as if he were watching a play. Compared to the forceful Zichen, he seemed very indifferent. Of course, this was on the premise that Zhanling didn't deliberately look at the scabbard in Zichen's hand. Every time his eyes swept over the scabbard, his expression would subtly change. Whoosh! In front of Zhanling, space began to distort. An invisible strength appeared and shot towards Zichen. It was like an object shuttling through space. Because the strength was too great, it caused space to become unstable. Space twisted between the two, extending from Zhanling's side to Zichen's side, and then into his spiritual sea. Zhanling's second attack arrived. Zichen's body swayed once more. A trace of golden blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It was like he had been hammered in the head by a massive hammer, or perhaps he was drunk. His body swayed uncontrollably from side to side. This sort of swaying was like an irregular pendulum clock. Those watching from afar were extremely worried. They wanted to go forward and help, but they didn't dare to rashly approach. Zichen's body began to sway less as he regained his balance and stood up. The power of that blow had finally been dispersed. In the distance, everyone's faces were filled with worry. They were afraid that Zichen would fall. Each of my attacks is stronger than the last. Let's see how many of them you can block. Battle Spirit coldly smiled at Zichen. Zichen's face turned even paler, but his eyes had already regained their clarity. He raised his right hand and used his thumb to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. "Until I'm in front of you," he said indifferently. Beastmasters had strong spiritual senses, but their combat strength was relatively weak. Zichen believed that as long as he was within the attack range, victory would be his. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. He gripped the scabbard in his hand tightly, leaving behind rows of deeper footprints. His steps were still very steady, as if he had just started walking. Except for some abnormalities when he was attacked, Zichen seemed to be in perfect condition. Battle Spirit's pupils shrank without leaving a trace. He knew very well how strong his attack was. His opponent's strength wasn't at the domain realm, and his spiritual senses hadn't reached the king realm. Normally, he would only need a slight thought to kill an existence at this level. However, not only was Zichen not dead, but he had also blocked 2 of his attacks. Now that he was moving forward again, he seemed to be unscathed. This surprised Battle Spirit. Zichen moved forward 30 steps. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 70 steps. However, this distance was still far enough for Battle Spirit to launch multiple attacks. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in Battle Spirit's eyes. Lightning flashed in his pupils, and in the next moment, two solid bolts of lightning rushed out from his eyes. As soon as the lightning appeared, it distorted, and even the space began to tremble. When the people in the distance saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim. This was a solid attack. Whether it was the speed or the power, it was beyond imagination. Zichun didn't even have time to react before the lightning arrived in front of him and entered his sea of consciousness. Zichun's sea of consciousness was vast and infinite, but at this moment, a massive amount of perfect spiritual senses gathered together, forming layers of defense. This defense wasn't too strong. Compared to a battle spirit, the amount of spiritual sense was also much lower. But Zichun's spiritual sense shined with a golden light without any impurities. Compared to his opponent, his spiritual sense was superior in quality. Even though battle spirit's spiritual senses had undergone mutation, there was still a big gap in front of perfect spiritual senses. The reason why Zichun dared to step forward was because of his high-quality perfect spiritual senses. The two bolts of lightning that rushed into his sea of consciousness were like two thunder snakes. They carried a powerful destructive force and began to rampage, trying to destroy Zichun's sea of consciousness. Perfect spiritual senses formed defensive walls one after another, blocking the impact of the two thunder snakes. It was a long story, but in fact, the confrontation of spiritual senses was very fast. Victory and defeat, life and death, could be decided almost instantly. Puff. In the outside world, as the two bolts of lightning disappeared in front of Zichun, Zichun bent over and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He's injured. Zichun is injured. He was injured in just 3 attacks. It seems that this beast tamer is really terrifying. In the distance, when the crowd saw Zichun coughing out blood, their faces were full of worry. Schwemming frowned. The two sides were still more than 50 steps apart, but Zichun was already injured. It seemed that Zichun wouldn't be able to reach his opponent and attack. Shangguan Hong's beautiful face also showed a nervous expression. She clenched her jade-like hands, which had turned blue, but she didn't notice it. Dongqing was also very worried and nervous. Although she had full confidence in Zichun, Zichun's opponent was even stronger. As a beast tamer, she naturally knew how strong a beast tamer was. If Zichun didn't have the supreme dragon soul to awaken all his beasts, then the attack just now would have killed more than half of the people here. And if he wanted to, he could easily slaughter a city of people without any problem. Such an existence, even if some higher life forms appeared, would be extremely difficult to deal with. In a sense, the current battle spirit was equivalent to a higher life form. His spiritual sense attack is very strong, and his methods are extremely strange. Although Manshur didn't finish his words, the worry on his face explained everything. Obviously, after personally experiencing the strength of a beast tamer's spiritual sense, he was somewhat lacking in confidence in Zichun. After coughing out blood, Zichun slowly stood up. Without stopping, he walked forward. He didn't fall down yet. Swoosh! A resplendent sword light appeared in front of Zhanling and shot towards Zichun. The sword light flashed between Zichun's eyebrows. Puff! Zichun coughed out blood and half knelt on the ground. His face was pale, and his spirit was somewhat dispirited, just like Manshur from before. At this moment, Zichun had already blocked 6 of his opponent's attacks. The distance between them was less than 20 meters. Normally, Zichun would be able to reach these 20 meters in one step. But at this moment, the surroundings were filled with powerful spiritual sense suppression. 20 meters was 20 steps. He could only walk forward step by step. It was impossible to cross it by force. Battle Spirit's eyes became colder as he looked at Zichun. The opponent had blocked 6 of his attacks. This made him very surprised, and there was even a trace of worry in his heart. Let's see how long you can last. After a cold snort, a beast roar resounded. In front of Battle Spirit, a strange beast formed by spiritual sense appeared. This strange beast's cold eyes stared at Zichun. In the next moment, it rushed towards Zichun. The strange beast's body was extremely large, but when it arrived in front of Zichun, it disappeared into thin air. In Zichun's sea of consciousness, the strange beast appeared out of thin air. A powerful spiritual sense burst out, causing Zichen's sea of consciousness to shake violently. It was as if a trapped beast had discovered a crack in its cage and began to attack the cage with all its strength. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, his spiritual sense shone with golden light. This spiritual sense was very agile and extraordinary. But because of the quantity and level, the defense it formed was not strong. Or rather, it was not as strong as this strange beast. As the strange beast attacked, the spiritual sense defense was easily torn apart. Fortunately, Zichen had perfect spiritual sense. Otherwise, the strange beast would not only tear apart the spiritual sense defense, but also Zichen's entire sea of consciousness. In the outside world, Zichen was kneeling on one knee. He could no longer stand up. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He seemed to be seriously injured. The strange beast had not yet dissipated and was still attacking. Zichen could only focus on defending. His arm holding the scabbard was constantly trembling. The scabbard was inserted into the ground to support Zichen. Zichen's expression gradually calmed down. He had blocked the attack in the end, and the strange beast had disappeared as well. However, Zichen felt dizzy. This was caused by the extreme consumption of his spiritual sense. At this moment, facing Battle Spirit, Zichen did not even have time to recover. Seeing that Zichen had not moved for a long time, the corners of Battle Spirit's mouth curled into a mocking smile. At this moment, he finally relaxed and mocked. "This is just the beginning, and you can't block it anymore. I still have many battle skills that I haven't used yet. I was going to use all of them on you to test their power. I didn't expect you to be unable to withstand it." Battle skills? What battle skills? Zichen raised his head and wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice became extremely hoarse. "For someone like you, what you need is a battle skill that specifically targets the sea of consciousness. This kind of battle skill can only be used with spiritual sense. But I'm different. I'm a beast master. My spiritual sense is special and powerful. Any battle skill is the same in front of me," Battle Spirit said proudly. "Any battle skill is the same? You mean, you don't need to find battle skills in the sea of consciousness. You can just find a king-level battle skill, but as long as you use your spiritual sense, you can display the power of the battle skill." Zichen asked again. His hoarse voice was still powerful. "Of course, this is my privilege. Or rather, it is the privilege of a beast master." Battle Spirit seemed proud and proud. In front of him, Zichen suddenly understood. Facing this Battle Spirit, he closed his eyes. His greatly exhausted spiritual senses gathered in his knowledge, see once more. But this time, these spiritual senses no longer defended themselves. Instead, they directly turned into a person. Chapter 1401. The figure that appeared in Zichen's sea of consciousness was naturally himself. Zhanling's words just now had enlightened him. Beastmasters had special privileges. A beastmaster's spiritual senses were merely mutated spiritual senses. Other than being powerful, there was nothing special about them. However, such a spiritual sense had the privilege of ignoring all combat skills. Then, what about Zichen? His spiritual sense cultivation method came from a page of the Heavenly Book, and he himself had fused with that page of the Heavenly Book. A mere mutated spiritual sense was nothing compared to a perfect spiritual sense. A beastmaster was nothing in front of him. Of course, they were nothing. Zichen figured everything out. As the figure appeared, he felt a power. This was an extremely special power that belonged to a perfect spiritual sense. As for Zichen, who was immersed in the figure, he also felt a special privilege from this power. This was also the privilege of a perfect body. Similarly, it ignored all combat skills. The figure held the scabbard in his left hand and punched out with his right. Low-grade technique, fist-killing technique. Zichen's sea of consciousness began to shake. A fist filled with terrifying power headed for the depths of his sea of consciousness. In the outside world, everyone was looking at Zichen, who was coughing up blood. They were very worried because Zichen was about to be unable to hold on. Once Zichen fell, the entire team would probably be wiped out. Zichen stood up with difficulty. Then, he stopped moving forward and remained motionless. In the next moment, Zichen actually closed his eyes. Everyone knew Zichen and knew that he was not a person who gave up easily. However, at this moment, Zichen closed his eyes. This puzzled everyone. Even Zhanling's cold and indifferent eyes revealed a trace of surprise. However, the moment Zichen closed his eyes, everyone felt an additional aura around Zichen's body. This was an indescribable aura. It was very powerful. It was as if he was the only ruler of the world, looking down on all things in the world and seeing the common people as ants. He was tall and imposing, looking down on the world. However, this kind of aura disappeared in a flash, as if it was an illusion created by everyone in a trance. Zichen was still the same old Zichen. His spirit was still weak, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that it was just a hallucination caused by their eagerness for Zichen to win. Everyone thought it was an illusion, but the battle spirit didn't think so. His spiritual sense far surpassed everyone else's. Just now, he had clearly sensed some sort of change in Zichen's body. Even now, this change still existed. In addition to the changes in his body, he also felt a threat to his life that he had never felt before from Zichen. It was as if the moment Zichen closed his eyes, he had obtained an extremely powerful technique that could kill him. The warning of danger was still there. The battle spirit's expression gradually became solemn. As this warning continued, he looked at Zichen as if he were facing a great enemy. Through his keen senses, he could feel an aura emanating from Zichen. This aura was very oppressive, so oppressive that he felt as if he were suffocating. His breathing became rough and heavy. He opened his mouth and released a long roar. This was the first time he had issued a battle cry. A giant tiger suddenly appeared in front of the battle spirit. This giant tiger was large and also bold and fierce. It reared its head back and roared, its rumbling voice spreading out in all directions. It was like the king of the forest had come into being. Its entire body shined with a mighty aura. Under the battle spirit's command, it rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's eyes were still closed. He didn't respond at all, allowing the giant tiger to rush towards him. Whether or not this is a trick, we'll see soon enough. Seeing the giant tiger disappear, the battle spirit coldly said. The giant tiger was large, extremely large, much larger than the strange beast from before. It was clear that this was the battle spirit's powerful technique, or at least one of his powerful techniques. As it rushed into Zichen's spiritual sea, the giant tiger was still large. But it wasn't the largest being in Zichen's spiritual sea. There was another being that was even larger than it. This was a figure whose head reached the heavens and whose feet touched the earth. In his hands was a giant saber with a sheath. He stood in this world, overlooking everything as if he were the ruler of this world. Seeing this figure, the giant tiger was shocked. It was cautious and even a little afraid. However, in the end, it was still a spirit without intelligence. It only knew how to destroy. So, after roaring, it rushed towards the only life form in this world that was deliberately destroying everything. It was that figure. Zichen looked down at the giant tiger. In his eyes, the giant tiger was nothing more than a little bug. It was no longer as strong as it was before. As long as he wanted to, he could crush this little bug to death at any time. He didn't choose to crush it. Instead, he transferred the sheath in his left hand to his right. Then, his right hand exerted strength and slashed out with the sheath. This saber strike was a beheading saber strike. A golden saber light like a waterfall instantly filled the entire spiritual sea, and the whole world seemed to resonate with this saber strike. The giant tiger's speed was greatly reduced. In the end, it couldn't even move an inch. It was as if it was fixed in this world. However, the speed of the golden saber light didn't decrease. Instead, it was enhanced and became even faster. Swoosh! The saber light swept across the giant tiger's head, and a giant tiger's head was chopped off. As the tiger's head fell, the giant tiger's huge body also dissipated. This attack was easily neutralized by Zichen just like that. So that's how it is. Through this attack, Zichen also had a deeper understanding of the privileges of the perfect spiritual thoughts. This was his spiritual sea, but it was also his own world. In this spiritual sea world where only spiritual thoughts could enter, He was the ruler. This was his home ground. Just like his other space world, he could completely customize the rules here. All spiritual thoughts that came from outside had to abide by his rules. The privilege of a beast tamer. Zichen's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. The battle spirit's spiritual thoughts were very strong, but if he dared to come to Zichen's world, Zichen was confident that he could kill him. It was just like when someone entered Zichen's reality space. As the ruler there, Zichen was confident that he could kill everyone he took in. Understanding the space within his sea of consciousness, Zichen's face also had a trace of a smile. The battle spirit naturally wouldn't dare to come in, so the following battle would still have to be carried out outside. When the giant tiger rushed into Zichen's spiritual sea, the surrounding people became even more worried. It was obvious that the giant tiger was much more terrifying than the previous exotic beasts. But unexpectedly, this time, Zichen did not even have the slightest bit of abnormal expression or movement and just opened his eyes like that. He no longer coughed up blood. His pale face even had a hint of redness. The giant tiger from before had disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. Or perhaps it had become Zichen's tonic. Seeing Zichen like this, the battle spirit's expression finally changed, and it was a huge change. Why? Are you surprised? Zichen smiled faintly. I am a little surprised. It seems like you've comprehended something. Why? Do you want to continue? The battle spirit suddenly calmed down. He knew that at this moment, he had to face this battle seriously. Otherwise, he would die an ugly death. Zichen shook his head and said, No, I won't take another step. Why? You want to go back? I think I said I would kill all of you. The battle spirit looked at Zichen and said, Of course I can't go back, because there will be others participating in the following battle. Zichen smiled mysteriously. Who? The battle spirit raised his eyebrows. Zichen pointed to the front and said, Him. As his words fell, a resplendent golden light suddenly shone in front of Zichen. A figure walked out from the golden light. It was a figure surrounded by golden light. In his hand was a long golden blade with a scabbard. The blade and scabbard were both golden and dazzling. The figure's entire body flickered with golden light, as if he had been cast from gold. The instant the figure appeared, an uproar broke out in the distance. Even the battle spirit's expression changed. He said, This is all of your spiritual sense. It is also your soul. That's right. The probing attack just now was meaningless. I think we should have a life and death battle to see whose spiritual sense is stronger. This time, the one who spoke was no longer Zichen, but the golden figure. The golden figure was only at the late stage of the corporeal realm. This represented the realm of Zichen's soul. Compared to the battle spirit, Zichen's soul realm was undoubtedly very weak. However, the battle spirit didn't mock him. Instead, he felt an enormous pressure. This kind of pressure was like a king of the forest suddenly meeting an emperor of the forest. It was like a soldier-level warbeast suddenly meeting a general-level warbeast. The battle spirit felt a pressure that came from the depths of his soul. In the distance, after the uproar, everyone held their breaths. The appearance of all of Zichen's spiritual sense meant that the two sides were about to begin the final battle of life and death. What surprised them was that the battle spirit didn't get angry in the face of Zichen's provocation. Instead, he had a solemn expression. What, you don't dare? The golden figure looked at the battle spirit in front of him and said coldly. The battle spirit didn't speak. He only stared at Zichen. He was now completely certain that although the other party's spiritual sense was inferior to his, its grade was extremely high. Although the strength of one's realm was very important, sometimes quality was also the key to victory and defeat. Just like the current him, even if he faced a beast tamer one level higher than him, he would still be able to kill them. The battle spirit's attitude was very surprising. This proved that he was beginning to fear Zichen. For a moment, everyone's faces lit up. It seems that you really aren't human. You're so afraid of death. You must have been a foreign race when you were alive. Zichen shook his head and said disdainfully, At first, I didn't understand why the battle spirits here would be enemies with us human trial takers. Now that I see you, I understand. Zichen looked at the ugly expression on the battle spirit's face and said coldly, The reason why I turned you into battle spirits is because we want to kill you all again until you're completely dead and have mutated spiritual senses. Since you don't dare to fight, then let me attack." A cold killing intent flashed through the golden figure's eyes. In the next moment, he rushed towards the battle spirit. Whoosh! Chapter 1402. The golden figure rushed into the battle spirit's sea of consciousness, and he saw the spirit's soul. The opponent's control of soul power was far superior to Zichen's, so Zichen saw a giant. At this moment, the giant's body was surging with powerful soul fluctuations, and he looked down at Zichen coldly. "You dare to come here? You're courting death," the giant shouted coldly. Zichen looked at the giant's sea of consciousness, and he felt a familiar power from it. He then said indifferently, "You're really not of my race." This aura was very similar to the Mirage Dragon. At this moment, Zichen also guessed that the reason for the establishment of the domain realm, other than some opportunities, was to kill the battle spirits here. Of course, not all battle spirits had to be killed. Zichen had encountered two powerful battle spirits, but both of them had successfully awakened and were humans when they were alive. This battle was unavoidable. Therefore, as soon as Zichen appeared, the giant attacked mercilessly. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. Since this was a life-and-death battle, he naturally would not hold back. Decapitation. A golden blade light appeared in this world, emitting a dazzling light, and slashed at the giant. Boom! In front of the giant, energy vibrated, and a strange beast appeared out of thin air. The strange beast's power was even stronger than before. As soon as it appeared, its cold eyes fell on Zichen, and then it rushed towards Zichen. Roar! Behind the strange beast, a tiger's roar resounded, and a giant tiger appeared and rushed towards Zichen. Swoosh! The golden blade light tore the sky and the earth apart, and with unimaginable power, it swept forward. Puff! The blade light cut through the strange beast's body, and with a soft sound, the strange beast disappeared into thin air with a flash of golden light in the sky. Then, the blade light continued to rush forward and swept past the giant tiger again. The giant tiger was cut in half and dissipated. The blade light was still rushing forward, but it had lost all its power, and when it reached the battle spirit, it also dissipated. What kind of technique is this? When Battle Spirit saw this, his expression immediately changed. "This is the technique I often use to cut people," Zichen said calmly. "That's impossible. How can you ignore the restrictions of battle techniques?" Zhanling's emotions fluctuated greatly. His face was filled with disbelief. "Could it be that you are also a beast tamer whose soul has undergone a mutation?" Zichen looked at Zhanling with a mocking expression. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out as a giant golden dragon rushed out from Zichen's body. After the giant dragon appeared, it headed straight for Zichen's back. Pooh! The golden dragon's sharp claws pierced through the void, and a huge snake appeared under its claws. The snake's head was pierced through, and after struggling for a while, it disappeared. Roar! A resonant dragon's roar resounded once again as the giant golden dragon transformed into a long spear. The long spear was like a bolt of golden lightning as it shot out in all directions. Pooh! Pooh! The long spear pierced through the void, and a series of sounds rang out. Then, strange beasts appeared one after another. These strange beasts had their heads pierced through, and their bodies dissipated as soon as they appeared. Although you were a strange race when you were alive, in terms of battle awareness, I am not inferior to you. After the long spear swept around, it flew back to Zichen and disappeared. Zichen looked at Zhanling coldly and said. Zhanling's huge body shrank in the next moment until he was the size of a normal human. His face was gloomy as he said coldly, as expected, "Your spiritual sense is extraordinary. It seems that you are a very special existence. It seems that I have underestimated you before." Zichen smiled coldly and did not respond. Zhanling continued, "But so what? The difference between our spiritual senses is too great. Even if you are extraordinary, you cannot defeat me. Today is the day you die. I know that it is very difficult to kill you here, but don't forget, I still have this. I believe that you have suffered at its hands in your life, or rather, you were killed by it. Now that you and I have met, it has appeared again. I think this should be fate. You are destined to die because of it." Zichen pointed at the illusory scabbard in his hand. Looking at the scabbard again, Zhang Ling's expression became ferocious. He shouted angrily, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the means." After saying this, he looked up to the sky and shouted, 10,000 beast technique. 10,000 beasts descend. The space began to tremble as the roars of beasts resounded. Then, strange beasts formed by spiritual senses appeared one after another. There were dozens of them. Only a few dozen, and you dare to call yourself 10,000 beasts? Zichun smiled disdainfully as his gaze swept across the dozens of strange beasts. A few dozen of them are enough to kill you. The coldness in Zhang Ling's eyes intensified. In the next moment, he commanded the group of strange beasts to attack Zichun. Swish, swish. The speed of the spiritual sense attacks was very fast. The outcome of the battle could be seen in an instant. The strange beasts charged at Zichun, surrounded Zichun, and then drowned Zichun. A smile appeared on Zhang Ling's face. However, before this smile could fully bloom on his face, he saw a dazzling golden light appear in front of him. Along with the golden light, there was the sound of a blade being unsheathed, which he hated the most. The golden blade in Zichen's hand finally left its scabbard. A dazzling golden light appeared in front of Zichun. Then, the golden light spread out and spread in all directions. At this moment, the golden light was like a perfect circle, sweeping out in a straight line. Wherever the golden light passed, the strange beasts dissipated. The golden light went far away, and there were no longer any strange beasts in front of Zichun. He sheathed his blade, and his indifferent eyes fell on Zhang Ling's face. The latter's face was extremely ugly. As for his eyes, there was a hint of fear towards the scabbard. Thud. A soft sound rang out in this space. It was like a footprint accidentally stepping into a puddle on a rainy day. Thud. Another sound rang out. It was like someone running on uneven ground on a rainy day. There were puddles being stepped on, splashing water droplets everywhere. This was the spiritual sense sea. There was no rain, so naturally, there was no rain. However, in this world, there was a young man jogging. He held a blade in his hand and walked through space. However, it was as if he was stepping on a puddle. In this place, there were no splashes of water, but there was a lot of spatial power vibrating. Zichun, who was holding the long blade in his hand, pulled it out and sheathed it. Then, he jogged towards Zhang Ling. Just like the slippery ground on a rainy day, he didn't run fast, but he was very stable. Every time his foot landed, there would be a flash of golden light, and a splash of spatial power would be created. Zichen's eyes were cold as the wind on a rainy day. Zhang Ling felt the chill. He looked up to the sky and shouted again, "Beasts descend." More strange beasts appeared, several times more than before. Although their individual strength couldn't be compared to before, they had the advantage in numbers. These strange beasts appeared in groups and then rushed towards Zichun. At this moment, a running young man and a group of strange beasts formed a picture. This picture didn't freeze. The strange beasts rushed towards the young man, and the young man pulled out his blade. Whoosh! There was a loud sound of the blade being unsheathed, and a golden light appeared. The golden light came from the long blade and swept past the strange beasts in front of him. The golden light disappeared, the long blade returned to the scabbard, and the strange beasts dissipated. The young man didn't stop and continued to move forward. Another strange beast arrived, and the golden light that had just disappeared flashed again. This was a moving picture. The young man moved forward. Along the way, he encountered strange beasts blocking his way and cut them down with his blade. Just like a young man in a game, he needed to kill all the things blocking his way in order to reach the final checkpoint and then kill the last one blocking his way. It was different from a game because Zichun wasn't a young man, but a young man. He didn't have the endless lifespan of a young man in a game. He only had one life. He had to pass this checkpoint, but he couldn't die. Swish. The golden light flashed countless times, and finally, all the strange beasts blocking his way were killed. At this time, Zichen also walked in front of Zhanling. Zhanling looked at the expressionless Zichen and asked, "You must have consumed a lot of energy." Zichen replied indifferently, "I can still make one more attack." Zhanling smiled and said, "It just so happens that I also have some simple methods." The corners of Zichen's mouth lifted slightly, and it could be considered a smile. But behind the smile was endless killing intent. Because he drew his blade. Clang. The sound of a blade being unsheathed was crisp and resonant. All the golden light on Zichen's body flowed like water to the scabbard and then to the blade. The light on Zichen's body became extremely dim, but the blade was still dazzling and resplendent. At the moment Zichen drew his blade, the dazzling light in this world was no longer Zichen's dazzling golden light, but Zichen's blade. This saber opened up like a fan, splitting into 6, all of them slashing towards the nearby battle spirit. But at this time, Zhanling disappeared from Zichen's sight and was replaced by a sword that exuded endless killing intent. Zhanling turned his body into a sword and controlled it with endless killing intent. The sword stabbed towards Zichen. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. Thus, when the blade light appeared, the sword light also took shape. The blade and sword collided. Bang! The sword light swept past, and the first blade light collapsed. Bang! Bang! The sword light continued forward. The second and third blade light also collapsed. After dissolving the 3 blade lights, the sword light was no longer dazzling. But the killing intent within was still rich. Bang! The 4th blade light also exploded. There seemed to be a sneer coming from the sword light. Then, the sword light continued forward, collapsing the 5th blade light. Then, cracks appeared on the 6th blade light. "You aren't strong enough." Zhanling's voice resounded from the sword light. The 6th blade light collapsed. The sword light was like crushing dry weeds, cutting down all the blade lights. After collapsing the 6 blade lights, Zhanling's figure appeared. Although this figure was much dimmer than before, it was much clearer than Zichen's. In a collision of spiritual sense, the victor was Zhanling. This didn't mean that Zichen's spiritual sense wasn't fierce or powerful, but that Zichen's spiritual sense was too weak. In the end, Zichen had lost in terms of boundary. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Zhanling looked down at Zichen and asked. Chapter 1403. Zhanling's eyes narrowed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "I can't kill you." Zichen's weak and dim figure looked at Zhanling. He calmly said, "Of course." Zhanling was enraged. "What a joke. I didn't kill you because I think you're not bad. I want to control you and make you work for me. Don't forget who I am." Zichen faintly smiled, a mocking expression on his face. It was as if he was saying that Zhanling couldn't kill him. "Good, good, good. Since you're courting death, I'll let you see my true methods. However, I still won't kill you because I have a great use for you." Zhanling was so angry that he laughed instead. This time, Zichen didn't answer. He used facts to answer. A sword appeared in his hand. The sword was light gold, slender, and had some barbs on it. Seeing this strange sword, Zhanling disdainfully laughed. "That blade just now didn't kill me. You think you can kill me with this broken sword? Moreover, look at the color of the sword. It can't even form a physical body." Zichen still didn't speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he didn't have any strength left. Zhanling was too strong, unimaginably strong. Now, Zichen was afraid that if he spoke again, he wouldn't be able to form a physical body. He would directly dissipate and die. Zichen didn't speak. He even closed his eyes. "Arrogant!" Zhanling angrily shouted. His figure transformed into a sword once more. Although the power of this sword was weaker than before, it was enough to kill the current Zichen. The sword light came. Zichen didn't open his eyes. He only stabbed forward with the slender sword. Within the sword light, Zhanling saw this stab, and the mocking expression on his face became even thicker. Wanting to block him with just this little bit of strength? That was simply a dream. As expected, this stab didn't block the sword light. But the meaning of this stab wasn't to block, but to kill. With this stab, the void in front of him seemed to be pierced. A circular black hole appeared, and this black hole seemed to extend in another direction. This stab didn't bother with the longsword. It just went through the black hole near the longsword and stabbed in. With this stab, the sword not far away suddenly began to vibrate. Then, a frightened voice sounded. How is this possible? After the roar, the sword light directly exploded in front of Zichun, and the figure of Zhang Ling appeared. At this moment, a slender sword was stabbed into Zhang Ling's chest, and this sword was the one that Zichun had just used. Of course, Zichun would never admit that it was a sword, because this was a spike, called the dragon spike. His main body was an illusion dragon of the alien race. The battle spirit looked at his chest, at the gradually dissipating dragon spike. Then, he looked up at Zichun in disbelief. An insignificant sword had actually pierced through his defense and pierced him. And at this moment, as the sword in his chest dissipated, Zhang Ling also felt his life fade away along with the sword. Zichun opened his eyes. There was exhaustion in his eyes, and he was weak. But he remained as calm as before. This is not a sword, it is a dragon spike. If you fully awaken your alien race identity, you might recognize this thing. This is the weapon of an alien race companion like you. Today is the first time I have used it, and it seems that the effects aren't bad. Zhang Ling's figure began to sway. It was unknown whether he was angry or if his soul was on the verge of dissipating. Zichun began to condense the last of his strength. He calmly said, I said before that your fate was already decided. So, you are destined to meet your end here. And the thing that will end you is this thing. As his voice fell, Zichun lifted the golden scabbard and slashed at Zhang Ling. This was only a casual slash without any skill to speak of. The strength contained within was so weak that it could be ignored. But this strength was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As the faint saber light touched Zhang Ling's body, the strength that Zhang Ling used to maintain his body was scattered. Then, his body vanished like smoke. Countless years ago, it was this thing that had destroyed his life as an alien race. And after countless years, he was reborn as a Zhang Ling. But in the end, he died beneath that scabbard. Perhaps this really was fate. In the outside world, as everyone looked at the motionless two people, their faces were filled with nervousness. In a collision of spiritual sense, victory and defeat would soon be revealed. But it seemed that victory and defeat between Zichun and Zhang Ling had arrived a little late. Between the heavens and earth, that suppressive spiritual sense suppression still existed. No one rushed forwards. From the two people's expressions, no one could see anything unusual. As everyone was anxiously waiting, that suppressive pressure between the heavens and earth suddenly vanished. When that suppressive pressure vanished, it meant that victory and defeat had been decided. Everyone's expressions became even more tense. Their eyes locked onto the two people in front of them. The two people remained motionless. Why aren't they moving? Who's alive and who's dead? Neither of them had any signs of life, so the crowd couldn't determine who was alive and who was dead. Although everyone had lost their patience, they could only wait at this moment. Zichun, nothing will happen to him, right? Manshur looked ahead, very worried. Beside him, no one answered because everyone wanted to know the answer. Everyone was very nervous. A strong gust of wind blew past, blowing up the fallen leaves in the forest. It flapped the two people's clothes, and it also moved Zhang Ling's figure. Pong! The strong wind blew past, and Zhang Ling's body fell, making a sound. Zhang Ling is dead. Just as everyone's surprised voices sounded, a golden light rushed out of his mind, heading towards Zichun. The golden light had an aura that everyone was very familiar with. For a moment, everyone who saw the golden light cheered loudly. Clearly, the winner was Zichun. As for Zhang Ling, he was dead. Phew! Wu Xie, Manshur, and the others were greatly relieved. Dongqing and Shang Wanhong's faces also regained their smiles. The others were very happy that Zichun was alive, but in their hearts, they were more and more afraid and admired Zichun. To be able to kill a beast tamer, one had to admit that Zichun's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, even the leaders of the various forces had to admit that Zichun's strength was far beyond theirs. Spiritual thoughts entered his body, and Zichun opened his eyes. He glanced at the people beside him, didn't say anything, and closed his eyes again. With just a glance, Shangguanhong and the others understood Zichun's intention. Although their expressions didn't change, they became cautious. They knew that although Zichun won, he probably didn't feel good. A huge ball of light appeared from Zhanling's dead body, and then it went towards Zichun. This ball of light was a lucky point. Just by looking at its size, one could tell that it contained a lot of lucky points. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Didn't he win? Why is Zichun not moving?" The others also noticed this scene, and they looked at Zichun again. Wu Xie and the others' expressions changed, and they subconsciously took a step forward, protecting Zichun in the middle. Many people's pupils shrank, and they instantly understood the meaning of Wu Xie and the others' actions. Although Zichun won, he was seriously injured. At this moment, if they wanted to get rid of Zichun, it was undoubtedly a good opportunity. For a moment, many people's expressions became unnatural, and it was obvious that some thoughts were active in their minds. And they couldn't help but look at Xuan Cheng and Xue Ming. After all, among the group, Xue Ming was the most powerful one. Xue Ming took in everyone's expressions. He smiled faintly and said, "Zichun should be injured, but the danger here has been eliminated. Let's hurry back and gather the others. We're going to pass through here, and we met a beast tamer as soon as we arrived. Who knows what will happen later?" After Xue Ming finished speaking, he smiled kindly at Wu Xie and the others, and then turned to leave. After Xue and Cheng's people left, the other leaders looked at each other, and then left one after another. Idiots. After turning around, Xue Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. What a bunch of pig brains. Didn't they think that after just a few steps, they're already thinking of killing the donkey? Xue Ming left, and the others followed closely behind. It seemed that because of Xue Ming's reminder, the others realized that they still needed to rely on Zichun for the rest of the journey, and they all dispelled other thoughts. The group quickly left. Although Wu Xie and the others were expressionless, there was a lot of resentment in their hearts. After all, Zichun was injured because of them. They didn't expect that after just winning, they would have other thoughts in their hearts. However, Zichun had obviously expected this, which was why he signaled to the others with his eyes. As expected, the only thing that can last forever in this world is profit. Other than profit, nothing else can be relied on. Jiao Wei shook his head and lamented. This sentence was very much agreed with by the others. Zichun was only injured in his spiritual sense. After using a lot of high-grade recovery elixirs, Zichun's spiritual sense quickly recovered. When the cultivators from the other factions gathered here, Zichun's injuries were already 80% healed. Zichun opened his eyes and stopped circulating his cultivation method. As for the other 20% of his injuries, they were recovering as they walked. "How's your recovery?" Xue Ming stepped forward and asked with concern. 80%. Zichun answered truthfully. Xue Ming smiled and said, "Even if it's 80%, it's still better than us. Can we go deeper now?" "You're too polite. We can go now." Zichun smiled. He had a good impression of Xue Ming. After that, the group continued to move forward. This time, because there was no beast tamer, the other battle beasts tactfully avoided the humans when they saw so many of them. For the rest of the journey, there was not a single battle. As for the other battle spirits, no one noticed them. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. Although the forest was very big, one beast tamer was enough to guard it. There was no need for other battle spirits at all. After passing through the dense forest, the group saw a large stone forest. The stone forest was full of mountain rocks, filling the wilderness. As they looked around, they found that the tracks of the mountain rocks seemed to have some kind of rhythm when they were placed. This is a stone forest array. The moment they saw the mountain rocks in front of them, Gu Wen's voice sounded very certain beside Zichun. Chapter 1404. The stone forest formation was a formation, and each spell had its own specialization. Naturally, Zichun did not need to worry about it. He, Shangguanhong, Dongqing, and the others stood at the periphery. The other forces sent some formation masters to follow Gu Guwen and Gu Guqiang to investigate the stone forest formation. Xue Ming stepped forward and whispered to Zichun, We haven't met any battle spirits yet. I think they should be at the center of the stone forest. Zichen looked ahead and said, we need to be careful when the time comes. Schwemming nodded. Among the team, Zichen and the others were publicly acknowledged as powerful. However, in the dense forest earlier, the powerful man sure had almost died, and even Zichen had suffered heavy injuries. With the lessons learned from the past, they could not be careless in this world. Schwemming did not mention the strange thoughts in everyone's minds, and Zichen did not care too much about it. In this world, the foundation of communication between cultivators was based on benefits. This was a principle that he had understood after being ambushed by Zhao Can when he was young. It was precisely this sentence that Zhao Can had told Zichen at that time, and it had been used to this day in countless places. The formation masters in front were communicating, and their voices were getting louder and louder. After a while, Gu Guwen walked over and said, this doesn't look like a formation set up by battle spirits. It looks like a natural formation. Is it easy to break? Zichen asked. Gu Guwen shook his head and said, this formation is very complicated. It's very difficult to break it, and it takes too long. If we just walk through it, it'll be much faster. 2 days at most. We'll be able to find the way through in 2 days. Gu Guwen extended 2 fingers and promised. Zichen nodded and said, in that case, we just need to find the way through. There's no need to break the formation. Gu Guwen responded and left. After that, the formation masters tried to enter the stone forest. As for the main force, they waited patiently outside the stone forest. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The formation masters had gained a lot. Just as Gu Guwen had said, they had found the way to pass through. Zichen was discussing something with Shang Guanhong in a low voice. Suddenly, Go Wen's anxious shout came from the direction of the stone forest. Big Brother Zichen, we found the exit, but we were ambushed. There were battle spirits guarding the exit, and we suffered great losses. As Go Wen ran out of the array, Go Chang appeared with the others. These people seemed to be in a sorry state, and a few of them were seriously injured. Array masters were very strong, but the prerequisite was that they had the array in hand. If the other party suddenly launched a sneak attack, the array master would definitely be caught off guard. Just as these array masters rushed out, some fighting spirits followed them. The strength of these fighting spirits were all above grade 3, indicating that they were all at the first domain realm. There were more than a dozen battle spirits. The moment they appeared, they saw the hundreds of humans outside the stone forest. Their expressions immediately changed as they turned around and ran towards the stone forest. Since they were able to pass through the stone forest unimpeded, it was clear that they had already grasped the method to pass through. It's them. They're the ones who killed our people. Kill them, shouted an injured array master as he pointed at the fleeing battle spirits. The array master's voice was very loud, but no one moved. If they didn't know the method to pass through, only death would await them if they entered rashly. Perhaps they weren't afraid of death, but no one was willing to die for no reason. What should we do? A leader walked over and asked Zichen and Schwemming. Schwemming looked at Zichen and gestured for him to be careful. We should go in and take a look, Zichen said faintly. The leader's face immediately lit up, but shortly after, a cold snort sounded beside Zichen. Just now, it was Zichen who attacked. He represents the forces of Huping City. This time, it's your turn to attack. The person who spoke was Shang Guanhong. Her beautiful face was clearly filled with dissatisfaction. Zichen could ignore what had just happened, but she couldn't. She couldn't watch Zichen fight for others while she turned around to guard against other people's sneak attacks. That's right. We have limited numbers and strength, so we can't do everything ourselves. Dongqing also walked over. The leader was in a difficult position. If Zichen didn't go, who knew how many of them would die? Zichen didn't say anything, but he didn't expect Zichen's subordinates to be the first to be dissatisfied. The leader looked at Zichen. Zichen helplessly spread out his hands and said, I haven't recovered from my injuries, so I can't fight anymore. The leader squeezed out a smile and said, All right then, healing is the most important thing. Leave the rest to us. I'll also go and discuss it. Schwemming smiled at Zichen, then nodded to the 2 beauties and left with the leader. Humph, we won't go. Shang Guanhong pursed her lips and snorted. then sat down beside Zichun. Seeing Zichun's bitter smile, she said unhappily, "What? I'm speaking up for you, and you're unhappy?" Zichun smiled and said, "Of course not. I just feel that it's meaningless." "How is it meaningless? Just now, they wanted to scheme against you. If we didn't protect you, you would have died long ago. Now you're saying that it's meaningless? Could it be that it's only meaningful when you're dead?" Shang Guanhong said angrily, "Just now, they only had this idea. They might not really do it. Moreover, since they didn't do it just now, as long as we don't leave this place, they won't be disloyal. Now that you're treating them like this, not only will they lose face, but they will also hold a grudge." Zichun sat cross-legged and reached out to pull off a piece of withered grass. "You kill people like flies. When have you ever cared about the face of others? Or are you afraid of them?" Shang Guanhong said angrily, "It's impossible for me to be afraid, but I don't want to cause more trouble. They can't do anything to us here. But if we leave, that slight grudge may trigger a real battle. Don't be fooled by how polite they are to us now. Our birth is too low, and they are all proud and arrogant. Obviously, there are other experts in their cities," Zichun said calmly. Shang Guanhong didn't say anything else. Indeed, this world was too big, and there were many experts. Zichun was strong, but he wasn't invincible. "Then I'm sorry. I was meddlesome." Shang Guanhong lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. Shang Guanhong was born in Huping City. Her father was a domain expert, and she also had many properties of the Shangguan family. Therefore, she only needed to improve her strength as she grew up. She didn't need to work hard for a living, so naturally, she wouldn't be treated unfairly. This time, seeing that Zichun didn't get any benefits after putting in so much effort, she felt indignant for Zichun. Zichun smiled and said, "You don't have to apologize. Actually, what you did was right. It's also good to give them appropriate guidance. This way, they can face themselves and others." Shang Guanhong naturally understood that he was comforting her, and she looked at Zichun gratefully. On the side, Shi Guowei heard everything. He was even more impressed with Zichun's intelligence and handling of matters. He was powerful and knew how to endure. Shi Guowei was now silently praying for the other forces that they wouldn't betray them. Otherwise, the final outcome would be the same as the three forces that had disappeared. After a short exchange of words, the other forces had already made all the arrangements. Then, the array master led the way, and the group of people headed towards the stone forest array. "Big Brother Zichun, this is the route map." Goen walked over and sent an imprint to Zichun. Then, he did the same to everyone else. As soon as the group of people entered the stone forest array, they could feel the energy fluctuations of a battle, followed by miserable cries and shouts. It was the battle spirits that had surrounded the humans in the array. An intense battle broke out in the stone forest array, and there were casualties on both sides. Damn it, these battle spirits are really bold. They actually dare to surround us in the stone forest array. Don't they see how many people we have? A domain realm expert said coldly. So what if they have more people? We can't gang up on them in the stone forest array. What we really need is someone with strong fighting power, not numbers. If they don't have enough fighting power, the more people we send, the more people we will lose. Another domain realm expert said. There were many discussions within the crowd. However, while they were discussing, everyone's eyes also subconsciously looked towards the direction of Huping City. This was because the fighting strength of the few people there was extremely strong. Unfortunately, no one accepted the challenge. However, there were also some people with strong fighting power among the forces. As these people were sent out, the battle spirits began to retreat. After 2 hours, the human forces completely broke through the stone forest array and killed many battle spirits. Of course, the human side also suffered a lot. This battle was relatively fierce, because in the end, even Xueming, the leader of Xuan City, joined in. "It's through. It's finally through. We can pass through." Cheers came from the stone forest array. The people who survived this battle had gained a lot of luck points, so they had gained a lot. When the others heard the commotion, they also got up and walked towards the stone forest. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but before they left, they all glanced in the direction of Zichun with inexplicable expressions, as if to say, "Look, we can do it without you." Wu Xie and Manshur also stared at those people. Only Zichun smiled faintly, as if he didn't care. Those who were shrewd didn't care at all, and those who weren't shrewd stopped there. As for fighting power, Zichun was not afraid of anyone here. Not good. Lord Xueming is injured. Xuan City's Lord Xueming is injured, and we encountered a counterattack. An expert has appeared among the battle spirits, an expert who is not weaker than the previous beast tamer. Exclamations came again, and then there was a commotion in the crowd. Then, a group of cultivators rushed out of the stone forest array. The leader was Xueming from Xuan City. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was coughing up blood after he appeared. He was also missing an arm. How did he get so badly injured? Seeing Xueming's injuries, Zichun was very surprised. Although he had never fought with Xueming, he could feel that Xueming was not weak. Chapter 1405. Zichun patted Xueming's shoulder and said, "Heal your wounds first." Xueming nodded and sat down cross-legged not far from Zichun. Someone beside him had already taken out a pill that emitted a colorful halo and indicated for Xueming to quickly consume it. That ruthless person could come at any time. Only in front of Zichun was the safest. Xueming began to heal his wounds, while Zichun's gaze was fixed on the stone forest array ahead. Following the defeat of Xuan City's leader, Xueming, the cultivators who had just rushed in also ran out of the stone forest array, each of their faces filled with panic. After these people ran out, their gazes also turned towards Zichun. When they saw Zichun, the panic on their faces eased a little, and then they all ran towards Zichun. Among them, there was no lack of those who originally had a strange expression, but at this moment, there was no trace of complacency on their faces. He's coming out. Hurry up and leave. He's coming." Voices filled with panic continuously rang out from the stone forest array. One person was able to force a group of people to retreat. From this, it could be seen how strong this person was. At this moment, the expressions of Wu Xie and the others also became extremely solemn. All the human cultivators retreated, including the leaders. The others retreated far away, while the leaders gathered around Zichun, their faces filled with fear. Soon, Zichun became the center of attention. Shangguan Hong's gaze swept over the leaders, and she snorted in dissatisfaction. The eyes of the others were also fixed on the stone forest array, as if they were facing a great enemy. The sound of footsteps rang out from the stone forest array. Each sound was like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of the people, causing them to feel suffocated and unable to breathe. The pressure also increased greatly. Zichun's pupils also shrank. Before he even saw the person, his mind was already in a tense state. Outside the stone forest array, a person appeared. This was a battle spirit wearing a black robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his indifferent eyes fell on Zichun after he appeared. Zhang Ling stared at Zichun, his expression cold. On the other hand, Zichun felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. His body slightly trembled, and his heart beat even faster. Waves of golden energy passed through his blood and spread throughout his body, and rays of light came from Zichun's body. This was his body's automatic defensive posture when it sensed danger. It was completely out of Zichun's control. Even though he had displayed the one-star Thunder King physique, Zichun still felt a sense of crisis in his heart. It was very likely that the other party was even stronger than the beast tamer. Naturally, Zichun did not dare to hold back. With a flash of light, the black saber appeared in his hand. With the black saber in hand, Zichun felt a sense of security. He looked up at the black-robed battle spirit, no longer speaking. At that moment, Zichun realized that this black-robed battle spirit was the leader of the group of battle spirits he saw in the outside world. However, it was obvious that this battle spirit was much stronger than before. The black-robed battle spirit looked at Zichun with an indifferent expression. But when he saw the pitch-black scabbard in Zichun's hand, there was a subtle change in his expression. There were clearly several hundred people here, but no one spoke. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The surrounding atmosphere was too oppressive. The others felt a great pressure, and many of them were drenched in a cold sweat. First, they encountered the beast tamer. Then they encountered this black-robed battle spirit. Both of these people were inconceivably powerful. Out of the group, only Zichun had the strength to contend with them. At this time, everyone could only hope that Zichun would be able to destroy the enemy. The silence was first broken by the battle spirit. He looked at Zichun and indifferently said, "It was you who killed Control One?" Zichun didn't know who Control One was. He could only say, "I just killed a beast tamer. I don't know if it was the Control One you speak of. What, are you here to avenge him?" A trace of disdain flashed in the black-robed battle spirit's indifferent eyes. "What does his life or death have to do with me? I encountered some difficulties earlier, so I came here specifically to find him. Since you killed him, then come with me." Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the battle spirit finished speaking, a brilliance flashed beside Zichun. Except for Gu Wei, the other people from Hu Ping City appeared in front of Zichun in the next moment. They stared at the black-robed battle spirit with hostility. "If you want to take Zichun away, you'll have to kill us first," Manshur bellowed. His body transformed in an instant. He was like a steel giant. His entire body was filled with a powerful force. "Humph," Wuxia coldly snorted. His body was also surrounded by a black light. This black light transformed into a battle armor. The battle armor surged with a suffocating aura. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing were also ready to attack. Even Go Wan and Go Chang were staring at the black-robed battle spirit fiercely. Around them, although the others didn't say anything, after seeing their actions, their expressions changed. Facing this powerful black-robed battle spirit, even their own leaders were afraid and retreated. However, not only were Zichun's friends not afraid, they even charged forward. No wonder Zichun was so determined to avenge them. It turned out that these people were also sentimental people. The black-robed battle spirit looked at them, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a faint smile. "Interesting. However, you're all too weak now. You can't stop me at all." His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Zichun. He said, "You won't send them to their deaths, right?" Zichun stepped forward and separated them. He walked in front of them again and said, "You only need me." The black-robed battle spirit's indifferent gaze swept over them. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Obviously, he was saying that the others were not qualified and were useless. Shang Guanhong and the others looked at Zichun nervously. Zichun nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Their expressions changed, but they didn't stop him. They knew that once Zichun decided on something, it was difficult to stop him. The black-robed battle spirit smiled and said, "As an expert, you should have the dignity and bearing of an expert. You are very good." After saying that, the black-robed battle spirit turned and left. "Zichun, are you really going?" Xueming opened his eyes and looked at Zichun worriedly. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Zichun smiled faintly and walked forward. Stepping into the stone forest array, Zichun followed the correct path that was transmitted to him by the wolfwine. Soon, his eyes brightened. He had passed through the stone forest array. On the other side of the stone forest array, the black-robed battle spirit was standing with his back to Zichun. After hearing the sound of footsteps, he turned around and saw Zichun. There was a trace of appreciation in his eyes. "Aren't you afraid that this is a trap?" The black-robed battle spirit walked forward, his voice sounding out at the same time. Zichun followed closely behind. He couldn't help but feel a bit of boldness in his heart. Even if it is a trap, so what? Indeed, even if it is a trap, I can break it with a single saber strike. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The black-robed battle spirit suddenly laughed, but there was a trace of reminiscence and melancholy in his laughter. Zichun followed behind the black-robed battle spirit, not continuing to speak. A moment later, the black-robed battle spirit's mood gradually returned to normal. He looked back at Zichun and said, "Don't worry. This is not a trap, but a stroke of good fortune." Good fortune? Zichun was startled. "Have you heard of the Spirit Linking Domain Core?" "What is the Spirit Linking Domain Core?" Zichun had a puzzled expression. The black-robed battle spirit's attitude was much more relaxed than before. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you don't know anything. The place we are currently standing in is called Tongyu Tower. The tower is divided into 9 floors. It is said that there is a passage at the top that leads to the Nether Palace. And during the process of climbing to the top, if we are lucky enough, we will obtain 2 things. One is the spirit-linking domain core, and the other is the perfect domain seed. The spirit-linking domain core, as the name suggests, cleanses the heart and spirit, causing a transformation to occur in the body, mind, and soul. But, as far as I know, besides cleansing the heart and spirit, the spirit-linking domain core's greater use is to change a domain world. It can cause a domain world to become filled with vitality, as if it were a true world. As for the perfect domain seed, that is something even more peculiar. But the prerequisite is that you must have the spirit-linking domain core. This is because the perfect domain seed requires the help of the spirit-linking domain core in order to grow. The meaning of its existence is even simpler, and that is to create a truly perfect domain world. Zichen's mind stirred as he heard this. It was clear that after obtaining these 2 things, his strength would become even greater. After all, he had many perfect series items on him, and he knew just how strong they were. However, since even the battle spirit cared so much about them, these 2 things shouldn't have such a minor use. Then, Zichen asked, if I obtain these 2 things, are there any other uses for them? The black-robed battle spirit glanced at Zichen and said, if you can obtain these 2 things, then your perfect domain seed can guarantee that you won't have any bottlenecks when you step into the domain realm. You can directly expand your domain world into a perfect world. At that time, you will have the qualifications to fight for the position of Mansion Master. You should know that in order to become a Mansion Master, one must at least be at the World Monarch realm. This is also known as the World Boundary. Zichen's face was filled with shock. He never thought that these 2 things would have such an inconceivable use. The domain realm was divided into 9 levels, and the difference in combat strength between each level was enormous. And the 9 levels of the domain realm represented ascending to the heavens. Once one crossed over, they would undergo another transformation and become a peak existence within their mansion. Every mansion had 108 cities, and in each city, there were many domains. However, the overall strength of these domains was around the 3rd to 5th heavenly layer, and it was very difficult for them to break through after that. Not to mention others, even the city lord of Huping City, Mu Feng, was only at the 5th heavenly layer domain realm, and he had been stuck in this realm for at least 100,000 years. Shangguan Hong's father was only at the 3rd domain realm. If there were no other opportunities, it would be impossible for them to break through their realms. After this comparison, the effects of these 2 things could be said to be heaven-defying. However, at this moment, Zichen wasn't clear about what was happening in Huping City. If he saw it with his own eyes, he would definitely be shocked. Chapter 1406. There's an even greater use. Zichen was startled. Of course, but this effect isn't obvious to humans. It's mainly targeted at special existences with powerful constitutions. The black-robed battle spirit nodded, then looked at Zichen and asked, do you know about sovereigns? Sovereigns. Zichen was startled, then said, are you talking about sovereigns? I've seen them before. This time, it was the battle spirit's turn to be shocked. He asked with surprise, you've seen sovereigns? I've seen 2, but they've been sealed for many years. In the end, they were killed. Zichen played it down. The black-robed battle spirit nodded. You're talking about sovereigns. Now, I'm going to tell you about an extremely powerful high-level life form. They have another name, and it's called sovereign beasts. Have you heard of them? Zichen nodded again. I know this. I also know one. He's the Longhu sovereign. I call him Longhu. The black-robed battle spirit was stunned. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that the black-robed battle spirit didn't say anything, Zichen thought he wanted to hear about Longhu. So, he told him how Longhu had appeared and what methods he had. After hearing Zichen's words, the black-robed battle spirit felt a bit dazed. What was this? A mere spirit origin realm cultivator was actually able to encounter an incomparably powerful sovereign beast. How heaven-defying was his luck? Where are you from? Hearing Zichen's wonderful story, the black-robed battle spirit sensed something was wrong. So, he asked, The Martial Heaven Continent. I don't know if Senior has heard of it, replied Zichun. The battle spirit waved his hand. The difference in strength between us isn't that great. It's not appropriate to call me Senior. I was wondering when an existence like you appeared in the human world. I didn't expect you to come from the Martial Heaven Continent. That's not appropriate. When Senior was alive, the battle spirit looked at Zichun and smiled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Life is life. Now, I'm a fused battle spirit and have nothing to do with life. My name is Hammer. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Hammer. All right then, Big Brother Heavy Hammer. My name is Zichun. I'm currently a citizen of Huping City. Zichun nodded. After such an introduction, the relationship between the two parties was obviously much closer. Hammer laughed at himself and said, I was going to brag about the greatest effect of the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed. I didn't expect you to surprise me. You've actually seen a supreme beast. In this world, there are many high-level life forms. However, the most common of these high-level life forms will reach the Emperor Realm when they reach adulthood. This Emperor Realm is what we call the Boundary Realm. Zichun nodded after hearing this. This was the advantage of higher life forms. For them, there was no such thing as a bottleneck before they reached the higher realm. Compared to humans, their bloodline was much more powerful. However, Zichun also knew that although the bloodline of high-level life forms was powerful, once they reached the limit, it would be very difficult for them to break through again. At that time, it would be the biggest bottleneck in their life. High-level life forms are also known as Beast Emperors. Every one of them is an existence comparable to a human mansion lord. Their combat strength is unimaginable. However, among the extremely rare high-level life forms, they're considered the most ordinary. There are some more special existences called Supremes. The bloodline of these existences is even more powerful than Beast Emperors. This is because once they reach adulthood, they'll be promoted to Supremes. These existences are famous even in the continent. Zichun was speechless when he heard this. Clearly, what Hammer meant was that a Beast Emperor was capable of dominating a prefecture, while a Supreme Being was capable of dominating a continent. As for Longhu, he was a Supreme's beast. Once he grew up, the entire continent would tremble. Thinking about Longhu, Zichun was a little dazed. At this moment, he finally understood the benefits of having a powerful bloodline. For example, he had gone through fire and water to try his luck again and again to achieve his current strength. However, what about high-level life forms? Perhaps they could become a top expert in the continent just by sleeping and taking a walk. This was the difference between them. Hammer continued, the greatest use of the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed is to increase the potential of an ordinary beast emperor to that of a supreme. Although there is a certain probability of that happening, it does not stop all higher life forms from going crazy over it. Zichun was even more shocked when he heard this. Although Hammer didn't say that it would be more beneficial for humans, if it was so effective for high-level life forms, humans would be able to reach the Boundary Realm, which was the peak of Beast Emperor. Brother Hammer, the fortune you mentioned, could it be that we might be able to get the psychic domain core? After knowing the effects, Zichun asked excitedly, how is that possible? Hammer shook his head and smiled. The value of the psychic domain core is immeasurable, and it's extremely rare. How could we possibly have it on this level? The fortune I mentioned is that there's a chance to obtain the psychic domain core. Although he was a little disappointed, it was good to have a chance. Zichun suddenly thought of something and asked, Brother Hammer, the reason why you're telling me so much isn't just because we're both humans, right? Oh, it seems that you also know that there's a difference between battle spirits. If that's not the reason, what else could it be? Hammer looked at Zichun with interest. Zichun raised the scabbard in his hand and said, the bigger reason should be this. Zichun's senses were very sharp. The moment he took out the scabbard, he sensed the change in Hammer's eyes. Hammer smiled and didn't deny it. He said, it's related because I know the owner of this scabbard. Can you tell me where you found this scabbard? Hammer looked at the scabbard in Zichun's hand, and his face was filled with reminiscence. In a unique space. Back then, the scabbard was full of rust. However, I guess what Brother Hammer really wants to know is the owner of the scabbard. Hammer's gaze turned sharp. He stared at Zichun and asked, "You met the owner of the scabbard. How is he?" Hammer's gaze made Zichun feel a little uncomfortable. He could see that Hammer was really worried. He stopped joking and said, "He left?" "Left? Did you kill him?" Hammer asked. Zichun shook his head and said, "No, he left by himself. I think he went deeper." When Zhong Chue heard this, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Sai, look at my level of comprehension. Since you have obtained this scabbard and are holding it in your hand, you have naturally obtained his drawing skill. If you did not obtain his consent, how would you be able to understand the drawing skill? Even I am about to fully awaken, let alone someone as talented as him." Hammer's emotions fluctuated greatly. His words were filled with excitement. There was no time to explain what had happened between the two of them. Zichun and Hammer arrived at their destination. Along the way, the number of battle spirits they encountered increased by a lot. When these battle spirits saw Zichun, a human, a strange expression appeared on their faces. There are 3 types of battle spirits. After awakening, there are 3 types of battle spirits. One is the battle spirit of an alien race, just like controlling 10,000. When they were alive, they were all aliens, and after they turned into battle spirits, they are controlled by the soul of an alien race. When you see them, you must be careful. The second type is the mutated battle spirit. Most of them are transformed from special life forms that died. When they were alive, they were allies with humans, but after they turned into battle spirits, they became neutral existences. When you see them, you must be vigilant and on guard against them. The last type is the human battle spirit, just like me. As they moved forward, Hammer explained to Zichun in a low voice, "Of course, if you encounter a battle spirit that has not awakened, they are all enemies." The division of battle spirits was very complicated. Hammer did not explain them one by one. Soon, they arrived at the place where many battle spirits were gathered. In front of the group of battle spirits, there were 3 battle spirits that exuded unique auras. One of them had a single horn on his forehead and silver scales all over his body. He had a cold expression. When Zichun saw this person, he guessed that he should be the mutated battle spirit. Sure enough, Hammer transmitted, he is a mutated battle spirit. He no longer has his original form. His awakening is not complete. He has many kinds of souls. He is called Soul Snatcher. His spiritual sense is very strong, and his attacks are not weak. Back then, he fought Tame Wan, but Tame Wan lost. Therefore, the two of them are evenly matched. When Zichun heard the transmission, his heart skipped a beat. Tame Wan was the beast tamer. Zichun knew very well how difficult it was to deal with the other party. Now that he saw an existence who had lost to Tame Wan, he was naturally surprised. However, he also buried this surprise deep in his heart. The second battle spirit was very flirtatious. He wore a battle armor made from the feathers of an unknown battle beast. Although he was dressed up beautifully, Zichun could clearly see that he was a man. He is a battle spirit of a foreign race. His name is Hun Xie. Although his personality is split when he awakened, his battle strength is very strong. Hammer transmitted again. The last battle spirit was relatively short. However, he held a giant axe in his hand. The surface of the giant axe was flashing with a halo. The surrounding space was trembling slightly. He had not used his power, but it was already so powerful. One could see how extraordinary the giant axe was. He is called Giant Axe. He is also from a foreign race. Although he is short like a dwarf, his battle strength is not weaker than others. While Zichun was sizing up the 3 battle spirits, the 3 of them also sensed his gaze and looked over. When they saw Zichun standing beside Zhong Chue, the 3 of them were slightly startled. Giant Axe, who was standing on a big rock, jumped up. He looked over and said unhappily, "Hammer, didn't I ask you to find Tame Wan? Why did you find a human? Tame Wan?" The other 2 stared at Zichun with unfriendly eyes. "Tame Wan is dead. He was killed by him. Therefore, I could only bring him here." Hammer glanced at Giant Axe and said indifferently, Chapter 1407. Zhong Chue looked at Giant Axe in front of him with an indifferent expression. "Quan Wan is dead. What's there to explain? Don't tell me. You want to avenge Quan Wan? The short giant axe pointed his thick finger at Zichen beside Zhong Chue and said loudly, You said he killed Quan Wan. Do you think I'll believe you? Quan Wan's strength isn't something a mere human can kill. Quan Wan is a beast tamer. Only those higher life forms can kill him. How can a mere human kill him? Zhong Chue, we all know what you're thinking, but you should know what we're going to do next. The gorgeously dressed man looked at Zhong Chue and said, ignoring Zichen. Although the mutated battle spirit evil soul didn't say anything, its face was filled with dissatisfaction. After listening to their conversation, Zichen could tell that they didn't get along. As for being able to stand here and gather together, it was all because of what Zhong Chue said. Zhong Chue didn't continue to explain for Zichen. Zichen understood that it was time to prove himself. He held the scabbard in his left hand and took a step forward. With his right hand on the scabbard, he said indifferently, Whoever wants to avenge Quan Wan, come at me. What a big tone. Hearing Zichen's provocative words, Giant Axe was furious. He grabbed the handle of the huge axe and was about to step forward. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the long blade in Zichen's hand as his pupils immediately shrunk. His original anger had actually disappeared by 70% at this moment. Hunxia and Duo Hun noticed the change in Giant Axe and looked at Zichen. Then, they saw the black scabbard in Zichen's hand. Although the three of them hadn't fully awakened, the memories in the deepest part of their souls allowed them to recognize this item at a glance. It's Ba Dao's scabbard. Zhong Chue, you're really good at scheming. After seeing the scabbard, the three of them shifted their gazes back to Zhong Chue. Their eyes became extremely cold. Zichen was shocked. He didn't expect the scabbard to have such a great origin. It recognized almost all the awakened battle spirits he encountered. In fact, Zichen did not know how many creatures this scabbard had killed in that great battle. When the saber drawing technique was used, almost no one could compete with it. At that time, amongst the cultivators that fought the Xeno race, there were 3 commanders with the greatest reputation, and Ba Dao was one of them. Hammer smiled faintly and said, He is qualified, right? Humph. Giant Axe snorted coldly and said no more. Duo Hun and Hunxia had no more objections. Clearly, Zichen was qualified. The 3 of them did not have any objections. However, they did not like Zichen either. Hence, Hammer was the only one who could explain what they were going to do next. We found a barrier. This barrier is very strange. It can sense the number of people attacking it and increase its defense. We tried many times, but we couldn't open it. The more people there are, the more impossible it is. After many tests, we came to the conclusion that only when 5 people work together can we have the highest chance of breaking the barrier. Zichen nodded and asked, Is there a passage behind the barrier? It should be, Hammer said. Human, we originally wanted to find Controller Wan because we believed that he could break it. If you can't, I will definitely kill you, Giant Axe said coldly. Faced with Giant Axe's threat, Zichen sneered and replied, The saber in my hand has long been thirsty. Humph. Arrogant. Giant Axe snorted again. All right, let's go. This area is almost deserted. Do you still want to stay here? Hammer's voice was much colder. The other 3 did not say anything. Zichen could see that they were afraid of Hammer. After walking for about 5 miles, Zichen saw a high platform. There were 5 huge light pillars on the high platform. Runes were engraved on the surface of the light pillars, emitting brilliant light. The moment he saw the high platform, Zichen's face was filled with surprise. Earlier, he had been paying attention to his surroundings. During that time, he did not notice anything. Additionally, he did not get the feeling that he had stepped into another space. The way the power of space operates here is somewhat unique. You cannot sense it from the outside. Seeing the change in Zichen's expression, Hammer explained in a hushed tone. The barrier that Hammer mentioned was located outside the high platform. Only by breaking the barrier could they enter the high platform. There was a high chance that the passage would lead them to the high platform. The barrier was like a huge transparent bubble. It was upside down, enveloping the entire high platform. The transparent bubble did not appear conspicuous. However, it had stopped the army of war spirits. The other 4 moved in 4 different directions. Zichun found that they were standing at the central point of the two light pillars on the high platform. It just so happened that one of the central points was missing. Thus, Zichun walked over. "I'll go first," Giant Axe shouted, and the huge axe in his hand trembled slightly. A violent aura radiated out from the axe. The axe, which was already huge in the first place, instantly grew several times larger. Like a divine axe that could split the heavens, it brought with it an unimaginable power as it hacked down on the barrier before them. Boom! The violent energy vibrated, and a huge crater was instantly created on the barrier. Following that, the barrier began to distort violently at the place where the huge axe had struck. After that attack, the huge axe did not retract. The violent energy was still gushing out. At the place where it had struck the barrier, endless light sputtered out. The light reflected Giant Axe's malevolent face. "I'll go." The second to attack was Duohun. A long spear appeared out of thin air in front of him. The long spear was surging with soul power as vast as the sea. He used his spiritual thoughts to control the long spear, and it pierced through the barrier in front of him. At the place where the long spear had struck, the barrier began to sink. Waves of soul power were like spirit snakes. With the point of attack as the center, they spread out in all directions. In another direction, Zichun noticed that the horn on Duohun's forehead had disappeared. He suspected that the long spear was the manifestation of the horn. Clearly, the horn was a powerful soul remembrance weapon. It was specialized against the soul. It was no wonder that Duohun was able to win against Controlled One. It was probably the credit of the soul tool. Just as Zichun was observing Duohun's attack, Hun Xia also launched an attack. In his hand was the evil crescent moon blade. Its power was also extraordinary. As the attack landed on the barrier, the evil crescent moon blade continued to rotate. Waves of vast and terrifying energy continuously surged into the barrier. The attack power of the three was very strong. Under one attack, the barrier collapsed. Moreover, the attack power continued to pour in, increasing the degree of collapse of the barrier. The rebound power is very strong. "I can't hold on for much longer," Giant Axe shouted. In reality, his shout was meaningless. Before he could even finish, the world suddenly darkened. Following that, a huge black hammer appeared in the void. On top of the black hammer, there was an endless amount of black light. This black light was like a dark demonic aura. It carried a spirit as it descended from the sky. Heavy Hammer's originally large body grew even taller, while the power within his body surged violently. Holding the giant hammer in his hand, he stomped his right foot forward, causing the ground to violently tremble. Following which, Heavy Hammer roared out, before the black hammer instantly smashed downwards. Boom! The black hammer smashed down, causing the void to tremble. This blow landed heavily on the barrier, causing it to collapse. Following that, a crazy and powerful energy passed through the barrier and rushed towards Zichun. In front of Zichun, where he was supposed to attack, there was an additional energy that belonged to Heavy Hammer. This energy was wreaking havoc on the barrier. Zichun knew that this was Hammer's way of helping him. Thus, he looked at Hammer gratefully. When the other three saw this, they looked at each other and sneered. Heavy Hammer's action indirectly proved that the human was not strong. They did not have to worry about the human anymore. Attack. As the attacks of the four landed, Hammer bellowed out. In everyone's imagination, Zichun would definitely draw his blade. However, they were disappointed. Zichun did not draw his blade. He only clenched his fist. On the faces of the three, including Heavy Hammer, there was a strange look. "This is not a joke. Use your strongest attack," Duohun shouted coldly. "If you ruin this, I will definitely kill you," Giant Axe threatened. "Human, I will give you time to draw your blade." Hun Xie's voice was incomparably cold. Even his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Heavy Hammer frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. Since he had found Zichun, he would naturally choose to believe him. The moment he clenched his fist, a thunderous sound came from Zichun's body. The thunderous sound was very loud. Other than that, everyone could also hear the sound of hammering. That was Zichun's heart beating vigorously. A powerful thunder force was transmitted to every part of his body. A violent and domineering force was instantly emitted from Zichen's body. At this moment, there seemed to be two thunder dragons in Zichen's eyes. His eyes were cold and emotionless. On Zichen's chest, a dazzling silver light appeared. This light was like a bright Xingqian. The violent Zichen gave off a dangerous feeling. Moreover, his aura had obviously reached the first domain realm at this moment. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. None of them expected Zichen to have such a move. In the next moment, Zichen's fist shone with a dazzling light. This was the result of a powerful force gathering. It was like another Xingqian. Just like that, he threw out a punch. Boom! As the punch was thrown out, a sharp whistling sound rang in the air. This punch tore through the air and shook the space. It directly landed on the light shield in front of him. As the punch landed, Zichen felt a strong rebounding force. However, this rebounding force was weak in the face of an unstoppable attack. In an instant, the rebounding force was destroyed. Under the naked eye, the light shield started to sink rapidly. "Do it!" the other four people shouted. Then, the five forces moved together. The entire light shield started to tremble violently. In the midst of the trembling, small cracks appeared. Boom! When the five forces went berserk, the cracks on the light shield spread to the limit. With a loud bang, it exploded. Haha, finally out? Chapter 1408. The barrier exploded. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard a maniacal laugh. Then, a violent aura surged out from between the five light pillars. Something unexpected happened. The five of them were shocked and retreated. Boom! The place where the five of them were standing turned into a sea of energy. The energy was in a violent state and contained destructive waves. What's going on? Zichen retreated and looked ahead. Hammer said, "It should be a guardian." A guardian? Zichen was stunned. However, it made sense. It was not easy to enter the next level. Comparatively speaking, the expressions of the other three people were much calmer. It was obvious that they had already expected such a scene. The five of them looked ahead cautiously. The violent energy gradually dissipated. When the violent energy completely dissipated, an unknown creature appeared in front of them. The reason he was called an unknown creature was because he had a human body but 9 heads. Beneath each of the 9 heads was a long neck. The necks were connected to the human body. It was a very strange sight. Yes, 5 of us. The 9 pairs of eyes on the 9 heads looked at the 5 of them. Then, a surprised voice came from one of the heads. "This is a mutation of the 9-headed Hydra, right?" Huge Axe held his axe tightly and asked the unknown creature in front of him. He was not asking the creature. Then, Duo Hun said, "It should be." Hun Xie pursed his lips and said, "I didn't expect this guardian to be a battle spirit. He must have a lot of luck points to be able to become a guardian." Luck points were something that all living beings in the Manor Realm cared about. This included battle spirits and battle beasts. Zichen was surprised when he heard the 3 of them. He whispered, "Battle spirits need luck points too?" Hammer pondered for a moment and said, "Luck points are good things. All living beings here need them. Compared to humans, battle spirits need luck points more." After a pause, Hammer said, "Battle spirits have a special sense. They can sense the luck points on humans." Zichen's face immediately showed surprise. Heavy Hammer nodded and said, "Take you for example. Your current luck points are 53,784 out of 100. Zichen's expression froze when he heard the voice transmission. Before he killed Qianwan, he already had hundreds of thousands of luck points. After killing Qianwan, his luck points skyrocketed, surpassing the 1 million mark. "I'm not the only one who can sense it. The others can as well." The voice transmission came to an end because the 9-headed creature in front of them spoke up. He was actually interested in the luck points. TSK, not bad. Not bad at all. The 5 of you together have over 2 million luck points. If I were to kill you all, the luck points on me would be enough to bring me away. Not bad. Not bad at all. Leave? Where are we going? Zichen suddenly asked. "I'll tell you when I kill you." One of the 9 heads turned around and grinned at Zichen. "Cut the crap. If we want to leave this place, We can only fight to the death. Giant Axe swung the giant axe in his hand and shouted coldly. A powerful aura was released from his body at this moment. The aura was much stronger than Xueming and the others. It was even stronger than a level 4 battle spirit. Level 5. Zichun could clearly sense Giant Axe's level from the energy fluctuation. Following the release of Giant Axe's aura, Duo Hun and Hun Xie were not to be outdone. Both of them were level 5 battle spirits. This level was equivalent to a late-stage domain realm, second only to a level 6 peak domain realm. Hammer was a level 5 peak domain realm, only one step away from level 6. As for Zichun, he was a level 1 battle spirit when he did not display his physical strength. However, once he displayed his Thunder King physique, he was a level 3 battle spirit. Even though Zichun had displayed his Thunder King physique, and even though lightning was surging around him, the eyes of the 9 creatures were still filled with disdain when they looked at him. Boom! In the next moment, the power around him also surged. His level was actually a level 6 peak domain realm. In other words, the opponent's current level was almost a level 7 battle spirit, which was equivalent to a level 2 domain realm. One should know that there was a huge difference in combat strength between levels of domain realm. This difference was like the difference between levels of domain realm. The 9-headed creature looked down at the crowd, its eyes full of disdain and ridicule. I thought you were strong. I didn't expect you to be just a level 6 battle spirit. Giant Axe curled his lips in disdain. Little guy, the difference between levels of battle spirits is huge. Even if I'm just a level 6 battle spirit, it'll be easy for me to kill you all. The 9-headed creature sneered. Shameless boasting. Giant Axe snorted and looked to both sides. Everyone was ready for battle. When Giant Axe retracted his gaze, he looked at Zichun and smiled mockingly. Kill him. Following Giant Axe's shout, he was the first to attack the 9-headed creature. Giant Axe caused the void to vibrate. With a strong sense of oppression, he chopped towards one of the 9 heads. Seeing Giant Axe coming, the head smiled coldly. Then, it opened its eyes and spat out a breath. It was a white breath, but after it was spat out, there was a burst of coldness. The white breath spread forward. Along the way, there were ice crystals. Each ice crystal contained a powerful force. Boom! These ice crystals were instantly blasted apart when they encountered the advancing axe. Soon after, a series of explosions rang out from the area in front of them. Like a raging sea of ice crystals, this place became a world of ice aura. Giant Axe felt that he had come to a world of ice. The power around his body showed signs of freezing. He roared and the power in his body surged again, wanting to break through this world of ice. At this moment, the world of ice suddenly started to rain. At first, it was a raindrop the size of a bean, but in the end, it became a downpour. The rain seemed to come from the sky and fell on the world of ice. When the rain fell on the world of ice, it was like freezing rain. Not only did it not wash away the ice crystals, but it made the world even colder. Then, as the rain fell, the world completely became a world of ice. As for Giant Axe's body, it was like an ice sculpture, standing in this world. In the outside world, in the eyes of Zichun and the others, the 9-headed creature attacked twice. To be precise, it was 2 of his heads that spat out 2 breaths. However, these breaths, one of ice and one of rain, trapped Giant Axe. Just as Giant Axe attacked, Duo Hun and Hun Xie also moved. The long spear in Duo Hun's hand was like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards the head in front of him. This attack was very fast. It was like teleportation, but also like shuttling through space. It disappeared quickly. Another one of the 9 heads moved. It also opened its mouth and breathed out. At the same time, another head spat out a silver world. This spear entered this world and then shuttled through this world. In the blink of an eye, it entered the depths of this world and disappeared without a trace. Another 2 heads trapped the long spear. Along with the expansion of the world, it also enveloped Duo Hun. Just like how Giant Axe was trapped in the world of ice, Duo Hun was also trapped. Hun Xie's evil crescent moon blade was spinning at high speed, releasing waves of powerful energy. However, in front of the evil crescent moon blade, there were mountains after mountains. These mountains were like divine mountains. They were very sturdy. Every time the evil crescent moon blade broke through a mountain with difficulty, another mountain would appear and block its path. Obviously, Hunxia was also trapped. Be careful. As Giant Hammer rushed forward, he transmitted his voice to Zichun. Then, he waved his giant hammer and smashed it towards the nine-headed creature in front of him. The entire void trembled under his smash. Two of the heads also spat out light towards Giant Hammer. This time, he spat out flames. One of them was a world of flames, used to trap people, while the other spat out fire creatures. These creatures all exuded a very strong aura, and they all rushed towards Giant Hammer. In Giant Hammer's hand, the giant hammer vibrated, and a terrifying power spread out, instantly shattering a large number of creatures. At the same time, even the world of flames shook violently. Two of the 9 heads also released roars for the first time. Immediately afterwards, even more flame creatures appeared, smashing over like heavy hammers. At the same time, magma appeared in the world of flames. This magma rapidly rose like seawater, and soon, it completely filled the world of flames. In the blink of an eye, Giant Hammer was drowned in endless flames and magma. Zichun lost sight of Giant Hammer. Out of the 9 heads, 8 of them attacked and trapped the 4 of them. The worlds that they spat out shocked Zichun greatly. However, in the next instant, the final head landed on Zichun's body, following which, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. Puny human, I'll kill you first today. Once I'm free, I'll deal with the rest. After saying that, the last head opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light. This ray of light was very dazzling, but after it rushed out, it turned into a sea of lightning. In the sky above the sea of lightning, there were many lightning creatures floating, exuding a strong aura. At the same time, an endless sea of lightning was brewing in the sky, as if it could fall at any time. The skills of the 9 heads shocked Zichun. Moreover, the last sea of lightning had an extraordinary power, but, unfortunately, it used the sea of lightning to trap Zichun. This was a little funny. This was because Zichun was much more professional than the other one when it came to controlling lightning. Chapter 1409. In the Sea of Lightning, the power of lightning was very violent. Just like that, Zichun charged in and encountered the lightning creature. Boom! Zichun clenched his fist and punched out. Endless lightning flashed and shattered a lightning creature. This sea of lightning was very dangerous. If other people were in it, it would be very troublesome. However, to Zichun, this sea of lightning seemed a little weak. He was quite disappointed because if this sea of lightning was a little stronger, Zichun could absorb the power of the sea of lightning here and advance his Thunder King physique. Roar! Heaven-shaking roars rang out, and many creatures rushed towards Zichun, causing the entire sea of lightning to roll. Above the firmament, the thunderstorm was also brewing, and streaks of lightning pierced through the black clouds from time to time, looking very terrifying. Zichun raised his head and looked at the thunderstorm. He shook his head in disappointment. Weak, still too weak. In this sea of lightning, there was nothing that Zichun cared about. He lost interest in it. Therefore, he walked into the sea of lightning and moved forward in a straight line. Pung! A huge lightning creature rushed towards Zichun. From the aura around it, it was already a 4th-grade combat spirit. However, after taking a punch from Zichun, this creature wailed and disappeared. Zichun stepped on the sea of lightning and moved forward. Wherever he went, all the creatures that blocked his way were destroyed. At this moment, lightning surrounded him, making him look like the god of thunder. Naturally, these spiritual beings could not stop his steps. In the outside world, one of the 9 heads saw this scene. There was a hint of surprise on its face. It didn't expect that this weak-looking human was actually an expert in controlling lightning. His understanding of lightning had also reached a very high level. However, it didn't care because it still had more tricks up its sleeves. It could guarantee that it would make this human suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, it realized that this small human figure had disappeared from the sea of lightning. It was like teleportation or traveling through time. He disappeared just like that and couldn't be sensed anymore. How could this be? Its face was full of surprise. "Hey, big guy, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice filled with ridicule sounded from behind. The nine-headed creature could tell that the voice belonged to that human. Startled, it subconsciously turned its head. When he turned around, he saw that human. At this moment, the human was looking at him with a mocking expression. "You." The little human had escaped from his control. This was his mistake. So he was angry and wanted to say some harsh words. However, as soon as he uttered a word, he saw the mocking expression of the human in front of him turn cold in the next moment. A murderous intent appeared in the human's eyes, and then the human disappeared from his sight. This did not mean that the humans had disappeared, but that a blinding light had appeared in front of him. There was only this light in his eyes, and there was nothing else. This ray of light was like an open fan. It unfolded a total of 6 times and spread out in front of him. The dazzling light enveloped him, and after that, he didn't know anything. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out, and a huge head flew high into the air the moment the purple chun long blade returned to its scabbard. The world of lightning that was still raging in front of him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The head fell to the ground, and its eyes were still wide open. Its expression of disbelief finally froze. The 4 worlds that had trapped the 4 people also paused for a moment. However, this pause allowed the 4 people inside to seize the opportunity and attack with all their might. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled. Heavy Hammer held a huge hammer that destroyed the world of flames and then rushed out. The moment he came out, he held the huge hammer and smashed it at the head that was close to him. Die! As the hammer roared, the surrounding space began to distort crazily. Immediately after, an extremely strong pressure fell on the shocked head, greatly reducing the head's reaction speed. The head of the hammer fell, and another loud sound rang out. This time, the head was smashed into pieces by the hammer. "Damn human, you've ruined my plan." However, Heavy Hammer only smashed one head, and the other head was successfully avoided. He twisted his neck and stared at Zi-Chan with a face full of hatred. Boom! Another world was shattered, and the first thing that rushed out was a huge axe. The axe had the will to split open the sky. The moment it appeared, it slashed at the head that had just trapped him. Pooh! One head was directly split into 2, and the other quickly retreated. However, at this moment, only 6 of the 9 heads were left. After losing 3 heads in succession, the 9-headed creature's control of the other heads also showed some delay. The long spear that had been shuttling in and out of that world suddenly rushed out of that sealed world and hit one of the heads. That head exploded. However, just as that head exploded, in another direction, the crescent moon evil blade seemed to have cut through all the mountains and directly appeared near one of the heads, and then cut off that head. Just after Zi-Chun cut off one of the heads, the 9-headed creature lost another 4 heads in a short moment. 9 heads turned into 4 in an instant. The other 4 people appeared one after another, and 3 of them looked at Zi-Chun with a strange look in their eyes. Only Heavy Hammer looked at Zi-Chun with great admiration. "Human, you've ruined my plan. I want you dead." Among the 9 heads, the remaining 4 all stared at Zi-Chun, and the hatred in their eyes had reached the limit. In the next moment, all 4 of them opened their mouths and were about to swallow and spit at Zi-Chun. "Kill him, Zi-Chun. Retreat." Chong Chue roared and charged forward with his gigantic hammer in hand. The hammer surged, rolling up the endless power of space, and blocked one of the 9 heads. When Zi-Chun heard this, he also flashed back. Obviously, he was no longer needed in the next battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the other 3 heard the sound of Heavy Hammer, they also rushed forward and blocked the remaining 3 heads. For a moment, all kinds of energy shook the sky, turning it into a sea of energy, and a series of violent explosions could be heard. However, without 5 heads, even if the 9-headed creature was a peak existence of level 6, it could not fight against the 4 powerful existences. Boom! Heavy Hammer was the first to destroy the world, and as the hammer fell, another head was destroyed. Giant Axe followed closely behind. After the giant axe broke through the world, it fell from the sky and directly split one of the heads into two. The evil crescent blade spun and rushed out of the world, and then cut off another head. Only one of the 9 heads was left, and his face was full of anger and resentment. However, it was obvious that he would not be able to do much. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief in the next moment. However, at this moment, the long spear that rushed out of the world, which should have pierced through the last head, was unexpectedly dodged by the 9 heads. Then, the last head, together with its body, rushed towards Zichun. Die. The last head's expression was ferocious, and its eyes were full of resentment. A fierce aura was also locked on to Zichun. Such an unforeseen event caused the others to cry out, but it was too late to stop it. Duohun, what are you doing? Heavy Hammer saw this scene and was furious, glaring at Duohun. Duohun spread his hands and said guiltily, "Sorry, I did not expect him to be able to dodge. My mistake, my mistake." Swoosh. The 9-headed creature rushed towards Zichun, and in the process, it did not spit out a world towards Zichun. Obviously, it had guessed its final fate, so before it died, it must kill this human brat who ruined it. Looking at the incoming 9-headed creature, Zichun's face was unprecedentedly serious. Lightning flashed around his body, and his hands were clenched into fists, staring at the 9-headed creature. Knowing that you will die, you did not run. You are not stupid. Giant Axe saw this scene and smiled coldly. He. Hunxie chuckled. His voice was charming. No one can save him. Once this brat dies, it will be Heavy Hammer's turn. Duohun looked at Heavy Hammer, who was charging forward, with a murderous look in his eyes. Heavy Hammer was still a step too late. The 9-headed creature arrived in front of Zichun first. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a silver light. These silver lights were like spears, and there were hundreds of them. With a sharp whistling sound, they flew towards Zichun. This was the full strength of the 9-headed creature, and it was extremely powerful and terrifying. Even the other 4 would have to face this attack seriously, let alone Zichun. Facing this attack, Zichun let out an explosive roar. Lightning crazily surged around his body. His tightly clenched fists contained an extremely powerful strength, after which, he clenched his fists and ruthlessly attacked the long spear in front of him. 2 gigantic fist lights with powerful auras rushed towards the long spear. Boom! Boom! The fist lights exploded, and a terrifying force surged, destroying a large number of spears in an instant. When they saw this scene, astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the 3 people in the distance. However, that was all. They continued to ridicule Zichun as they waited for his death. These 2 fist lights were not weak, but compared to the hundreds of spears, they were too weak. The energy of the 2 fist lights destroyed nearly 100 spears, but there were still hundreds of spears that passed through the energy of the fist lights and rushed towards Zichun. Poof! Poof! Zichun's defense, which was emitting a strong electric light, was instantly broken. Then, the long spear swept past Zichun's body and pierced through his body like it was made of rotten wood. In the blink of an eye, Zichun's body was attacked by hundreds of spears. His intact body was instantly riddled with holes, and he was in tatters. Ha ha! Chapter 14:10. Seeing that Zichun was almost turned into a sieve by the spear, and even his sea of consciousness was pierced through, he knew that even an immortal god would not be able to save him. The smile on Duohun's face spread, and he said proudly, "So what if he has the tyrant blade scabbard? So what if he killed Controller One? Sometimes, intelligence is the key to victory. A mere human actually wants to compete with us? What a reckless thing," Huge Axe said coldly. Hunxie snorted, his face full of pride. Now that the human was dead, Hammer was the only one left. Facing the 3 of them, Hammer would definitely die. How could it be so easy to get that spot? Haha. Seeing that the human in front of him no longer looked like a human, the 9-headed creature laughed loudly. There was a twisted sense of satisfaction in his laughter. It was this human who ruined his plan and killed him. Before he died, he wanted revenge. Hammer was a step too late. He did not expect the three of them to be so shameless. When he saw Zichen's appearance, he was also heartbroken. However, Chong Chue quickly sensed that something was amiss. He saw Zichen's eyes, which were extremely calm. No one could be calm in the face of death, unless they were saints. Of course, Zichen was not a saint, but he was so calm in the face of death. There was obviously a problem. Soon, he saw a hint of mockery in Zichen's calm eyes. Zichen, who was in front of him, fell to the ground, and his proud laughter echoed in the world. "Don't you think it's too early to celebrate now?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the side of the nine-headed creature. Hearing this voice, the proud laughter stopped. The nine-headed creature slowly turned his head and looked in front of him in disbelief. There was another figure standing there. It was the human he hated the most. At this moment, the human was holding a scabbard and looking at him with a mocking expression. You are not dead." The nine-headed creature could not believe what he was seeing. He looked at Zichen in front of him, and then at Zichen, who was lying on the ground beside him. However, in the next moment, he saw that Zichen, who was lying on the ground, had disappeared like an illusion. Doppelganger. It's a damn doppelganger. The nine-headed creature finally reacted, and its expression became extremely angry. It could not understand how this human could create such a clone in such a short time. Furthermore, his clone was so similar to his real body. It could be said that they were almost identical. Damn it. Similarly stunned expressions appeared on the faces of the three fellows in the distance. After seeing Zichen, the complacency on their faces disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Doppelganger? He actually used a doppelganger. Could it be that he had long predicted this would happen? What a cunning human. He has been wary of us for a long time. The three of them gritted their teeth, wishing they could immediately rush forward and kill Zichen. The nine-headed creature was also gnashing its teeth, itching to swallow Zichen alive. But no matter if it was the former or the latter, they had no chance, because Zichen's face turned cold and he instantly pulled out his saber. The dazzling saber light appeared once again, leaving only that saber light in this world. The saber light reflected the unwillingness and despair of the nine-headed creature. Then, the saber light spread and split into six, like a folding fan with 6 bones opening up. Puff. Blood spurted out, and the last head of the nine-headed creature flew high into the air. At this point, none of the 9 heads were left. Zichen sheathed his saber and stood there indifferently. Since he knew that the two sides were not on good terms, Zichen would naturally be more careful. Let alone these fellows. Even he would have to borrow the power of the nine-headed creature to get rid of someone. Therefore, when Zichen retreated, he revealed his doppelganger and hid his real body. If the others could focus their attention, they would naturally notice this action. Moreover, the biggest flaw of Zichen's doppelganger was that it did not have a scabbard in its hand. Unfortunately, everyone was too engrossed in the battle. Or rather, they did not pay attention to Zichen at all, so they did not notice Zichen's doppelganger. Haha, good job, Zichen. As expected of a brave and resourceful human. Hammer quickly recovered from his daze and laughed loudly. Hammer was not far from Zichen. At this moment, he stood in front of Zichen and faced the 3 people in front of him. Zichen smiled faintly and looked at Hammer gratefully. Obviously, among the 4 of them, only Hammer did not want Zichen to die. Brave and resourceful. This is called insidious and cunning, okay? The 3 of them curled their lips, their faces gloomy and their eyes cold. At this point, there was no need for disguise. There was only one battle left. You guys worked together to scheme against Controller Juan. So what? You definitely did not expect Duo Hun to work with us, right? Huge Axe snorted coldly and looked at Hammer. His words were obviously directed at Hammer. When Controller Juan was still around, there were 5 powerful existences. Therefore, at that time, Hammer and Duo Hun were on the same side. Since Duo Hun was defeated by Controller Juan could only go and guard the forest to prevent humans from interfering. However, they did not expect that Duo Hun would collude with the 2 of them. Sure enough, when they were alive, they belonged to the side of humans. However, once they mutated into battle spirits, they lost their allegiance. Hammer straightened his back and exuded a powerful aura. He said indifferently, "So what if you guys work together? Not to mention that Zi-Chan is here. Even if Zi-Chan is not, I will kill the three of you even if I have to risk my life." Tiskte Hammer. Your words are really big. Huge Axe curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Do you still think that you are a human? Don't forget, you are just a remnant soul that has lost your soul. Your awakening is not complete like ours, and your soul is not even as complete as ours. At that time, you could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ba Dao and Shan Lei. You were known as one of the strongest commanders. But now, you are just a mere level 5 battle spirit." Huge Axe's words surprised Zi-Chan. He originally thought that Hammer only knew Ba Dao. He did not expect that the two of them had the same fame when they were alive. However, when Ba Dao had awakened, it was because he had seen the scabbard. When he had awakened, it had been silent. His fighting strength was unparalleled. Zi-Chan guessed that when Ba Dao had left, he was at least a level 7 battle spirit. But what about Hammer? Since he was able to come here, it was obvious that he had awakened for a long time. However, his current strength was only at level 5. Zi-Chan had initially guessed that Hammer was just an expert, but not the strongest existence. Now, he understood that it was not that Hammer was not strong, but that he had lost too much of his soul. So what? I can still kill the three of you. Although he had lost too much of his soul, Hammer was still Hammer. He still had the self-esteem and confidence he had in the past. Zi-Chan chuckled. He looked ahead and said indifferently, "Brother Hammer, you don't have to be like this. I can't guarantee that I can defeat the three of them, but I can guarantee that I can kill one of them." "Haha, that's great. As for the other two, I'll smash them to death with my hammer." Hammer laughed heartily. "Zi-Chan, I'll recognize you as my brother. Let's drink and chat after I've defeated the three of them." "All right, let's drink and chat. I happen to have some good wine here." Zi-Chan laughed. The faces of the three people in front became extremely gloomy. They were very clear about Hammer's strength. They did not even put that human in their eyes. However, they did not expect that these two fellows, who were bound to die, would look down on the three of them and even divide them up. One must know that when they were dealing with the 9 creatures, they had all concealed their strength. If that human had foolishly thought that they only had a few tricks up their sleeves, he would not even know how he died. Although the two sides were conversing, the atmosphere had already become extremely oppressive. "Which one do you want to deal with?" Hammer asked. "I hate traitors the most in my life. I'll deal with that guy." Zi-Chan pointed at Duan Hun with a single finger. Duan Hun was enraged. With a furious roar, he moved to charge at Zi-Chan. However, right at that moment, an explosion rang out from somewhere in front of the two sides, near where Hammer and Zi-Chan were. As this explosion rang out, several smaller explosions rang out in other places as well. The explosion came from the body of the 9 creatures and the other 9 heads. There was no sign of them exploding at all. Following the explosion of the bodies, several clumps of light appeared. There were a total of 12 clumps of light. When the 12 clumps of light appeared, 5 of them flew towards Giant Axe and the other 2 before fusing into their bodies. When they sensed the clumps of light, ecstasy appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them. It was worth mentioning that only one of the 5 clumps of light managed to fuse into Duan Hun's body. Following that, the 3 of them turned to look at the other 7 clumps of light. Of the 7 clumps of light, 5 of them flew towards Zi-Chan and Hammer. 2 of them fused into Hammer's body. As for the other 3, they fused into Zi-Chen's body. Haha, these are all luck points. They're really generous. As soon as the clumps of light fused into his body, Hammer could feel the surge of luck points. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Among them, Zi-Chen's gain was naturally the greatest. That was because he alone occupied 3 clumps of light. The 3 of them were puzzled. Why did some people have 1 clump of light, while others had 2 clumps of light, but Zi-Chan had 3 clumps of light? Hammer laughed mockingly. Cut off 1 head, 1 clumps of light. The 9 heads will turn into 9 clumps of light. As for the final kill, you'll also get the clumps of light from the body. Haha, Duan Hun, you've got a good plan. Duan Hun's face turned pale. He said coldly, "So what? After killing you, all the luck points will be mine." Although he said that, there was still a trace of jealousy in his eyes. That was because Zichen's luck points had increased by hundreds of thousands. His luck points were almost as high as 2 million. What kind of **T logic is this? If that's the case, what about the 2 clumps of light? Do we have to snatch them? Giant Axe said as he pointed at the 2 clumps of light that hadn't moved. The 2 clumps of light were even brighter. At first, no one paid much attention to them. However, after Giant Axe's words, they took a closer look and realized that the clumps of light weren't luck points. Chapter 14:11. In the next instant, all 5 of them turned their attention to the ball of light. After that, they discovered the abnormality within the ball of light, causing their gazes to narrow. Within the ball of light were 2 glowing jade pieces. To be more precise, the glowing jade pieces formed 2 balls of light. Those are those. Seeing the 2 pieces of jade, the faces of Great Axe and the other 2 immediately changed. Their eyes widened, unable to suppress the excitement in their eyes. Qualifications. Those jade pieces must be the qualifications to obtain the domain core. The 3 of them were very certain and very excited. But, so what? Zichen had killed the 9-headed creature on the spot, so the ball of light was very close to Zichen and Hammer. It was so close that the 2 only needed a thought to take away the 2 jade pieces. The trio in front of them did not immediately rush over. The excitement in their eyes was replaced by coldness. In fact, they did not even look at the jade pieces. Instead, they stared coldly at Hammer. Giant Axe's eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he said coldly, "Looks like a battle is inevitable." Duo Hun added, "A battle of life and death." Hammer said indifferently, "Any time." Beside Hammer, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "A battle of life and death is naturally unavoidable. However, we will naturally take away these things first." As he spoke, Zichen waved his hand, and the 2 jade pieces flew over. He held the jade pieces in his hand and, under the cold gazes of the trio in front of him, gave one to Hammer. "What's the point? This thing can only belong to the living." Giant Axe said coldly, "Of course it's meaningful. Because I was the one who killed the 9-headed creature, this thing naturally belongs to me. As for life and death, haha, I don't think you guys will live." Zichen laughed softly. If it was 1 against 3, he would naturally be under a lot of pressure. However, he still had Hammer by his side. Most importantly, Hammer's strength was stronger than theirs. Under such circumstances, Zichen and Hammer naturally had a high chance of winning. Moreover, the significance of these jade pieces was extraordinary. It could directly affect one's future achievements. For this reason, Zichen did not hesitate to reveal his greatest trump card. A mere 3rd-level war spirit. What big words! Duo Hun coldly snorted and took a step forward. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. "Wrong. I'm a human, not a battle spirit," Zichen said indifferently. "All the more reason for you to die." After he spoke, the murderous intent in Duo Hun's eyes reached its limit. The horn on his forehead suddenly separated and transformed into a silver spear. Then, a bright light rushed out from Duo Hun's body. This light was another Duo Hun. It was Duo Hun's spiritual sense. This spiritual sense held a silver spear and shot towards Zichen at an extremely fast speed. Wasn't this just a spiritual sense competition? When Zichen saw this scene, he was stunned as a strange look appeared in his eyes. However, at this moment, his killing intent had been aroused, and he was full of confidence in himself, so he didn't notice the trace of strangeness in Zichen's eyes. In his eyes, Zichen was stunned because of fear, and missed the best opportunity to counterattack and dodge. Swoosh! Along with his spear, Duo Hun rushed into Zichen's sea of consciousness. As for Zichen, it was as if he had lost his soul. The bright light in his eyes gradually became dull and lifeless. Haha, Hammer, this time that kid will definitely die. Let's see how you're going to turn the tables. Huge Axe saw that Duo Hun had successfully rushed into Zichen's sea of consciousness and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Beside him, Hun Xia also chuckled. This was the result of the conversation between the 3 of them. Although they looked down on Zichen, They had to admit that he had the scabbard of the tyrant blade. It was quite troublesome to deal with him, and no one dared to guarantee that they could kill him in a few short moves. Therefore, they finally decided to let Duo Hun do it. After all, Duo Hun was better than Duo Hun. Moreover, he won in a head-on battle with spiritual sense. It was too easy to kill a mere human. As for the claim that a human killed Duo Hun, the three of them didn't believe it at all. They all thought that it was Hammer's doing. "You guys are quite calculative." Hammer looked at the two of them and said indifferently. Huge Axe smiled, his face full of ridicule. He said, "What? Are we going to fight now? Or are we going to protect their bodies first and wait for them to decide the victor?" Hammer was the first to see Zichun. Other than Zichun, he also saw the other humans. Hammer could see the methods of those humans at a glance. Except for the few who were protecting Zichun, who were very special, the others were not worth mentioning. However, those few people didn't find what belonged to them. Therefore, they were no match for Duo Hun. In the end, only Zichun was left. In other words, Zichun killed Duo Hun alone. Hammer didn't know the details of the battle, but he naturally wouldn't be so stupid to think that Zichun suddenly appeared in front of Duo Hun and killed him. No one could appear in front of Duo Hun silently, not even him. Thus, for Zichun to be able to kill Duo Hun, the two of them had truly fought. On the other hand, since Zichun could kill Duo Hun, his strength should not be weak. He should be able to go toe-to-toe with Soul Snatcher. Most importantly, Hammer, who was standing beside Zichun, did not sense any nervousness from Zichun. In fact, when Soul Snatcher charged at him, he clearly saw that Zichun had the opportunity to counterattack. However, Zichun did not move. It was as though he was waiting for Soul Snatcher to come. Light flashed across Hammer's eyes. Zichun had always given him a mysterious feeling. He smiled and said, "Don't be overconfident. Zichun might not be as easy to deal with as you think." "Is that so? Then, we'll wait and see." Huge Axe smiled. Since Hammer had so much confidence in the human, he was happy to wait for Soul Snatcher to come out after killing the human. Then, the three of them would attack together to finish off Hammer. Wielding his spear, Soul Snatcher charged into Zichun's Sea of Wisdom. After that, he saw a golden ocean. That was Zichun's spiritual sense. It spread out like a golden ocean. "Today, I will refine the ocean." Sensing that Zichun's spiritual sense had not reached the King Realm, the last trace of doubt in Soul Snatcher's heart was dispelled. He shouted coldly, appearing to be full of confidence. The echo reverberated in the Sea of Wisdom. Whoosh! The golden ocean tumbled. Endless spiritual sense was like a monstrous wave, rolling up tens of thousands of feet high. "This kind of trick is useless against me. Hurry up and show your true form." Soul Snatcher's body glowed, blocking the waves. His cold eyes looked ahead and said indifferently. The sweeping waves calmed down. Then, the waves fell down and turned into a golden figure. This figure was Zichun. The golden Zichun looked at Soul Snatcher in front of him and smiled faintly. He said, "Welcome to my spiritual sense world." Soul Snatcher replied indifferently, "You don't have to be so polite. I will soon break through this place and leave with the luck points." Zichun laughed softly. Soul Snatcher was indeed happy that he could come here. Originally, Zichun planned to use his trump card in the worst-case scenario. However, Soul Snatcher suddenly rushed into his Sea of Wisdom. There was no need to use his trump card. After dealing with Soul Snatcher, he could join forces with Hammer to kill the other two. "Do you want to die quickly, or be slowly tortured to death by me?" Soul Snatcher asked first. He did not attack immediately. Zichun looked at Soul Snatcher and did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you know how Controller 1 died?" I don't even need to think. It was you and Hammer who schemed against him," Soul Snatcher said coldly. "Wrong. He died because of fate." Soul Snatcher was stunned. "Fate? What fate?" Golden light flowed in Zichun's hand. Then, the golden light turned into a long saber with a scabbard. Zichun held the scabbard and said, "He died under Overlord Blade's scabbard when he was alive. After he died, he became a battle spirit and was killed by Overlord Blade's scabbard. This is fate." Looking at the scabbard in Zichun's hand, Soul Snatcher did not know why he suddenly had a bad feeling. He naturally did not believe in fate, but he was very afraid of the scabbard. Therefore, he asked, "You can use Overlord Blade's drawing technique here?" Zichun smiled mysteriously. "Take a guess." "Impossible. Drawing technique is not a spiritual sense battle skill." Soul Snatcher naturally did not believe it. However, he felt a trace of abnormality in his heart. Therefore, this time, he did not talk nonsense and charged towards Zichun. Swoosh! He held his long spear tightly and attacked Zichun as one with his spear. For this attack, Soul Snatcher used his strongest strength. This was also a battle skill. When he fought with Control Wand, the latter did not dare to underestimate it. In fact, Zichun did not underestimate his opponent. He directly used Beheading. The bright golden saber light with unimaginable power swept towards the long spear in front of him. His entire sea of consciousness rippled with a powerful spatial pressure. This power was like a huge net, enveloping Duan Hun. Soul Snatcher's speed slowed down. This caused his face to change. Boom! The saber light and the spear light collided, causing a loud explosion. In the consciousness, the surging energy shook. The saber light dissipated, and the spear light was also rolled back. In this attack, the two of them were actually evenly matched. However, Soul Snatcher's heart was shocked beyond imagination, because the difference in their soul states was too big. How could they be evenly matched in such a collision? Why? Are you surprised? Zichun stood there and sneered at Soul Snatcher from afar. Soul Snatcher's face kept changing. "Do you know about Control Wand's spiritual privilege?" Zichun asked. Soul Snatcher's face changed again. He had a bad feeling. Indeed, Zichun continued, "My privilege is more than his. Not only can I ignore the restrictions of battle skills, I can even use my spiritual will to create things that have some of the power of my original body." Zichun looked at Soul Snatcher and said indifferently, "When you fought with Control Wand, it was in the outside world, right? Now, let me tell you. Control Wand died in the consciousness world. However, it was not mine. It was his. I entered his consciousness world and used this scabbard to kill him." Soul Snatcher's face turned pale. He had the urge to turn around and leave. But at this moment, he was in Zichun's consciousness world. Without Zichun's permission, no one could leave. Next, I'll show you something surprising. Chapter 14:12. Zichun drew his saber, and the saber light illuminated the golden sea of consciousness. When they were in the outside world, Duo Hun had seen Zichun use the drawing technique. At this moment, as Zichun drew his saber again, the power was the same as when they were in the outside world. Obviously, Zichun was not lying. He had the same privilege as Control Wand. No, it was even more high-end than Control Wand. Not only could he ignore the restrictions of the technique, but he could also draw out the power of the object itself. The energy aura contained in the shining golden saber light was not weaker than that of the outside world at all. Thousand Illusion Spear. Looking at the saber light that was about to spread, Duo Hun's expression became extremely solemn. However, to be able to defeat Control Wand, it was obvious that his spiritual senses were extraordinary. He shouted loudly, and the long spear in front of him began to tremble. Then, the long spear split into two, two into four, four into 8, and just like that, it multiplied until it finally turned into more than 1,000 long spears. It was just like the original attack of the 9-headed creature, but it was even more powerful. More than 1,000 long spears turned into streams of light and shot forward like a meteor shower. Swoosh! The 6 saber lights were completely unfolded like a huge folding fan, filling the sky. In the sky, the meteor-like spear lights scattered down and headed toward the saber lights. The spear lights hit the saber lights, and a sonorous sound echoed in the sky. More than 1,000 spear lights scattered down, trying to drown the 6 saber lights. However, the saber lights were very bright and powerful. Not only were they not drowned by the spear lights, but they also rose into the sky and swept toward the sky, strangling the many spear lights. In the sky, the spear lights and the saber lights clashed, and the dazzling light of spiritual senses was emitted. In the end, more than 1,000 spear lights dissipated and turned into a silver spear that rolled back. The fan-shaped saber lights between heaven and earth also disappeared. In this attack, both sides were equally matched. However, there was no longer any shock on Duo Hun's face. Instead, there was a relaxed smile. He looked at Zichun and said, "This should be your strongest combat technique, right?" Zichun nodded and said truthfully, "That's right. Draw is my trump card." Duo Hun had a knowing look on his face. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Your sword-drawing technique can only split into 6. Although it's not weak, it's not enough to kill me. Coincidentally, I have another technique that's slightly stronger than your previous one. I think we'll be able to determine life and death now." Zichun took a deep breath and nodded again. "One strike to determine life and death. Very good." Swoosh. Just as Zichun finished speaking, Duo Hun made his move. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he gripped his spear and charged towards Zichun. This time, the spear did not manifest in greater numbers. Only one person and one spear rushed towards Zichun. Soul-extinguishing spear. However, there was an explosive roar that resounded between heaven and earth. Silver light erupted from the long spear, and waves of powerful soul power surged on the surface of the long spear. A long spear light shot out from the tip of the spear and pierced towards Zichun's heart. "The reason why controlling one can't defeat me is because of this king-grade soul weapon. Back then, even controlling one didn't have the courage to take my spear." Duo Hun's entire body merged with the long spear. In the space of his sea of consciousness, only a ball of resplendent silver light could be seen. "I'm not controlling one." Facing the spear light, Zichun felt pressure in his heart, but he was not afraid. The scabbard in his left hand glowed. The glaring golden light was almost on par with the silver light. At this moment, the entire space of his sea of consciousness was split by the golden and silver light. The silver light was like a meteor, shooting towards the motionless golden light. Zichun placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber, using more strength than before. "It's useless. Ba Dao's sword-drawing technique is indeed extraordinary, but you can only split into 6. It's not a threat to me." Duo Hun's voice came from the spear light. In an instant, the spear light arrived. Swoosh. Zichun was expressionless, like an ancient well without ripples. The instant the spear light arrived, he drew his saber. The saber light flashed, and an even more glaring golden light appeared. The moment the golden light appeared, it was extremely dazzling, completely suppressing the silver light in the sky. When Duo Hun saw the boundless golden light in the spear light, he still had a cold smile on his face. The saber light splitting into 6 was not a threat to him. Indeed, the saber light fanned out and split into 6. Duo Hun's expression froze in the next moment. His face was clearly filled with astonishment, because after the saber light split into 6, another saber light appeared. One split into 7. There was one more than before. Duo Hun's expression turned grave and stern. He shouted, "So what if you split into 7? I can still kill you." He still had absolute confidence in his technique. At this moment, the spear light clashed with the saber light. However, before the explosion could be heard, Duo Hun's expression changed drastically. That was because there was an additional saber light on the foundation of the 7th saber light. Don't underestimate this saber light. It could play a crucial role at a critical moment. One split into 8. How is this possible? Duo Hun's expression of disbelief was also a touch of fear and despair. His attack could at most destroy 7 saber lights. It was impossible to destroy 8 saber lights. Moreover, he had used all his strength in the attack just now. It was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. Boom! The energy collided, and the sound of tremors continued to ring out. Gold and silver light shone in the sea of consciousness. The power of the unity of man and spear was very strong, but the 8 saber lights were also sharper. As the saber light advanced, the spear light was also destroyed. The first saber light was destroyed, and the other 7 saber lights were one step closer to Duo Hun. Bang! The second saber light was destroyed, and the 6 saber lights took another step forward. Bang! 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 The saber light advanced as it shattered. At the same time, it also wore down the power of the spear light. By the time the seventh saber light shattered, the light of the spear light had already become extremely dim. If the attack between the two sides ended here, then the remaining power in the spear light would still be enough to deal a heavy blow to Zichen's spiritual thoughts. After all, spiritual thoughts were not a physical body. They did not have such a strong defense. This was the result that Duo Hun had expected. However, the reality was that there was still an eighth saber light. This saber light instantly destroyed the power of the spear light. Then, it shook off the spear and swept towards the shocked and frightened Duo Hun. One split into 7, one split into 8. Only one saber light was different. However, this saber light was crucial. In the outside world, the three people were still waiting. However, it was taking a long time. One had to know that a battle between spiritual thoughts was almost instantaneous. Life and death were decided in an instant. However, how long had it been? Life and death had not been decided. Could it be that Duo Hun was having a heart-to-heart talk with Zichun? The confidence and calmness on Hun Xie's and Huge Axe's faces gradually disappeared as time passed. Their faces were filled with doubt, bewilderment, and a trace of uneasiness. On the other hand, Chong Chue gradually calmed down as time passed. Obviously, this was a good thing for Zichun. Looking at the two people in front of him, Hammer smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you two are very nervous. What's there to be nervous about? That human boy will definitely die." Huge Axe snorted coldly. "Don't be so sure when you speak. Do you think that Duo Hun can easily kill someone who can kill Controller One?" The two people's expressions changed. Huge Axe was shocked and said, "Are you sure that Controller One was killed by that human boy?" Hammer's face was full of sarcasm. "At this point, do you still think that I'm joking? How is this possible? How could a mere human kill Controller One?" The two people's faces were filled with disbelief. They had a bad feeling. So what if he's a human? Don't forget that the strongest existence in the world is not a high-level life form or a supreme beast, but a human. Back then, didn't you think that you were very strong? Weren't you still killed by Ba Dao? Ba Dao is also a human. Moreover, this Zichen, even now, I still can't see through him. Hammer's eyes were full of mockery. You two have already seen Zichen's wisdom. Unfortunately, both of you are too conceited. Now, you even let Duo Hun take the initiative to kill Zichen. If I'm not wrong, Zichen should have killed Controller One in a direct battle. In other words, the strength of his spiritual sense is not weaker than Controller One's. The two people's expressions became extremely ugly. If what Hammer said was true, then Duo Hun's initiative to enter Zichen's sea of consciousness was purely courting death. Hun Xie was a little shaken. Giant Axe shouted, "Hammer, don't be an alarmist here. So what if that human is strong? Don't forget his strength and realm. With just him, he wants to kill Controller One and Duo Hun, who has a king-level soul weapon. He's simply dreaming." Hearing Giant Axe's words, Hun Xie came to his senses. He stared at Hammer and said, "That's right. Hammer, don't talk nonsense here. Even if that human is strong, don't forget his true realm." Hammer shook his head and said, "Even some beasts can ignore realms, let alone humans who are the most unpredictable. Humph. Even if you say that the sky is falling, we don't believe that human can kill Duo Hun. Because we know Duo Hun's strength too well. Unless, I can see this human with my own eyes." However, before Giant Axe could finish speaking, his expression froze on his face. His eyes looked straight ahead. His face was filled with disbelief, because in front of him, which was beside Hammer, was the human he thought was dead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and smiled at them. You. Hun Xie's eyes widened in the next moment, as if he had seen a ghost. Beside the two of them, the motionless Duo Hun had already turned into a corpse. A rather large ball of lucky light rushed out of his body and headed towards Zichen in front of him. After absorbing the ball of luck, Zichen's eyes shone brighter. Even his luck points were gone. The truth was in front of them. Giant Axe and Hun Xie were dumbfounded. Zichen looked at the two of them and smiled. "I say, the two of you don't seem happy to see me. Don't you want me to live? Only ghosts would want you to live." The two of them knew Duo Hun's strength very well. They didn't expect this human to be able to kill Duo Hun. The two of them couldn't help but admit that they had miscalculated this time. After looking at each other, the two of them nodded heavily and rushed towards the high platform. Chapter 14:13. The two of them were decisive. They turned around and tried to escape, giving up on competing for a spot. Unfortunately, the two of them had no choice but to give up because Ziqian had his eyes on their luck points. On the high platform, a small ripple barrier appeared in the middle of the 5 light pillars. This ripple barrier was where the passage was. The two of them were very close to the passage. They could reach it in an instant and enter. Unfortunately, their reaction was still a little slow. Or rather, their speed was a little slow. When they reached the edge of the high platform, there was already a person standing there. It was a human with wings. The wings seemed to be made of lightning, emitting dazzling lightning. What was important was not the wings, but the human. To be precise, the human was not very important. What was important was the scabbard in the human's hand. Just as the two of them tried to rush past, the scabbard lit up. Then, an even brighter light appeared. A long saber was unsheathed, bringing with it a dazzling light. This saber was more of a deterrent than a killing blow. Therefore, the two of them easily dodged it after retreating. Boom! But just as the two of them retreated, the sky began to shake. Then, a huge hammer fell from the sky. The hammer contained a powerful force, causing the space here to distort crazily. The heavy hammer attacked. At this moment, he and Ziqian were attacking the two of them, one from the front and one from the back. Facing such a pincer attack, Giant Axe was helpless. He could only shout and raise his giant axe to slash at the heavy hammer in the sky. Boom! A surge of energy shook, and the heavy hammer fell. Giant Axe retreated backward, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was injured in one hit. On the side, Ziqian pulled out his saber again. The shining saber light appeared like an open fan. The saber light swept toward Evil Crescent Blade. Clang! The sound of collision was heard. Evil Crescent Blade was rolled back. Ziqian put away his saber and stood indifferently. A fierce battle broke out. Giant Axe and Hun Xie knew that they were going to die, but at this moment, they unleashed their endless potential and launched terrifying attacks. The two of them were fighting with their lives. The area shook crazily. Even the high platform was shaking at a high frequency, as if it was going to collapse. Unfortunately, their opponents were even more terrifying. Needless to say, Heavy Hammer was once in existence as powerful as Ba Dao. Even though his soul had not fully awakened, his combat power still surpassed huge axes. One was known as the Giant Axe, while the other was known as the Heavy Hammer. However, after a fierce battle, the Giant Axe was also smashed apart by the Heavy Hammer. As soon as the Giant Axe fell, the saber light between heaven and earth brightened up again. This time, Ziqian's saber split into 9. Bang! Following the descent of the 9 blade lights, the cracks on the rotating Evil Crescent Blade extended to the limit and finally exploded. Then, the saber light flashed past Hun Xie's neck. The soldiers were crushed, and the people were dead. In this battle, Ziqian and Hammer won. However, in the end, Soul Evil and Giant Axe went all out, injuring both of them. After a simple treatment, the two of them stood up. Good boy. I've always thought highly of you, but I still underestimated you. You've almost mastered the first level of the saber drawing art. Hammer patted Ziqian's shoulder and laughed. There's still some distance before I reach the final level. Ziqian smiled modestly. The power of the saber drawing art was equivalent to the peak of level 1 King Realm battle skills. This technique should have been comprehended by someone at the Domain Realm late stage. However, Ziqian's true realm was only at the mid-corporeal realm. His comprehension ability also caused Chong Chue to be extremely shocked. The passage to the next level was right in front of them, but the two of them did not step out. All right, let's go back and find them. The two of them turned around and left. Hammer needed to find those battle spirits. After all, he was the one who brought them here, so he needed to bring them to the next level. As for Ziqian, he also needed to find his companions. Big Brother Hammer, we've obtained the qualifications. But where is the psychic domain core? On the way back, Zichen asked doubtfully. Hammer shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I'm sure the people on the next level will know. Because of Hammer's presence, the group of battle spirits did not find trouble with Zichen. After greeting Hammer, Zichen rushed toward the stone forest array. Outside the stone forest array, Wu Xie and the others had been waiting for a long time. They were very anxious, but there were many battle spirits on the other side, so they did not dare to rashly enter. This Zichen couldn't have been schemed against by that battle spirit and then killed, right? He hasn't returned after so long. Maybe that's true. If that's the case, then it's too funny. A dignified expert was tricked by a few words and then killed. Sounds of discussion rang out continuously. Initially, the discussions were still very soft. However, as Zichen did not return after a long time, the discussions gradually grew louder. In the distance, Manshur was furious when he heard this. He stood up and shouted in that direction. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you dare to say it in front of your master Manshur? Who are you acting like master man in front of? A cold voice rang out. A cultivator in the distance stood up. A cold light flashed in Manshur's eyes. He shouted, Do you want to die? Humph. The cultivator looked at Manshur from afar and snorted. Because Zichen had not returned, Wu Xie and the others were furious. Now that someone dared to provoke them, they all stood up. Manshur had a fiery temper and was about to step forward. What? You want to kill me in front of hundreds of people? Do you really think you're the leader? The cultivator said indifferently. I just want to spar with you. What? You don't dare? Manshur said angrily. Spar? I saw the killing intent in your eyes just now. I didn't expect you to change your mind so quickly. Are you afraid? The cultivator said coldly. Afraid? Do you think your master man is afraid of you? Kid, come here. Master man will kill you in minutes. Due to the fact that they were from two different factions, this quarrel also caused some commotion. Enough. Everyone, stop talking. Xueming, who had recovered from his injuries and even his broken arm, said, Xuan City had the most people here. Although Zichen was the strongest, Xueming's force was the strongest. Therefore, his words were still effective. Xueming glanced at Manshur and ignored the cultivator who was quarreling with Manshur. Instead, he looked at their leader and said indifferently, Zichen hasn't returned yet. Everyone, please calm down. The leader's expression was a little unnatural. He then scolded his subordinates. Don't think that everyone is afraid of you. Let me tell you, our Liuzong City also has many experts. You people from Huping City better keep a low profile. The cultivator said ruthlessly in the end. Manshur was furious and wanted to kill the other party. At this moment, footsteps came from the front. The sound came from the direction of the stone forest formation. Everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. A figure walked out from the direction of the stone forest formation. It was Zichen. After they saw Zichen, a wisp of joy appeared on the faces of Manshur and the others. Manshur even turned around and said, Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Has Zichen returned? The cultivator, who had been very arrogant earlier, did not utter a single word at this moment. When he looked at the indifferent Zichen, his eyes were filled with intense fear. Brother Zichen. Xueming went up to greet him. Zichen nodded at Xueming. He always had a good impression of Xueming. How is it? Xueming asked. The passageway has been found and opened. Everyone can leave now. Zichen's voice was not loud, but everyone present was a cultivator. Every one of them could hear him clearly. In the next moment, excited cheers rang out. They had gained a lot on this level, and all of them had broken through to the domain realm. Once they reached the next level, their gains might be even greater. For a moment, many cultivators rushed toward the stone forest formation. They could not wait to go to the next level. Our experts must be there. When the time comes, we'll let some people know what a big city's foundation is. When the tiger is absent, the monkey will become the king. When all of us reunite, some people will know what a real expert is. Many cultivators left, but there were some who muttered before leaving. Manshur and the others were furious. Even Zichen's brows furrowed slightly. Brother Zichen, thank you for this time. Xueming cupped his fists at Zichen. He was the first person to thank him after the passage opened. "You're welcome. See you again." Zichun cupped his fists and smiled faintly. "Brother Zichun, you're not coming with us?" Xueming asked. Zichun glanced at the people in the distance and said, "I'm not used to it." After saying that, he waved his hand at Xueming and led the others into the stone forest formation. Now that the passage had opened, they were likely to meet their own experts on the next level. After all, the real experts had chosen to go deeper at the beginning. Zichun's battle strength had been able to deter them before, but after the passage opened, it was no longer the case. Moreover, these people might hate Zichun because they had been threatened by Zichun before. Looking at the backs of Zichun and the others, Xueming could not help but shake his head and sigh. He felt that it was a pity to lose such an ally. He looked around and saw many cold gazes. He shook his head again. These people were really short-sighted. "Don't look for trouble." Xueming shook his head and muttered. His perception was very sharp. He had already sensed that Zichun and the others were not ordinary. If the others were honest, it would be fine. However, once they found their own experts and came back to cause trouble, they would probably suffer a great loss at Zichun's hands. After passing through the stone forest formation and reaching the entrance, Zichun saw Zhong Chue waiting there. All the cultivators were also on guard against Zhong Chue when they entered the passage. "Big brother Zhong Chue, why are you here?" Seeing that there were no other battle spirits around, Zichun asked curiously. Zhong Chue smiled and said, "I'm waiting for you. I've decided to go with you." Chapter 14:14. After killing the 9 creatures, the 2 of them each obtained a piece of jade. However, they did not know how to use it, so they naturally had to travel together. When Manshur and the others saw Chong Chong, their hearts skipped a beat. After the introduction, their faces were filled with joy. Obviously, with such an expert accompanying them, their team's combat power had greatly increased. Xueming saw Chong Chong from afar and was shocked. When he saw the fierce man talking and laughing with Zichun, he was even more surprised. When the other cultivators saw this scene, their expressions became extremely complicated. The group of people stepped into the passage. In a flash of light, they left this level and went to the next level. However, Zichun and the others didn't know that the next floor they went to wasn't the 8th floor, but rather the 5th floor after jumping through several floors. As soon as they appeared, before Zichun and the others could look around, there were sounds of quarreling and fighting. "Do you know who we are? We are Lu Zongqing's people. Did you eat a leopard's guts? Our Lu Zongqing's experts are all on this level." Similar voices continued to ring out. "Humph. So what if you are Lu Zongqing? Hand over your luck points, or you will be killed without mercy." The voices reached the ears of Zichun and the others from afar. Everyone was speechless. It turned out that they had encountered a robbery. However, since they dared to rob near the exit, it could be seen that the other party's strength was also extremely strong. "Lu Zongqing, humph." Manshur snorted. Just now, it was Lu Zongqing's people who challenged him, and he was still angry. "Let's go." Zichun walked forward. He was obviously not interested in these things. As for helping, he did not even think about it. The battle had already begun. The robbers were very strong, and Lu Zongqing's group of cultivators were forced to retreat. "Hand over your luck points, or you will be killed without mercy." When the robbers approached, they threatened in a cold voice. The luck points were obtained by the group of people after more than 2 years of hard work. Naturally, they would not give them away so easily. These cultivators were unwilling, but in the next moment, their eyes fell on Zichun and the others. His face immediately lit up with joy, but before he could speak, he saw Zichun and the others walking over from the other side. Obviously, they had no intention of interfering. There was a hint of resentment in the cultivator's eyes. He looked back at the robbers and said, "Didn't you want luck points? Let me tell you, they have more luck points than all of us combined. I think they have more than 1,000,000 luck points." 1,000,000 luck points. When the robbers heard this, they were shocked. Almost subconsciously, they looked towards Zichun. At the same time, many of the cultivators who were robbing also looked towards Zichun's direction. Because Lu Zongqing's words just now were not deliberately suppressed, Many people heard it. Facing all these gazes, Zichun and the others didn't stop, neither hurrying nor slowing down. Halt. Although they couldn't figure out the situation of these people, they could still shout coldly. Originally, the robbers wanted to make the other party stop and feel their strength before deciding whether to attack or not. However, these robbers did not expect that after this cold shout, those people stopped. However, after they stopped, a burly human walked over with a face full of anger. Since these people had sealed their tokens, the others were unable to sense the city they belonged to. Similarly, they were unable to sense each other. However, among the people in the distance, there were some who were able to sense each other. Immediately, cries of surprise rang out. 108, Huping City. This person is actually from Huping City. When they sensed the burly man city, everyone was surprised and shocked. However, they didn't mock him. Instead, they quietly looked at the burly man, waiting to see what he wanted to do. The burly man walked over, but unexpectedly, he didn't look for trouble with the robbers. Instead, he walked towards the group of people from Luzongqing. Manshur, what are you doing? It was the cultivator who spoke just now. When he saw Manshur's unfriendly face, he also shouted, I didn't want to kill you. You're the one who asked for it, Manshur said coldly. This was an order given by Zichun. If the others didn't stop them and let them pass, then it would be considered that the people from Luzongqing had spoken rudely and didn't deserve to die. However, if they stopped them, then Manshur would kill the people from Luzongqing. Not the robbers, but the cultivators from Luzongqing. Do you know who we are? We're from Luzongqing. Our experts are guarding this place. A hint of panic appeared on the cultivator's face. He couldn't figure out why this idiot didn't look for trouble with the robbers, but looked for trouble with him instead. Manshur walked closer. The group of cultivators from Luzongqing were all on alert, but Manshur wasn't afraid at all. He directly attacked. As the black light lingered, a fist light shot towards the cultivator in front. When the cultivator saw that Manshur attacked, his expression changed. He shouted, took out his domain weapon, and slashed at the fist light. Bang! On the fist light, a surge of power exploded, causing an explosion. The cultivator was sent flying far away along with his domain weapon. Immediately after, a ball of light appeared where the cultivator landed. The ball of light merged into Manshur's body. That ball of light was naturally a bit of luck. Seeing that Manshur killed a cultivator of the first domain realm with a single punch, the robbers' expressions changed. Their hearts jumped in fright. He was really a fierce person. Manshur, do you know what you're doing? You're going against Luzongqing. You better think about the consequences. A cultivator with a pale face next to him shouted coldly. Manshur looked at him indifferently and said coldly, I've already killed them. What do you want? A young man walked out from behind the group of cultivators from Luzongqing. He was the leader of the group from Luzongqing. He looked at Manshur with cold eyes and said directly, It's simple. Chase these people away, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the others from Luzongqing will come to you to settle this matter. This scene was witnessed by Xue Ming, who came in later. He knew. It was over. You're threatening us. Wu Xie's voice was heard. He also walked over. The leader smiled coldly and said, If you think so, then so be it. Around them, the others were dumbfounded and slightly angry. They were the robbers. Logically speaking, they should be the real protagonists. Why were they ignored? Hearing Luzongqing's provocative words, no matter if it was Manshur or Wu Xie, anger appeared on their faces. However, the two of them restrained themselves. Or it could be said that before they exploded, they were both suppressing themselves. After that, they looked towards Zichun. Zichun frowned slightly. The leader also looked at Zichun and said indifferently, There are still people alive from the three forces. We, Luzongqing, have the advantage in numbers. This was a fact, but it was also a threat. Everyone looked at Zichun to see how he would react. If it was on the upper level, then they knew without thinking that Zichun would definitely choose to kill because he was the strongest on that level. However, it was different on this level. There were many strong cultivators gathered here. There might even be high-level life forms. Zichun sighed and said, Well, since you said so, then we can only kill them all. When the robbers heard this, they all raised their eyebrows. A smile also appeared on the face of Lu Zongqing's leader. He raised his head slightly and said with a little arrogance, "I wanted you to drive them away. However, it's not bad if you kill them all. However, those lucky points." Lu Zongqing's leader's words ended here. He had to end it because a beam of destructive light and a dark fist light had already appeared in front of him. This was the joint attack of Manshur and Wu Xie. Even Zichun had to be very cautious, let alone a stupid leader who didn't have the slightest defense. Boom. The energy exploded. The leader didn't finish his words, but he would never be able to say what he wanted to say. The leader didn't understand the meaning of Zichun's words, but Manshur and Wu Xie understood. Lu Zongqing's arrogant leader died instantly. Then, Manshur and Wu Xie rushed into the flock of sheep like two ferocious tigers and began to kill wantonly. "Manshur, what are you doing? Wu Xie, how dare you attack us?" Such a shout rang out. However, at this moment, such a threat was simply too laughable in the ears of the others. They had already killed the leader. Could it be that they didn't dare to attack them? Not only did they attack, but they also had reinforcements. Gu Wan and Gu Chang rushed over. As they rushed forward, the light between their hands changed. They were forming a formation. However, a beautiful figure was faster than the two of them. It was Shang Wanhong. She couldn't stand all kinds of behavior. At this moment, she couldn't stand Lu Zongqing's behavior. Therefore, at this moment, she completely disregarded her image and rushed towards the cultivators of Lu Zongqing. The crowd was already a little stunned by the sudden massacre of Hu Pingqing's group. However, in the next moment, when they saw that a beauty had actually joined in the massacre, their expressions became even more interesting. Dongqing didn't hesitate to kill, but she didn't mind releasing 1 or 2 king-level battle beasts. Although Gu Wei was Lu Guangqing's man, he was already on the same side as Zichun and the others. Therefore, he also rushed over. Other than Zichun, only Zhong Chue didn't move. The massacre in front continued. The surrounding robbers were very shocked and dumbfounded. Compared to their threat just now, the massacre here was too decisive. Why? Why are you courting death? Xueming sighed and left with his men. There were many experts here. He had to find his own people. The battle ended quickly. Of course, not everyone was killed. Some people ran away. However, the number of dead cultivators was more than 50%. Chapter 14-15. As Ziqian and the others left, the cultivators along the way gave way to them. As for the robbery, no one dared to mention it again. The group of cultivators who had stopped Ziqian and the others just now retreated far away when Manshur and the others started killing. They were afraid that Zichun would come and find trouble with them again. At this moment, everyone believed that Zichun and the others must have accumulated more than 1 million lucky points. This was a number that made people envious. It could be very useful, but no one dared to go forward at this moment. Are these people really from Huping City? Why are they so powerful? Every one of them is so fierce. Huping City has been in decline for thousands of years, but this time, there are actually such powerful existences. You don't know, right? This time, Huping City is very special. It is said that there are already others in Huping City who have ascended to a higher level. Discussions also sounded after Zichun and the others left. Of course, there were still many people who went straight to the corpses. The people from Huping City did not clean up the battlefield, but they would not let go of this opportunity to clean up the battlefield. Along the way, Zichun and the others saw the most battles, and the cause of all the battles was because of the lucky points. In the outside world, the lucky points that were not valued in the previous level were like delicious cakes in this place, and everyone was fighting for them. "Go and ask what the lucky points can be used for," said Zichun when he saw another battlefield. "I'll go." Manshur stepped out and headed toward the battlefield. In the battlefield, both sides were fighting desperately. Except for the two who were in the middle stage of the first domain realm, the others were in the early stage of the first domain realm. Manshur's sudden arrival also attracted the attention of the two forces, but they did not care because Manshur was not strong enough to affect the situation at all. Boom. However, in the next moment, a violent aura was released from Manshur's body. In this aura, There was also a crazy murderous aura. After the cultivators from the two forces sensed it, their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Manshur warily. Are you fighting to the death here for the lucky points? Manshur came to the center of the battlefield and asked. The entire battlefield had stopped because of Manshur's arrival. The members of both sides looked at each other. They seemed to feel that Manshur was not to be trifled with and nodded one after another. What's the use of having a bit of luck? Manshur asked again. For a time, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the people from both sides. In this place, there were actually people who didn't know the use of luck points. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that the other party had just arrived at this level. Usually, such people would have accumulated a large number of luck points. There was a period of time in the past when they encountered many and gained many rewards. The two parties fighting had clearly guessed this point. After looking at each other from afar, there was a strange look in their eyes. Hey, I'm asking you guys a question. What's the use of being a bit lucky? Manshur shouted again. His expression gradually turned cold, and he seemed to be dissatisfied. The two groups looked at Manshur, after which they looked at the other people who were calmly waiting in the distance. The greedy thoughts in their hearts were finally dispelled. One of the leaders said, there is a gathering place around 50,000 kilometers from here. There is a trading point there. The trading point is what the trading point needs. Trading point? What's there? Manshur asked. Everything. The price ranges from a few dozen luck points to a few million each. As long as you can think of something, it's almost there. Manshur understood. He was more or less shocked. He didn't expect that there was nothing that couldn't be bought. Was there really such a place in this world? After asking for the direction of the gathering place, he waved his hand and said, All right, I understand. I won't disturb you guys anymore. You guys continue. After saying that, Manshur turned and left. Seeing Manshur leave, the people from both sides looked at each other. The life and death battle was interrupted just like that. Could they still continue? The answer was naturally no. Next, the people from both sides left this place as quickly as possible. Then, they used an even faster speed to send messages to the other forces, saying that they had encountered a group of fat sheep. They had already determined that those people were fat sheep. However, they also guessed that these fat sheep were not easy to deal with. Therefore, they also sent messages to look for reinforcements. Once the reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't mind launching a surprise attack. When Manshur returned and told them everything, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Even Hammer was surprised by this development. A gathering place, a trading place. There's nothing that can't be bought. Could it be that there's even a void tree and a tear of life there? If that's the case, we really have to go take a look and see if we can exchange them for some good stuff, Zichun said with a smile. The others also had curious looks on their faces. After that, they followed the directions and headed toward the gathering place. Along the way, they naturally saw one battle after another that was caused by luck points. During this time, they also encountered some ignorant people who targeted Zichun and the others. However, they were destined to die miserably. Manshur and Wu Xie were both bloodthirsty people. They didn't care about the severity of their attacks. In response, Zichun reminded them, be careful. Just hand over your luck points. Don't kill anymore. If they killed too many people, they would get bored. Moreover, these people didn't have to die. Along the way, Zichun and the others also sealed their prefecture tokens. This way, they could prevent the other party from sensing their city. At the same time, they could also avoid a lot of trouble. After traveling for about 10,000 miles, Zichun frowned and said, We're being watched. Hammer nodded. Obviously, he had already noticed. We're being watched. Manshur and Wu Xie were stunned. The two of them had been killing vigorously along the way and hadn't noticed that someone dared to treat them as prey. Where is he? Let's go and kill him, Manshur said excitedly. There's no rush. Let's see how many of them there are. It just so happens that we know how to use luck points. We can accumulate more while we're at it, Zichun said calmly. He already had more than 2 million luck points, close to 3 million. Naturally, it was enough. However, the others didn't have that many luck points. Since the gathering place could be used for trading, and the limit was from a few dozen to a few million, there would naturally be good stuff there. On the horizon, several figures appeared. They had already followed Zichun and the others. At this moment, they once again watched as Zichun and the others left until they disappeared at the end of their sight. Just the two of them are so fierce. I'm afraid that they've snatched nearly 50,000 luck points along the way. A cultivator couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, they naturally saw Manshur and Wuxie fight. That kind of state they were in made them tremble with fear. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, we can basically be sure that they're fat sheep. However, they're very strong. We need the boss to deal with them personally. That's right. There are still a few people among them who haven't made a move. They don't look weak. Only the boss can deal with them personally. Spread the news. Tell the boss that we found a fat sheep. These people were the people from the two sides who were fighting back then. After they spread the news, they followed. Previously, they were looking for reinforcements. After following for 10,000 miles, they realized that reinforcements were probably not enough. They had to inform the powerful existences in the other forces. When the news spread, the powerful existences sensed it and headed in this direction. Zichun and the others were still moving forward. 100,000 miles wasn't a short distance. Flying Dharma artifacts couldn't be used in the outside world, so they could only rely on flying. Because they weren't in a hurry, Zichun and the others didn't move quickly. Two rays of light flashed across the sky like two shooting stars. Wherever the light passed, the cultivators along the way were surprised when they saw it. The light wasn't left behind by humans. Instead, it was a flying Dharma artifact produced in the Manor realm. It was very similar to the ones in the outside world, but it was faster. Only the trading point had it. This kind of flying Dharma artifact was very expensive. It usually cost more than 10,000 luck points. Only the leader of a city could have one. The two flying Dharma artifacts were in the shape of beasts. One was a ferocious tiger, and the other was a black, demonic leopard. At this moment, the tiger was chasing the demonic leopard into the distance. In an instant, they had traveled hundreds of miles. That's the divine tiger shuttle of Yongwang City. Yonkan bought it at a high price from Wu Demon City's Wu Fei. That demonic leopard should be the demonic leopard ship of Wu Demon City's Wu Fei. Cultivators discussed when they saw the light above their heads. When they saw the two flying Dharma artifacts disappear one after the other, they were also very surprised. They're coming one after the other. Are they fighting? That's impossible. Although the two cities don't have a good relationship, the leaders have never attacked each other. It seems like they found something and are going together. I've discovered that almost all the areas here have been searched. It's almost impossible to find another opportunity here. What could possibly be here that would catch the attention of the two of you? For them to come out, other than an opportunity, it should be luck. I heard that the people from the two forces have been wandering around the periphery. Could it be that they found some fat sheep? As if they had guessed the intentions of the leaders on the two flying Dharma artifacts, the other cultivators followed the flying Dharma artifacts. Some people also took out some cheap flying Dharma artifacts and followed closely. Zichun and the others flew for more than 10,000 miles. Finally, the people who followed them couldn't bear it anymore. With a loud shout, they flew over from all directions. The two forces are doing business. Those who are not involved should leave quickly. Get lost. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. When these cultivators arrived, they shouted one after another. Within their encirclement, there were also some cultivators fighting on a small scale. When they suddenly saw hundreds of powerful cultivators appear from all directions, they were scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled. Zichun and the others stood in the air, quietly looking at these cultivators, waiting to be surrounded. Their expressions were calm from beginning to end. Only Manshur and Wuxie had worried faces. There are so many people. How can we kill them all? Manshur scratched his head and said worriedly. Chapter 14:16. This was the 5th floor of the Tongyu Tower. The area here was not as big as the 9th floor. In addition, the top-ranked cities had already broken through and arrived here. This led to almost all the opportunities in this area being plundered clean. The earliest cultivators had already left this world and went to a higher world. However, there were still some cultivators who chose to stay here. The reason they chose to stay was very simple. The things traded here were enough to arm them to the teeth. At that time, they would consider whether to leave or not. This led to the fact that most of the people in this area were human forces. They gathered together and snatched each other's luck points. These people were intertwined like the dense roots of a big tree. Once there was any movement in this area, they would be the first to know. The cultivators of Lu Zongqing were slaughtered. This was a small matter, a very small matter. Because in this area, everything that had nothing to do with luck points was a small matter, and everything related to luck points was a big matter. Therefore, the matter of Lu Zongqing being slaughtered was almost completely ignored. However, the news that Demon Wu City and Perpetual Moon City had mobilized all their forces and were suspected to have found a big fat sheep spread almost everywhere during this period of time. As a result, when Zichun and the others were surrounded by hundreds of cultivators, more figures appeared in the distance. These people were all watching from afar. After some of them saw Man Shi, Wu Xie, and the others, their expressions became serious. At the same time, they expected that this would be a very difficult battle. I've seen those people before. At the entrance, they slaughtered a large team. They're very strong. They've just arrived here. It's true that they're fat sheep, but they're also a difficult bone to chew. If Yongcan and Wu Fei want to take them down, I'm afraid they'll suffer great losses. The group was surrounded. After Man Shi saw some familiar faces in the group, he raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "So it's you guys who are following us?" Those people's hearts skipped a beat. They didn't expect that their tracking, which they thought was very covert, would have been discovered long ago. In fact, they didn't know that their little concealment methods were simply a joke in the eyes of Zichun and the others. "Is your leader not here yet?" Under Zichun's instructions, Wu Xie asked. "Our boss isn't here yet, but we can still deal with you. Hand over your luck points, and we can spare your lives." A cold shout came from the crowd. Wu Xie curled his lips in disdain and said, "Hurry up and inform your boss to come over, or I will beat you to death." What arrogance! An angry voice came from the crowd. However, anger was anger, and no one dared to step forward. When the cultivators in the distance saw that these people were still so arrogant despite being surrounded, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Xueming had already contacted the experts from his family. Furthermore, he had also arrived at the scene. When he saw the people who were surrounded, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "What? Do you know them?" Beside Xueming, a man in black armor who looked very similar to Xueming said. Xueming said, "I do. The passage on our floor was opened by their leader." "Oh, to be able to open the passage, it seems that he is not weak. What will the result of your battle with him be?" The black-armored man asked with interest. Xueming shook his head and said, "I am not his match." The man smiled and asked, "That's interesting. Do you think they can survive the siege of two big cities?" Xueming looked ahead and after pondering for a moment, he said, "If these two cities don't send a few powerful existences, then these hundreds of cultivators will have to consider how to escape." "What? Escape? Hundreds of people escape?" The black-armored man was obviously stunned. "They are very strong. One of them is a war spirit. He only used 3 moves to cut off one of my arms. As for the other one, although he is a human, he is very mysterious. We have been together for a long time, but I have never been able to see through him," Xueming said in a deep voice. As Xueming's elder brother, he was naturally aware of Xueming's methods. At this moment, after hearing Xueming's evaluation, his expression became a lot more solemn. However, he did not mind. Instead, he said, "The two of them might be very strong, but there are 2 leaders in those 2 cities with very strong battle strength. As long as the 2 of them come, it would be a matter of minutes for a few hundred people to slaughter this group." Xueming nodded and did not continue to argue. However, he understood that if the people who came were not existences comparable to higher life forms, it would be useless no matter how many of them came. 2 flying artifacts appeared in the sky as streaks of light shot through the sky. Zichun said nonchalantly as he looked at the flying artifacts that stopped steadily in the air. "Like I said, This world definitely has a tool that can be used for transportation. Look at that. It's quite nice. It's a tiger. Our Huping city has a tiger as well. It's very compatible with us. Wuxia smiled when he heard that. An evil light flickered in his eyes. He said, "Since they've come to give us something, we need to be more polite." Zichen nodded with a smile. That's right. Harmony is the most important thing. Two groups of people walked out from the flying artifacts. The two leaders were Yongcan and Wu Fei. Both of them wore specially made battle armors that covered almost every part of their bodies. Only their eyes, nose, and mouth were exposed. The two of them were dressed the same, but the auras they exuded were completely different. Even the color of their battle armors were different. Yongcan's body released a cold aura. His armor was silver, dazzling and eye-catching. Wu Fei's armor was black. The black light was like the pure demonic aura of the demon clan. Wu Fei's eyes also released a faint red light. The two of them had a grudge against each other, but now was not the time to settle it. So, after nodding slightly, their gazes landed on Zichen's group of 7. Immediately after, a cultivator came up and whispered in their ears. What? 1,000,000 luck points? Hearing this number, even though the two of them were the leaders, they were still stunned. 1,000,000 luck points might not have been much in the past, but after the various transactions had ended and the experts from various forces had left, 1,000,000 luck points had become an extremely huge number. If it was given to a person, 1,000,000 luck points would definitely make them undergo earth-shaking changes. It would not be impossible for them to be reborn. The two groups of people landed 100 meters away from Zichen's group. Next to Wu Fei, a cultivator shouted, "I heard that you have more than 1,000,000 luck points combined. Is this true?" Wu Xie, who had stepped forward, did not answer the question. He pointed to the tiger-shaped flying artifact in the sky and said, "Are you here to give us something? That thing is very good. We'll accept it and thank you." The cultivators were stunned when they heard this. What arrogance! Surrounded by so many people, they dared to say that they had their eyes on Yongcan's flying artifact. None of the people present were fools. The other party only had 9 people, but they did not panic in the face of hundreds of people. Their expressions did not change. It was obvious that they had some tricks up their sleeves. Yongcan's eyes swept past Wu Xie and landed on Zichen. Looking at the calm face of Zichen, Yongcan said indifferently, "If you want a flying artifact, it's really easy. You can take it if you're strong enough." Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, we have a lot of luck points. If you're strong enough, we can give them all to you." Wu Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "How much is a lot?" "So much that it'll give you a shock," Zichen said indifferently. Zichen's calmness made the two of them a little uncertain. After looking at each other, they saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. "Do you plan to attack by force or kill by yourself?" Zichen asked. "What do you mean by kill by yourself?" Yongcan asked. Attacking by force was naturally ganging up on them. He knew that, so he asked about killing by himself. It's to find a few strong existences to fight with each other. The winner will leave. Zichen paused and said, "How about this? Our side will take out 1,000,000 luck points, and the two of you only need to take out 250,000 luck points each, plus the 2 items in the sky. If I lose the battle, you can take the 1,000,000 luck points. If you lose, we'll take the items." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, it caused a small commotion. This was considered a gambling fight, and the two forces had a big advantage. After all, if they won, they would get 1,000,000 luck points, but if they lost, they would only lose a few 100,000. However, since the other party dared to propose a fight, they were naturally very confident in their own battle strength. "How do we fight?" Wu Fei asked, but did not say whether he agreed or not. Zichen said indifferently, "It's very simple. If it's one-on-one, we'll only fight and not kill. The two of you will fight against the 2 people in my team, and one of them is me. However, if it's 2-on-1, then I'll fight against the 2 of you, but I'll kill." An uproar broke out all around, and the expressions of the 2 leaders changed. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. One must know that the other party was only at the mid-corporeal realm, but he dared to shamelessly say that he would fight 1-on-2 in front of the 2 of them, and even arrogantly say that he would kill. In the distance, The others also felt that this corporeal realm expert was too arrogant. One must know that Zichen's cultivation was the lowest among all of them. How arrogant! Xueming's brother could not help but laugh. He's not fooling around. He has the strength. Xueming said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with anticipation. The other party was taken aback when he heard this. He looked forward again and saw Zichen's calm eyes. After hearing his brother's words, he said with some anticipation, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 14-17. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the crowd. His tone was so arrogant. Was he really strong, or was he just brainless? The faces of the two leaders were already very pale, but as leaders, they were not brainless people. Zichen's few words did not completely enrage them. They looked at Zichen and stared at Zichen. Then, they found that Zichen's expression was very calm and his tone was very serious. In other words, he did not mean to provoke them. He was just stating a fact. He was really strong. How strong? The two looked at each other and saw doubt and determination in each other's eyes. Both of them took a step forward with firm will. An uproar broke out again. Could it be that these two leaders were actually going to gang up on him? After the uproar, Yongkan took a step back. Wu Fei looked at Zichen and said seriously, Please advise me. The word please meant that he had completely ignored Zichen's realm and put Zichen in the same position as him. Let me. Wu Xia had the urge to step forward. Zichen waved his hand and said, Let's end this quickly. After saying that, he walked forward. With one step, thunder rumbled in Zichen's body. With the second step, his body began to emit a bright silver light and surging lightning. With another step, a dazzling Xing Chen appeared in front of Zichen's heart. This Xing Chen seemed to be formed by endless lightning power. The Xing Chen condensed in front of his heart. Violent power surged around Zichen's body, and his physical strength also broke through to the domain realm at this moment. In the distance, everyone held their breaths. After seeing the change in Zichen, their faces were full of shock. The power around Zichen was very violent, but his eyes and expression were incomparably calm. Under Wu Fei's guarded state, he walked towards him and clenched his fist. Silver lightning flowed like water, converging towards Zichen's fist. Thunder rumbled continuously, and the fist was full of violent lightning power. One-star Thunder King fist. Zichen's lips moved as a thunderous roar rang out, after which, his tightly clenched fist punched forward. He punched out, dazzling lightning flashed, and a domineering fist aura appeared. Wu Fei sensed a powerful threat from this punch. He roared as black light swirled around his body. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand like a demonic weapon. His long saber was without a sheath. He held it tightly in his hand and slashed at the fist radiance. The silver lightning and the pitch-black demonic light collided. The instant the sound of an explosion rang out, the two lights were locked in a stalemate as they collided. Like a violent flood rushing towards a dam, the silver light submerged the demonic light in a few breaths' time, dispersing the demonic light, and then moving towards Wu Fei. Black light swirled around Wu Fei's body, forming layer after layer of defenses. However, these defenses were instantly shattered by the fist light. Then, the fist light struck Wu Fei, and boundless power surged towards the battle armor around his body. In the next moment, Wu Fei lost control of his body and flew backward. This time, he flew for hundreds of meters. After stabilizing his body, he looked at Zichen with a face full of shock. The surroundings were also silent. Everyone looked at Zichen in disbelief. They did not expect that he would be able to send Wu Fei flying with a single punch. Crack. A crisp sound resounded in the silent sky. It was the weapon in Wu Fei's hand that broke into two. The shock in his eyes also turned into horror after seeing his weapon break. Gasps could be heard all around. How strong was his physical strength to break a domain weapon with a single punch? Zichen's body flashed with lightning. He stood indifferently in the air like a war god. He looked at Wu Fei and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Wu Fei looked at Zichen, and his shocked expression gradually turned bitter. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. This time, I admit defeat." Wu Fei's statement represented the attitude of Demon Wu City. Although the cultivators of Demon Wu City could not accept this result, none of them had the intention to go against Wu Fei. Zichen looked at Yongcan. The latter looked at Zichen with a grave expression, but he was not afraid. He looked at Zichen and said seriously, "If that punch was your strongest move, then you can't kill me." Zichen looked at Yongcan and said indifferently, "If I want to kill you, one move is enough." As soon as he finished speaking, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. Zichen's attitude clearly indicated that his next move would be stronger than the previous one, and it would be much stronger. At this moment, Zichen was like an invincible war god. Yongcan was still a little hesitant. Zichen held the scabbard in his left hand, glanced at the two and said, "I'm in a hurry. You can come at me together." Wu Fei smiled bitterly and said, "I've already admitted defeat. How can I still fight?" As he spoke, he waved his hand toward the sky. The demonic leopard flying Dharma artifact fell and shrunk into his hand. At the same time, a ball of light appeared in his left hand. He said, "Here are 250,000 luck points and this flying Dharma artifact." He. Zichen nodded slightly. Manshur chuckled and walked toward Wu Fei. He took the items without hesitation and said, "You're not bad. You're very far-sighted. If we really fought to the death, I'd probably be collecting your corpse by the time I came." Wu Fei's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. Since Wu Fei had admitted defeat, it was meaningless for Yongcan to fight alone. Moreover, Zichen's long saber was a great threat to him. "How should I address you, sir?" Yongcan asked. Clearly, this was the precursor to admitting defeat. "Huping City, Zichen," Zichen said indifferently. "Huping City?" Yongcan's face was filled with astonishment. Huping City was the laughingstock of Shuntian Prefecture. No one put this city in their eyes. Since when did the people of Huping City become so ferocious? That's right, the people of Huping City are going to rise. This time, many experts have appeared in Huping City. It is said that before this, there was already a man and a woman. The two of them are very strong and have defeated many experts. A voice came from the crowd. "I heard about it too. That man and woman's battle prowess is very strong, but their cultivation realms aren't high. Even the cultivators from the top-ranked cities don't dare to casually provoke the two of them. It is said that someone mocked them and was killed on the spot. The one who died was even the leader of a certain power. Hundreds of people from Yamba Castle were all killed by a young man from Huping City. Not a single one was left alive. Gradually, there were many discussions about Huping City. All right, Yongcan, we'll remember what happened today." Yongcan finally admitted defeat. "It's good that you remember. I'll wait for you to get back at me," Zichen replied indifferently. Wu Xie saw the situation and also stepped forward. Then, he waved his hand at Yongcan. His meaning was obvious. Yongcan was very sullen, but there was nothing he could do. He could only take out his luck points and recall the flying artifact. At the same time, he gave it to Wu Xie reluctantly. What was this? They came all the way here and brought enough people. They came with great momentum, but they did not make a single move. Instead, they lost their luck points and flying artifact. This was not a big deal. The real thing was that they lost face. It was the face of Yongcan and Wu Demon City. However, the situation forced them to do so. Although I did not see the scene of blood flowing like a river, he was able to shock Wu Fei with just one punch and make Yongcan submit. This is enough to prove that he is extraordinary. Xueming's brother, the black-armored man, also sighed. But then again, Zichen's punch was indeed very strong. This result was unexpected. However, Zichen's punch was indeed amazing. This matter was destined to become a topic of discussion for some time. Some of the more observant people also understood that the reason why the two of them had submitted was not only because Zichen was indeed very strong, but also because once the battle started, even if they won, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, the spectators in the distance would turn into robbers and steal the lives of the remaining people from the two factions. One should know that this was the Manor Realm, and there were no rules. In this place, even the cultivators of Shuntian City, the number one city, would be killed because of conflicts of interest. Zichen gave one of the two flying artifacts to Hammer, and the latter did not hesitate. Zichen directly refined the tiger-shaped artifact. After a short period of adaptation, he gestured for the others to go up. Then, the tiger-shaped artifact turned into a stream of light and flew toward the gathering place. Since the two forces retreated, the others naturally did not dare to stop them. They could only watch as they left. The show was over, and the crowd had to disperse. Yongkan walked toward Wu Fei with a look of dissatisfaction. Wu Fei had admitted defeat too decisively. This decisiveness was more like a spineless coward. Wu Fei, what's wrong with you? You used to be very unyielding. I don't think you're someone who gives in so easily. Even if Zichen is really strong, he can't be stronger than all of us combined. Yongkan walked up to Wu Fei and began to criticize him. However, Wu Fei, who did not respond, could not take it anymore. He coughed up blood, and after coughing up blood, his face became extremely pale. Wu Fei, you. Yongkan was clearly stunned. In the distance, cultivators from Demon Wu City rushed over to check on Wu Fei's injuries. He's very strong, much stronger than you think. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we can't beat him, Wu Fei said coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A punch that could shatter a domain weapon and make Wu Fei cough up blood was naturally very strong. At this moment, Yongkan finally understood why Wu Fei admitted defeat so quickly and so thoroughly. It was not because he was spineless, but because he knew when to advance and when to retreat. In less than a moment, news came from the outside. It said that the people of Huping City had slaughtered the cultivators of Liuzong City. Only 7 people attacked, and the other 2 did not. One of them was Zichen. When Yongkan heard this, his face turned pale. Then, he thought of something and said, "Let's go back to the gathering place." Wu Fei also understood and led his people back. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.